shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything I need to get in the vicinity.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise! Can he come around the corner in time? And you Dashy, one more second! There is something about this stadium, Capsidal, and that's going to be 5 in a row. Oh, well, 6! And Drazah! Oh, my God! That's what we wanted! You have got to be kidding me!
We have 2 teams remaining.
What a devastating performance. This is the most sublime Vanguard we've seen yet. Toronto Ultra, your kickoff classic champion.
Let's get into the Call of Duty League. Let's go.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of opening weekend.
Really?
I'm your host, Nameless, and today...
Okay, all right. Number one, Nameless, you start off the opening weekend, taking my job here hosting. You did all right, but I'm back now. Welcome back to the CDL opening weekend. And running the desk, I'm your host, Velly. I was caught up by a snowstorm, but I finally made it. And I'm here with my girl, aLLeY and Nameless, and starting with you, man. First off, you were fantastic yesterday. Are you excited for day 2?
I think day 2 is going to be spectacular. We got OpTic Texas, we got Atlanta FaZe. These are some of the big dogs, and they're coming off of losses at the Kickoff Classic. They're trying to get their first win of the season, so we're in for a storm today.
Yes, and aLLeY, I missed you. It's been a while now. Day 2 is coming. Yesterday was hot. Do you think today is going to be even better?
I miss you so much, Velly. You should have seen me. I was banging on the desert. Where's Velly? I just snowed in, and all the flights that got canceled. But I'm so excited for today. Yesterday, we had a really big upset with London, right? So now we're going to see them play again today and see if maybe they can do a two-peat.
Yes, now speaking of teams, let's take a look at the matches that will take place today. If you didn't know, you should know. Today is going to be phenomenal. We're going to see Atlanta FaZe taking off against the Paris Legion for the first matchup of the day. After that, we get a second look at the OpTic Texas team facing off against the London Royal Ravens. But the game field marquee match of the day will be a rematch from the Kickoff Classic. It's going to be the finals. Toronto Ultra versus Seattle Surge. Listen, that's a matchup that it's a coin flip. You don't know who's going to win it. Yep. But for the last matchup of the day, this is going to be a very good one. The Los Angeles Guerrillas and their new look team are trying to show the world that they can make it happen against the New York Subliners. And taking a look at these matches right now, I mean, Nameless, which one are you most excited about?
I think the game field marquee match. I'm excited for that one. I can't wait to see the the rematch of the final and to see if Seattle can keep on going. It's going to be crazy.
Now let's talk about the games. Let's talk about Texas and London for a moment. And aLLeY, speaking of the London Royal Ravens, big game yesterday, and they got a big win.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a hot 3-0. So the fact that now they're heading into today and they're going to be going up against a team like OpTic Texas that we all know we're all big fans of. And we're expecting them to really step it up from Kickoff Classic. Of course, the showing wasn't what everybody wanted. So they got to watch out for London, though, because clearly they're trying to start the season off hot.
Now let's talk about it, Nameless. London start off the weekend with a 3-0 win. Yeah. And looking at the potential of what they showed yesterday, they're going to have to really bring it today. And I think that if they do pull out a win, it could look really good for them in the long term.
Absolutely. I mean, I like what I saw out of the London Royal Ravens. They played 2 AR maps in Gavutu, maps 1 and 3, versus a Florida team that is very strong, should be very strong in the AR position. You have Awakening, you have Skies. They're able to take them out and go off. Gizmo had an amazing series, Nasty as well, and then Zero really started to play well. So in the series today for OpTic Texas, they're going to have to go hard, man. Scump's got to step it up. His performance in that first match, it wasn't ideal.
But he's the king, right? He's the king. We know he will step up to the plate when he is needed. So going into today, he's definitely our player to watch in that series.
Yes, and also let's talk about it. OpTic Texas versus London, that's going to be a big matchup. But the Royal Ravens, they're phenomenal. I'm loving from what we saw from Zero, but also Afro in the SMG play nameless, he has a big opportunity to step up big with this win.
Yeah, you know, when I look at this team and I think of the star on the roster, it's usually going to be the SMG player, and for them, they have a stud in Afro. This guy gets it done. He runs an SMG in every single moment of the game. He gets up close and personal. He understands it. He gets it. And when you talk to these guys about him, Zero, all he says is great things. The Afro's a great teammate, plays that role perfectly, so excited to see the development of him going in the rest of Vanguard.
Yes, and speaking about the game field marquee matchup of the day, let's break it down just a little bit for the pre-show, right? So Toronto going against Seattle, that's going to be a banger in aLLeY. When we were over there in Texas watching that finals, did you think that that matchup was going to be what it was at the end of the day? I didn't expect to see Seattle there.
I definitely expected that it would go a little bit closer than it was. The fact that Seattle even made it to the finals, I think, was shocking for everybody across the board. But once we got into it, it was a little bit of a smoke show on the side of Toronto Ultra. But you know what, Seattle, I think maybe they just got nervous. It was their first final. It was Kickoff Classic, and it was against a team like Toronto Ultra that was second best all last year and obviously came out hot into this year and continued to do so. So I think going into our rematch, we might see a little bit of a closer match.
Yes, and Nameless, let's talk about the elephant in the room. The biggest guy in the lobby from that first map on, it was Sib, and he led by example of greatness.
Dude, the guy was just popping off yesterday. He just seems to have the New York Subliners number. He was going off. This is his birthday. The guy he's a flex player, man, mainly running that automaton, though, and he is beaming. So he's certainly going to have to continue that going forward. But going up against a Toronto team that is so sound in search and destroy and control, they haven't skipped a beat. Their teamwork is all the way there. I'm not sure if Seattle's ready just yet to take the mantle from them.
Yes, and another match that I'm excited to see. I think it's going to be one of the hottest games today. LAG versus the New York Subliners, right? aLLeY, I was watching that game yesterday, and it looked like the comms were pretty shaky on the side of New York. What were your thoughts about that?
And New York, obviously, right off the beginning, I believe we have the listen in as we can hear that back as Crim talking to his boys here, but it was a little shaky in the beginning, okay, especially on the side of Clayster, but they didn't get that many scrims coming up into this, so we have to go a little easier onto them. But as we got later into the series, they definitely started to pick it up.
Right, and the thing about this New York team, aLLeY, is the simple fact that, I mean, you have legends on the team. You have Clay, you have Krim. HyDra has been phenomenal, right? But there's a player on that team that I really hope steps up in a big way, and that's going to be Neptune. If he could fix those inconsistencies, this team could be nasty.
I am Neptune's, guard right now. Everybody is slandering his name. Yesterday, he did step it up. Honestly, it was actually Paco that seemed to be falling a little bit behind. And I don't even think at this point it's either one of them doing bad or good. I think their pacing has just been off so that one of them is doing well, the other one happens to fall behind. So I think they just need to figure that out. But Neptune did good yesterday. I will not let anybody slander his name off of yesterday.
We like Neptune in this house right here. But yesterday in New York, they went through a lot of growing pains. And speaking of which, we have a soundbite for you guys. I think you might like it. Let's check it out.
Spread their door, one of their zombies on me, bro. Rotate.
Yeah, we're good. Yo, Paco and Travis, calm down. What's mid, Pred?
They're gonna probably be
What's
here.
Another one underbroken. Lamar, watch out. Underbroken, Mike.
Guys, we gotta rotate, man.
Yeah, rotate. Everyone fucking relax, dude, please. He was like Travis or Paco, you're talking super
I mean, this listen is just downright horrific. You know, as a team, especially when you're trying to get better and learn, this is when you have to be calm. Crim, he should have definitely came in right there and just been like, everybody take a deep breath. And then he straight up directs it at Paco and Neptune. And in that moment, it makes Neptune lose a gunfight, right? So Crim, he's been playing for a long time. Obviously, it's hard to criticize him, but still at the same time, he's not immune to it. He's going to have to calm down in those situations, in those comms, so they can progress as a team. And immediately after that, you saw Clay gets frustrated as well. He goes, guys, we have to rotate. It's just pandemonium on the map. So for New York, obviously that's a little bit of growing pains, like Veli said. They're just going to have to figure it out and smooth those comms out. Yeah,
I mean, in comms that happens. You know, sometimes you do need to tell your teammates to calm down, but to call them out by name, when you're mid-game and somebody says your name and you're about to be mid-gunfight trying to rotate, it pulls you out of that competitive mindset. It pulls you out of the zone that you were in. And so I think that was taking it just a little bit too far, but I understand, that first calm down should have been the end of it.
Yes, now also, we have more of the pre-show coming up right now between the first matchup of the day, and it's going to be between the Atlanta FaZe and the Paris Legion. It's something that I can't wait for, and I know for those of you at home, you beautiful people, you can't wait for it either. We'll see you soon on the other side of this break.
Cellium, who fights two right off the rim, makes it three. Taken down one by one. Last man standing. Oh!
Welcome back to day 2 of the CDL, and right here on the Analyst Desk, we're going to break things down with the biggest minds in the game. My name is aBeZy. I'm going to be your host, but I'm here with aLLeY and Nameless. But let's talk about it. The first matchup of the day, the Atlanta FaZe. Can't wait to see him, right? Facing off against the Paris Legion, and Nameless, let's talk about Atlanta FaZe, man. They copped a big L over the Kickoff Classic weekend, and now they're going to try to redeem themselves that the CDL is going into the regular season.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe, they lost. I mean, it's like last year they lost at the kickoff, and then after that, they just seemed to dominate going forward. I talked a little bit to their coach, RJ, after they lost their series, and he was basically saying, like, everything that they worked on in practice in the kickoff, it just didn't work out for them. They weren't doing it, so he said this is exactly what they needed. They needed to lose in order to get better.
Yes, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, aLLeY. Cellium is one of the highlights on this roster. He tore it up over the Kickoff Classic weekend, and I expect him to continue to tear things up on the field.
Absolutely. Cellium is probably one of the most consistent players in the league, and I have no doubt he will do that pulling into today. But they also need to keep executing world-class hardpoint breaks. This is a very aggressive team. They broke 33% of the hills in the series versus Seattle, which is 3rd overall, and they only played 1 series. So, and Simp needs to bounce back, I guess. A bit of a .82 KD there in the 1-3 loss versus Seattle, but it's Simp we're talking about, man. It's a tiny terror. So now, no doubt, coming into today, he'll have a fire under his belt.
But at the end of the day, it's Simp, right? Nameless. This is the best team in the CDL, man.
Yeah, when you look at rosters across the board, we were just talking about in the green room. I said there's a potential flaw on every team.
Yeah. Besides
Atlanta FaZe. This is the one, in my opinion, this is the ideal Call of Duty team. They have every person in their role, respectively, that is just absolutely phenomenal. They gel in and out of game, and they're great at every single game mode. And they have the best player in the world on their roster, and that is Simp.
Yeah, we saw the big man on the screen right there with the tiny terror right there on your screen. But Atlanta FaZe, the best team in the CDL, they're facing off against Paris Legion. And when it comes to the game field keys of victory, Nameless, what does Paris Legion have to do in order to pull this win out?
There's a lot that Paris Legion is going to have to do going up against the Atlanta FaZe, right? One, individually, they're all going to have to be on point. There's not a lot to take away from their first series they had against the LA Thieves. They lost 1-3. But with this roster, everybody has a chip on their shoulder, right? So there's another side to them where we could see sort of a beast awakening in them. We saw Decimate last year when he filled in for New York. He had a couple good series, a couple good events, good search and destroys. Fellow, he's been playing great in challengers. But yeah, basically, first things first, they're gonna have to pray because Paris Legion has not had a good history against Atlanta FaZe in the COD League. They're 0-5 overall. But once they get the prayers out of the way, one thing to take from that series that they had is Decimate played pretty good with a 1.17 KD in their 1-3 series loss to the LA Thieves. So get him going. Maybe he can be a star on this team. But at the same rate, everybody has to step up. It wasn't just Decimate who was the star on the team because his pace is still behind some of his teammates. But yeah, it's going to work in progress. I don't think they're expecting to win this. But if they come away with a map or two, that's a win in my book.
And aLLeY, the thing is, when we take a look at this exact matchup, Atlanta FaZe, yeah, they're the best out there, right? But Paris Legion, they're not bad at all. And I'm going to tell you now, I love John on this roster.
I mean, I mean, they definitely gave him probably one of the hardest matchups heading into our kickoff here on the weekend. But they remind me of LAG in a sense of it's a full veteran roster. They all have a chip on their shoulder. I mean, you look at Dashy, John, Fellow, also individually talented. Put them all together, though, and the chemistry is just really funky. It's really weird. But you know what? If they have anything going for them, they could 100% surprise. Everybody expects so little out of them that they could do anything they want. The bar is so low.
All right, so now, talking about a surprise, let's go down the line. This is going to be the fun part of this all. Let's talk about predictions for the first matchup of the day. Nameless, are you going to surprise us by not picking Atlanta FaZe to win this game?
No, I have to go with Atlanta FaZe. They're the top dog, man. I think they come out here and they're ready to go. I think their practice is going to be on point, and they're also on that dark fiber, so they're going to come in.
You're right. All right, aLLeY, I'm not a mind reader, I'm not a psychic or whatever, but I'm guessing Atlanta FaZe as well, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Atlanta FaZe, 100%.
All right.
Mic drop.
3-0, 3-1, what you got?
I got 3-0, actually.
3-0, okay. So me on the other end, I like Paris Legion. I like them a lot, man. I love the players on that roster, but Atlanta FaZe are the real deal. Those are going to be the top dogs, and I'm saying it's going to be a 3-0 win entirely. They're going to run away with it. But also, let's hear who the casters think are going to win. Lando and Steady, are you guys there?
We're here, Val. We're here.
Right here.
What's going on? All right, so I'm going to put, it's good to see you guys, too. I'm going to put both of you on the hot seat now. I missed you guys, by the way. Starting with you, Big Daddy Lando. Who do you have winning the first series of the day?
I guess I'll have to ride with that nickname for future. Thanks, Val. But no, I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe. I I think the real prediction side of this is that, hey, do you think Atlanta FaZe is going to win 3-0 or 3-1? I won't give any spoilers. Maybe I'll allow Jay to jump into that a little bit more than me. But I actually do like a few of these maps here for Paris. So I will say they'll steal one, but I think that at the very most is what they're going to get. I got Atlanta taking this.
All right.
Yeah, for me, I 100%. I'm also taking Atlanta. I think it's going to be a closer series than people expect, just based on the maps that we received. Because a lot of these are maps that Paris, they were able to play at kickoff. So they have some reps on it. Some of these maps Atlanta FaZe haven't played. But I still think Atlanta FaZe, they've never been able to lose 2 series back-to-back. It only happened one time in their entire career ever since the team has been formed. They're going to bounce back strong here and win this in a 3-1.
Yo, Standy, that shirt is banging, man. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to lock things down for the first matchup of the day. The Atlanta FaZe versus Paris Legion. I can't wait. Lando and Steady, fellas, take it away.
You got it, Vel. Absolutely, my friend. Yes, of course, it is Lando and Steady on the mics here to join you for our very first series of day number 2. Like we said, Jay, we've got a pretty interesting one. Atlanta FaZe versus Paris Legion. I know you and I have already talked about it. We've teased what are the maps and modes, but I'll allow for you to walk us through them. We've got Gavutu for the first one, Desert Siege Search Destroy, followed up by Gavutu Control, Tuscan Hardpoint. If it can come down to it, a Berlin S&D. But talk to me, buddy. How do you feel these maps favor both of these squads, specifically on the side of Paris?
Yeah, so right over the rip, Paris Legion, they were the A team. So they came out and took the initial ban on the hardpoint. They were like, hey, we're not going to play them on both cards. We saw what they were able to do at the kickoff versus Seattle.
Yeah.
They're a great team. We're not even going to test them. So we're going to come out, we're going to play a Gavutu. And this is a map that they played versus LA Thieves. They actually lost it 250 to 214. And the only thing that costed them, because they were able to outslay throughout the entirety of the map, but it just came down to the rotation. So that's what they need to focus on going into this map here. And then also in that map number 3, Control. That is where we saw Atlanta FaZe fall quite easily to a Seattle in a 3-0 sweep. So as long as they can just be more confident on their map, make sure they're using their teamwork and allowing their SMG players to really step up, because aBeZy and Simp really didn't have a good performance at kickoff. This should be an easy win for FaZe.
Yeah, it looks to be that way. Again, though, on the side of Paris Legion, there are some positives that you can look out for. As you said, my friend, the way that they looked versus the LA Thieves on this opening map, outslaying a team that many would kind of put in high regards in regards to specifically those power rankings. So all things considered, we'll see what the Legion can do. Off to a pretty good start, 20-0.
Yeah, so far, this has been great work from the Legion, trading their kills when they need to, decimate finds too. And with 20 seconds left on this P1 hardpoint, you have to start thinking about that rotation, and that's what Atlanta FaZe are going to do. But Paris Legion already have a couple players here, Felony and Temp, trying to cause problems. As Temp is going to drop, Felony finds the trade, but Atlanta FaZe are able to come out on top and should win the rotation battle.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, like I said, Paris, 41 unanswered points, make it 42. Just get that last tick in there, as Atlanta will be early on toward the rotation at that bottom ship. But you notice for the FaZe players, they've got 2 guys sitting in boat. They're also trying to watch the flanker and decimate. And how instrumental that he could be toward this team, Jay. He had a great series versus the Thieves, despite the loss to Dashy.
Yeah, he was the only player above a 1.0 KD. He was sitting at like a 1.17. Everyone else was around a 0.9. So you just need to have that consistent gameplay consistently coming out of Decimate, and have all the other players on the team to just step up. And right now you see John sitting at 7-4. Usually don't see a stat line of a guy that's running a permanent submachine gun on this map, but he's really answering the call early for Paris.
And one thing, too, keep in mind is Temp actually and Fellow combined for almost everybody in the feed. Simp did manage to sneak his way through, so it has been an excellent start for the Legion, but arguably one of the best hard points throughout our first 3 is the one that's about to come up, and Simp, he's hanging out toward the back beach. We'll see if he can cause some problems.
Yeah, he's going to have to try to play his life back here, because the spawns are not going to be in for his team. So he's eventually going to get taken down, but eventually the trades comes in. So now spawns are starting to come in for Atlanta. Towards that top lane, they have basically everything cut off for that player, which is going to be aBeZy on point. You see Paris is trying to take their time, trying to set up this pinch, but just great teamwork, great crossfires coming in from Atlanta to hold it for the first 20.
Yeah, and again, we continue to set up that play. The play that Simp makes, pulls out the MP40 and just goes for the long rotation. Meanwhile, it was aBeZy who was hanging out in the hill. He gets cut down by the nice nade and gun combination coming through from Decimate, as he now sits at 4-2. Great slang performance so far for the Legion, as now it's going to be a headbutt inside of the beach, but it's John who takes down both, one at close range and one from long range. Nice shots coming in from good old Jonathan Perez, as he'll eventually have to get taken down, and it will be Atlanta off the rotation, now prepared for next. But again, Jay, we're talking about this Paris Legion squad. Many thought that this is going to be a stomping off the rip, and through our very first 3 hills, it's with Legion. It's going to be Legion with a sizable advantage.
Yeah, they're coming to play today. They've been winning a lot of their rotation gunfights. That's what's putting them in this power positions. And then usually when they're set up on the hard point, they're winning at least 2 to 3 fights as a team, so where they're able to just hold the push from Atlanta FaZe so far throughout this game. But now you see them approaching the backside through beach, trying to flip these spawns for this P4. Spawns are starting to come in for Atlanta FaZe towards that top cliff side. Arcity's doing a great job of just slowing down the pressure as they are continuously finding every single kill, only going to be down by about 30 points down.
And you also like the way the Legion play this, right? I mean, they're taking their time, not trying to go 3 or 4 down, allowing for players like John to get into these power positions. So good first 30 seconds granted for FaZe, but John having other words. Now at 12 and 6, sets on what could have been a 4 spree. A little bit of an answer there for the Legion. Took a little bit of time, but really just in general, that is how dominant that this hill can be. Atlanta FaZe, for the most part, get majority of the time out of it. But when we talk about Gavutu, these rotations are huge. Almost every hill playing like a money hill outside of P2. And when we talk about this next one over a docks, it could be a great opportunity for a response once more from Paris.
Yeah, and off the rip right there, off the rotation, it was a huge gunfight that went out towards that ring side. It was John versus aBeZy. aBeZy was trying to work his way to the backside to try to flip these spawns towards back red tower, but John, he was able to take him down. So now you see Paris keeping control of the spawns for the time being. But that's going to be Atlanta FaZe starting now to spawn behind red tower. These players are starting from the Paris Legion are starting to spawn out towards P3. And now Atlanta FaZe with 25 seconds left. John going to be on the 5 streak, potentially able to pick up some streaks here if he can find another 2.
Yeah, can we talk about John, by the way? 17
He's going
and
crazy
7,
right now.
And there's going to be the strafe, 1 more for the glide bomb. 6 in a row for John, about to be potentially his 19th kill, finally dropped. But as we take a look at that scorecard, after the first set of rotations, it's going to be Legion with around a 35-point advantage. And a lot of that is going to be based off of John, a player, Jay, who did not play very well on that opening series versus the LA Thieves. Posted around a 0.7 KD, somewhere in that range. There's been a lot of talk about this guy. Obviously joins the LA Thieves toward the end of last season, but he is doing excellent work right now.
He definitely is, man. He's a world champion for his reason. I mean, for his own reason. The guy was able to get it done back in the day, and now he's trying to make his mark once again. But since Paris are dominating the way that they are, let's just go in for a listen to see how their comms sound.
Gonna be on the beach. On that kill. I'm going boat. I'm going boat. He could be our outer. He could be a little beach on us. Outer. One shot outer. Do you have any? I got John. John, try that. Alright. aBeZy's top boat. aBeZy is top boat.
I'm gonna go cliff.
Oh, he's at the rock. Or the pillar.
Cliff aBeZy.
Dead cliff. Nice. I'm on me old. Yeah, he's deep though.
One.
I got it. I'm close Arcitys, yeah? Yeah, I'm holding top boat, I think. I'm holding it. He's top boat. Cellium dead. I'm coming out. I'm trying to go mid. We're missing Simp, I think. Simp. Top boat in their ladder. Top boat dead. One more go.
Big ring. I'm leaving him.
Simp, on the beach. Simp, he went top.
He's their front boat. I came down R-ring stairs. I'm hitting Tom.
They didn't mid door. I did a mid door.
I got it.
We top boat.
One shot time and one top boat. One shot
P3. One shot time. And two top boat. Top red.
Hey,
yeah, one more hole in the wall.
Spawn here, we flip.
Yep, I'm hitting us at P5. I need a clip. Need it off.
I don't see anything.
There's not one shot.
Hill.
aBeZy was super weak in hill, guys.
Absolute top boat.
Alright, make sure we don't mess it up.
Alrighty, folks. Paris Legion obviously were not lying whatsoever when they were DMing the Florida Mutineers earlier, saying, hey, you know what? We're actually going to dominate FaZe. Make sure to watch us. And by the way, bonjour as well on your way out. Paris off to a great start. You've obviously seen Atlanta FaZe get some good time here or there. Now down by 30 seconds. But it is Legion in the midst of a big rotation. We know how great the beach can be. And Jay, they're getting ever closer to that double century mark.
Yeah, this is great work from Paris Legion. When they were in that listening, one thing that I really took away, though, was how calm they were. And specifically, a player like Felony. I used to team with this guy. He used to yell in my ear all the time. He was the guy that was just making sure everybody stayed calm, cool, and collected, make sure that the easy things were getting done, you're rotating properly, and that so far is what's been putting Paris in this lead so far in this game. They're up by 40 points. Even though Atlanta FaZe, they're able to break in from the front side with 30 seconds left. If you're Paris Legion, you have to start thinking about that rotation. So number 4 in the minimap, which is Felony, should start rotating early because you do not want to allow Atlanta FaZe to chain this P3 to P4 to get right back into this one.
Yeah, you're in a good spot if you're Legion. As long as you can cut down a few of these players, at least grab the time. And once they are able to do that, they'll be in a pretty good spot. They will focus all of the attention in terms of the last few seconds of scrap. Simp since now in a power position. You see Arcitys as well. A very wide setup right now granted for Atlanta FaZe. They are prepared to try and grab a full 60 on this hard point. And given the trap that they have set up right now, it could be somewhat dire of a moment for Paris. Big situation already beginning to brew as aBeZy's able to take down the first. Simp didn't get taken down from the boat side, so a few of these layers beginning already to get peeled on back. John decides to invest the streak, and he takes out 2 teammates, Jay.
That's truly unfortunate because that was allowing Atlanta FaZe to start having a couple players to swan out towards ring. So they had the numbers advantage, but that kill streak comes in from John, gets 2, and then eventually he dies as well. So that ends up spawning all of Paris all the way across the map. Now with 20 seconds left, Atlanta FaZe, they can hold this and potentially take the lead. The only thing is that they have to get out of this trap because right now Paris Legion have control of ship. They're still putting on a lot of pressure from Cliff, but Atlanta FaZe with 10 seconds left are going to be able to finally take the lead in this game 1.
Shout out to the Hot Hands Lounge. They're aware of it. aBeZy decides to push out of the setup. Already a big 1v1, but Temp is able to take it. We talk about the rotation now toward Docks. Legion are prepared. We talk about this map in particular for Gavutu, P4, P5, the specific hills to look out for. And Legion, they absolutely can win it here. Atlanta are going to have to contest for at least 25 seconds, or they could be saying goodbye to their hopeful map 1 victory. Decimate decides to join alongside the crew as Atlanta starting to run out of time. They're beginning to get picked apart, but it's Simp toward the bottom side of the cages. He begins to break on through, but it's Paris who get a full white. Player number 5 in Cellium, they're actually spawning behind them, but are they even gonna be able to get to the hill in time? And they will not. Paris Legion out of the gates will take down Atlanta FaZe here on Gavutu. Woo! I pick them. I'm sweating right now, Jay. Yeah. My pick'ems are not looking great.
I gotta grab the sweat rag because it's already started, man. It's already started. But unbelievable performance from Paris Legion to make the adjustments on this map number 1. We saw it. Like I said, they played this map versus LAT. They lost it 250 to 214, and it just came down to a lot of rotation gunfights. You saw aBeZy towards the very end, a huge one-on-one versus Temp, and that's just one thing that Paris Legion were not doing before, prioritizing the spawns, prioritizing the things that they needed to do right. They were able to dominate that P1 hardpoint, and then even when Atlanta FaZe always had an answer, they did a great job of just having an answer at P2 and having an answer at P4. But Paris, they were always able to respond with the next following hill, holding it to the T, getting the job done early into this series, now up 1-0.
All right, well, like I said, you can just throw your pick'ems, throw your predictions out of the window. We were talking about, could Legion grab a map? That was really the big conversation. Well, they're already out of the gates nice and early, and we got to give some love to that man, John. I mean, he and Temp lead the way in regards to slang. John, 25 and 18, Temp, 25 and 15. I mean, Jay? John really struggled quite heavily at the Kickoff Classic. There are people already talking, is he going to really be the SMG player that this Legion roster needs, considering how Decimate was slaying, nobody else really there to join him. Oh, man, Legion putting everybody on notice.
Definitely, too. And if he's playing like the way he is right now, this is the best case scenario because the guy is capable of putting up numbers like this every single map. He is an MVP world champion for a reason. And him sitting alongside Temp, this is a guy who I really wanted to focus on in this series because Temp, he was an MVP candidate back in Black Ops 4. Then the following year, he joins NYSL. Things work out there. He's able to win at least 1 home series, but then the following year, he joins the Thieves. Things don't work out. He ends up hitting the bench, and now he finds his way onto this Paris Legion roster. And I just feel like if I'm Temp, it's all about the bounce back. This is a team that basically not anyone wanted, so they just basically got put together. But if I'm Temp, it's all about just making sure you're staying consistent with your team, doing the right things, because that can be the best formula versus some of these teams that are not expecting this performance from Paris.
I want to ask you too, Jay, I feel like for a team like Paris, when you're facing off against a roster like Atlanta FaZe, as we've seen Gavutu play so far, it's very, very heavily based off of rotations. I mean, you rotate early, you're almost guaranteed to get 20, maybe 30, 40 seconds we're talking on this map. I mean, do you think the teams will continue to play Atlanta FaZe on a map like this, given that the slang, not that it's muted in any way, but it's going to take a lot more out of the Atlanta FaZe roster in regards to having to get across the map, in regards to not maybe having as much flexibility around the map as they'd like. Again, Gavutu, Gvutu, another solid map for Paris Legion, but do you expect this to be a trend potentially?
Yeah, I expect if I'm any other team so far in the CDL, I want to play Atlanta FaZe on Gvutu because you're basically cutting the Tiny Terrors in half. You're only having one player running SMG, which is aBeZy, and then Simp, he's probably going to be a little bit uncomfortable. You're not going to get them at their full strength. So far, Paris Legion, they made it look easy on that map, number one. The only player to go positive on the Atlanta FaZe roster was Cellium. He was sitting at like 19 and 18. So for Atlanta, it's all about just getting more consistent, getting more confident, because right there, Paris Legion, they just started off so hot into that game, and it was too late for Atlanta FaZe to try to fight back towards the end.
Yeah, not strong enough for the Atlanta FaZe, at least in that first hard point there on Gvutu. But again, we got to talk about the man. John performs excellent throughout that first hard point. I know I already said the stats, but we got to call it out again. 25 and 18 for the vet. As you said, Jay, 2016 COD Champs winner, also the MVP of that event, and he just put up some excellent stats. Also grabbed a good old minute and 30 of hill time. I mean, I think it's fair to say, my friend, he really seems to be the X factor for this team, really throughout this series, and specifically in this next Search and Destroy.
He really is. And for me, when I look at this roster, I feel like John C's has the most veteran presence on this team, and he's also the world champion. Believe it or not, I'm looking at him to be the leader of this team. So the fact that he's putting up numbers like that means you're leading them in the slaying, you're leading in the hill time, you're doing everything you can to try to get your team to win. And that's the kind of player that John is. He just needs to keep it that consistent gameplay.
All right, I gotta ask you now, as we load in for Desert Siege Search and Destroy, this will be a good indicator to see how Paris have really evolved their game. They get destroyed versus the LA Thieves on this very map at the Kickoff Classic. They dropped this one 6 rounds to 1. But talk to me, my friend, level with me a little bit. Is there now a concern level for Atlanta? Where does that sit right now after that first hardpoint loss?
Well, the first hard point, I was honestly expecting Paris Legion to walk away with that. That's why I chose FaZe to be able to win it in at least 3-1. But Search and Destroy, this has been their bread and butter. Regardless of whatever the hell is going on with Atlanta FaZe, they will always know how to play Search and Destroy. So I'm expecting this to be a good one between both of these teams.
I don't know if anybody else heard that, but maybe a follow potentially going down on stream. Regardless, here we go into our first round. If you didn't hear that, don't worry about it. Anyway, it will be the Atlanta FaZe starting things off. On the attacking side, Decimate. A pretty powerful position toward the top side of the trains as he gets wiped away, and now it clears that lane over toward the B bomb site there for FaZe.
And now this forced attempt to give up his positioning is just going to put down a couple shots. So now Atlanta FaZe is committing towards this rotation towards A. And John able to hit a great shots onto Arcitys, force it to be a 3v3. But do they know the positioning of Felony? Because he's in a great position to at least cause some problems as aBeZy's trying to take his time in this gunfight.
It almost feels like aBeZy is somewhat aware of his position, fellow. Not going to be able to grab that one. Now an instant 2 versus 3. John once more firing out a shot there from the Car 98K as he'll have to go and distance himself back. Meanwhile, it is going to be a plant there for aBeZy. Now on to Legion in the 2v3 retake.
And just pay attention to where Temp is going. He's worked his way all the way around the backside of the spawn. So he should have the potential to at least spot one player in Cellium, takes him down, forces it to a 2v2, and at the same time, John takes down aBeZy, now in a 1v1.
Simp fires in some shots. He versus John. John toward the side of the trains, but Simp is able to take him down. A big 1v2 clutch there at his Simp. It got a little bit dicey. You saw the trigger discipline that allows for him to gain that instant positioning there onto John. A nice and early clutch there at his Simp.
Yeah, that one almost kind of got scary right there because once Temp was able to lurk his way through the backside, once he finds that kill onto Cellium, John picks up a kill at the same exact time. So then it's all left on Simp. Uses great trigger discipline to at least stall a little bit more of that clock before he finds that first kill and then times it perfectly to find the second. Great opening round out of Atlanta.
Solid starter there for FaZe. As we said, Simp walking away with both of those. This time, Cellium with the superior shot takes down John for the first blood as Legion look to regain, look to rebalance, and really look to reestablish some control. Temp still aware of Cellium's positioning. Knows he's got to be somewhere out there in the desert. It's just a matter of trying to get him in your line of sight. He may have that opportunity. Temp has to be careful, and Cellium there to pick him apart once more.
So now it's going to be a 4v2. Bomb is going to be down. Felony is going to work his way towards that side, but Cellium does pick up his third on the round. Looking for the fourth, but Felony's going to be able to shut him down, but that was a clean round out of Atlanta FaZe, more specifically out of Cellium. Opens up the first blood and single-handedly just shuts down that B point from every single player of Paris trying to approach him. Great round out of Atlanta to go up 2-0.
I don't know what exactly was going down to that round. It was just like Cellium, just like,
yeah, he's back there. Yep, he's back there, guys. He's still there.
I got a third one. Yeah, calls out. Like, I got fellow one shot. Okay, cool. We win the round. Yeah, just it seems as if Paris Legion just could not really afford to take MC down for whatever reason. He's got a great shot, great head of hair as well. Not an easy player to take down in any stage, specifically on a map like Desert Siege. We are already into the mix. How about this challenge from Legion off the rip? Fellow and Decimate getting all up in FaZe's face. As now Cellium, the man who dominated in the last round, is now wondering, what just happened to the teammates? Am I gonna have to do this again? Yes, you will. You're gonna have to do this again, Cellium. But now a 1v4.
And that round all came down to just the aggression from Paris Legion. They had Felony go on top of that B-bomb. Decimate worked the way towards low. And then once they find 3 kills, 1v4 left up to Cellium, and it's pretty much impossible to try to get that done when you have nothing but talented players on the opposite side. As that's going to be Paris Legion able to get their first round on the board, and that's great from Paris Legion. Right there, that was a tone setter kind of round. They said, hey, you guys so far have been taking your time on the defenses, taking your time on the offenses, but this time we're going to be the aggressors, and it worked out in their favor.
And given, this Paris Legion roster as well, you wouldn't expect them to necessarily be the team that wants to try to aggress a roster like Atlanta FaZe, but just a great call. They're out of the Legion. Got to imagine a lot of voices on this team, specifically Tyler Fellow, known for making those calls in Search and Destroy. He has been grinding in Challengers. Just a great mind for the game. Very well could have been somebody who helped make that call. And speaking of calls, this could be a great opportunity right now for aBeZy. Find himself on the flank. Nobody has any idea that he happens to be here, and he has at least not just 1, but 2 players in his sights. Thank you for the first blood. Thank you for the second and the third as well. Now it's all going to be up to Temp. He rocks dead silence. But it's aBeZy, like we said, who is storming his way already here on Desert Siege. Temp firing out a few shots, and aBeZy, he's hungry for the ace.
Yeah, just go give it to him. Let him work towards some kill streaks. It's all going to be on Temp. They know exactly where he is. The bomb is going to be down towards trains, but it's only a matter of time. Temp's able to at least take down 1, but he sets up this duo into aBeZy as he does find the ace on the round. I'm pretty sure aBeZy was just able to walk right through bottom middle,
I think so,
right through their spawn, right through the B-bomb site, right to their spawn, and just get behind 3 players. That's an unbelievable play out of aBeZy, 1/2 of the Tiny Terrors to take the round.
It's just funny, too. Like on a map like Desert Siege, you think it's huge, it's wide open, especially on that desert side of the map.
Yeah.
Like, if you have somebody in a power position, you can see everything alongside the desert, but the Tiny Terror, just too difficult to spot. Great plays coming through from aBeZy. Like I said, he gets the ace, and he totally breaks open that round, and he could be having some streaks in his future. We'll definitely be looking through his perspective a lot in our next few rounds, but a good 3-1 start here for Atlanta FaZe off the start, and already into the gunfights we go. aBeZy gets taken down off the spree, and it's Decimate there for Paris Legion to find the first blood. Simp still sits in a nice spot, though.
So down to 3v4 with a minute left. Simp still in a great position, sitting towards bottom middle. But if you're Atlanta, you're just trying to play a pick. Arcitys able to at least even up the numbers for now. It's going to become a 3v3. They take that player off the top building, but Simp, he tries to attack and unfortunately runs into Decimate on the pre-aim. Now with 45 seconds left, it's looking like they're going to attack this towards A, which should allow these players to start setting him on the flank. 35 seconds left. Bomb has to be planted.
This is what you can come to expect on this map, and primarily, right, is how often that objective can begin to flip. Cellium, does he spot Decimate going for the flank? He does. Meantime, Arcitys as well gets dropped, and there we have it, John, with the snipe watching over his squad mates. How about the shot there from Jonathan? Excellent work there for Legion. And a nice little action there for our final kill, getting the headshot there onto Cellium.
Yeah, he just lines it up perfectly, but it all came down to the beginning of that round. Like right there, aBeZy, when he peeks that window, he got really bad timing on the Decimate, and I'm pretty sure Decimate was able to spot him. That's why he was able to just preempt that window, get that first blood, and eventually keep the numbers advantage in their favor. But just great teamwork coming in out of Legion. They had the crossfire set up properly. Just walk away with the round, now down 3-2.
A little bit of aggression shown there from Atlanta inside of that middle university building. Again, a power position on Desert Siege for obvious reasons. It sets to the dead center, and Decimate once more able to take aBeZy down for the first blood. Granted, he didn't have a long stint last year in the CDL, Jay, but when he joined the Seattle Surge, he posted some great numbers in search and destroy and shown why that can be the case once more here in this game. Paris with numbers, and Paris, they also get the bomb down.
So now in the 4v3, someone on FaZe has to make a play, and it's looking like it's going to be Simp. It looks like those players through the wall are just having a little bit of fun together. 25 seconds left. Cellium does find one onto Temp, makes the numbers a 3v3 for the time being, but it's 20 seconds left. Someone has to hop this bomb.
And Arcitys is going to have to push this position, given the fact that Cellium happens to sit right behind him. How about the shots from Fellow? But 13 seconds. And Cellium, he has to try and challenge. He does not know where John happens to be. He knows he's got a sniper. Is he one of these back positions? No, he's actually challenging the bomb. And with that, it is going to be a round for the Legion. It's just a matter of who can find the kills. John decides to challenge. He gets ripped apart, but it's Paris who even up the score now at 3 rounds apiece.
And that's just good work coming in from Decimate to find that early first blood. Once he does that, that allows his teammates to eventually get that free A-bomb plant, because once you are Atlanta FaZe, you drop that player watching bottom middle, you're watching that cross. The players in the back can't really see the bomb site unless you're playing up close and personal with it. But Paris Legion, they take exactly what Atlanta FaZe gave to them, get the bomb plant, win the man advantage, able to tie the game up at 3 apiece.
Yeah, man, Decimate just continues to be a problem in these early stages of rounds, specifically these last 2 in a row. He's been causing some issues for the Tiny Terror specifically. Nice first blood there coming in from aBeZy. It's not going to be based off the MP40, but instead a nice little pre-nade. So we do say goodbye to Fellow. Atlanta FaZe with numbers, and Temp very well may be called upon nice and early, as that bomb is going to be dropped there for FaZe. Simp still waiting on the fight. It's going to be up to Legion here for the retake. On the stairs he goes, spots the boot. Good night to Temp. Now all up to Decimate and John. Decimate's at least able to drop one to start. Still 30 seconds left on that defuse. Decimate has got some clearance here at the bomb site and now has the opportunity to take the shot. But it's all going to be on the John. A 1 versus 3. Still has to go for the defuse, and FaZe will rebound.
And that's just good work. Once again, coming in out of Atlanta. They get that early first blood. They slowly work up towards that bomb. They get it down, and once again, they just play their crossfires. Perfectly set up right there from Atlanta. They knew exactly how they wanted to execute that offensive round. They take control of bottom middle. They get control of the A-bomb site, work the play, and now they go up 4-3. So now it's all about the response on defense, because so far, Paris Legion, when you're playing a map like Desert Siege, a lot of the attacks usually go down at that B-bomb site. This has been a straight offense, confested kind of play or map here between both of these teams, as now you're going to see Paris Legion starting to commit towards B. Temp opens up with that first blood, but Cellium answers with one of his own.
Oh, he thinks that too as well. I could have swore when John challenged him that Cellium also had the car out, but not at all the case. The automaton in Cellium's hands, absolutely filthy, as I think Cell now sits on 6 in a row. So we're going to be talking about streaks, it feels like, quite soon. Arcitys has to be careful, does not want to fall off the map, especially in a round like this. Then finally feels some sort of confidence to lay down this objective, but as Fellow drops, it's all going to be on to Donnie Temp. A 1 versus 3, and it's just a matter of FaZe poking out, picking them apart, and that will be exactly the way that it goes down. FaZe with the retake, and I mean, what, Jay? Based off the great long shots from MC, he continues to be a problem.
Yeah, and now I understand why Paris Legion do not want to go B, because Cellium was able to pick up the ace the first time that they went towards B, and right there, he almost picks up the ace towards the very end, but Simp steals the kill. But that works onto some streaks for Cellium. I'm pretty sure he's on a 7 spree, so he has the glide bomb to work with. This opens up that A-bomb site wide open for them to just work a free bomb plant. But this is where it gets scary, because if you're Atlanta FaZe, you have the veteran presence. You do not want to invest every single round about playing around those streaks. You still want to use your normal strategies and then use those streaks to eventually close out the round for you.
It's a great call, my friend. At the same time, for Legion, you are always having that thought in your mind, hey, when could a streak come in? We want to try to play around that university side, as they may have to huddle in quite quickly. Here comes the glide bomb. It has Felony's name written all over it, as it will be the early numbers at the hands of FaZe, and quickly it is John left up all by himself. A 1 versus 3. Could get some nice timing, takes out Arcitys, but it will be a round for FaZe and a game for Atlanta as well, as they rebound here on the Desert Siege and take this bad boy 6 rounds to 3.
And now the series is tied up at 1 apiece. That is what we were expecting. Atlanta FaZe to respond in their game mode. S&D has always been their bread and butter ever since this roster has been formed, and they get the job done to just now tie the series up at 1 apiece. And that was just great work from the entire team. You had the Tiny Terrors who were consistently attacking towards the middle map, attacking that middle building, just trying to set the tone. But look at the stat line coming in from Cellium. The guy went on a 9 spree to close out the game. He single-handedly shuts down a B push from Paris Legion 1 round. Then the following round, when Paris Legion tried to do it again, he finds 2, catches a player rotating over towards A, gives him another 3. The guy just had himself a map, and he wasn't doing it with a sniper. You usually see someone holding on the left side of the map with a sniper, but this is what makes Cellium such a great player. The guy doesn't miss, had himself a map number 2.
Yeah, and despite what has been, more of a slower, start to Vanguard, we talked about the Kickoff Classic and obviously the very first map of this series, Cellium has been great the entire time. I mean, he still had like a 1.17 somewhere around that versus Seattle, still plays well in the opening Gavutu, and then puts up 13 in that Search and Destroy. As you said, my friend, didn't even need the sniper throughout a majority of that. Just has the most accurate of shots, pixel perfect, is good old young MC. As now Atlanta FaZe are going to even out this series at 1-1. But folks, we still have Gavutu again. We're going to be going back to that map for some control when we come back after this short break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
All right, welcome back, folks, to CDL opening weekend. If you're just joining us, where have you been? We're taking a look at our Game Fuel tactical play. And Jay, aBeZy's got his name written all over this bad boy.
Yeah, it was beautiful, man. The fact that he was able to rush right up the middle of the map through that B-bomb site to work his way all the way behind the players of Paris Legion. And then once you get to that position, it gets kind of scary, but the veteran presence that he brings, the trigger discipline that he brings right there as well, able to find not one, not two, but 3 kills on the flank. And then at this point, once Simp gives up his life, it's all on Temp. You know his positioning. You give up that kill to aBeZy. You let the young man get the ace. Because that was a highlight reel in its own, man. The fact that he was able to do that on Desert Siege, run right through the B-bomb uncontested and get behind them at train side, you usually do not see that happen.
Yeah, man. I mean, shout out to Zuma, a flank-esque type of play. Wonderful stuff coming through from aBeZy there as he one of the mini rounds that really kind of drove it home for the Atlanta FaZe. They now even the score at 1 game apiece, but still, we got to talk about it, Jay. That opening loss that Atlanta FaZe suffers on Gavutu Hardpoint, we talked about it. We talked about how this could be maybe a strategy moving forward. We're going to be revisiting this map for now some control, and we have seen Atlanta FaZe play on this very map at the Kickoff Classic, and it was not a pretty sight, my friend. A 3-0 loss to Seattle.
Yeah, Seattle so far, at least what they've shown us, they are the best control team that we have throughout the game. The only team that was able to take them down is Toronto, but it was on Tuscan. This is their bread and butter. So if you're Atlanta FaZe, at least it has to start with the consistency from your AR players. Like with Simp running your 3rd AR, you have to make sure that you're picking up these kills because they're so dependent on a map like Gavutu.
Yeah, and we'll see what Legion can try and provide us with. Again, they showed some grit in the opening Gavutu respawn. They'll have to now do it here on some control. And the problem is for Paris Legion, you can quickly get put in a spawn trap if you're not careful. The only player who still happens to be past the 50-yard line is going to be Tyler Fellow, alone, waiting, hoping that his teammates can come off of spawn. Thankfully, they will. Given the fact of Arcitys' position, they are going to grant them that closer spawn now toward that front ship. Arcitys now looks for somewhat of a pinch, but we're already a minute on in toward this opening round, and Paris have nothing to show for it.
Yeah, but Temp, he was able to at least find that kill onto Simp. So now this could potentially open up this 8-point for Paris Legion. But still great spots coming in from the Atlanta FaZe players. You see number 6 trying to work his way towards ring, not allowing any players to try to overextend, to try to get towards that B point. As his teammates across the map are winning every single gunfight. Last player is going to be here is going to be Decimate, as he does hop on the point, but Arcitys is set up beautifully with the crossfire, able to take down one. And with 20 seconds left, this has been a dominant defensive round from Atlanta.
Yeah, and when we talk about lives, I mean, if this thing can even go to a round 5, they're already sitting quite pretty in that scenario as well. Nobody able to get really past that cliff position. Maybe finally a little bit of an opening as John, the saving grace, takes down Simp in a 1v1, and they will have a few teammates off spawn to join them. So the stack is in, the first tick is through, and Atlanta, they're not going to allow for this one to go to waste. They are going to try to attack this, but once more, it's John doing big things inside of the point. His teammate gets dropped, but he is still holding this one down. Not just 1 tick, now make it 2. He cannot afford to get off of this objective because that will allow for the clock to continue to run, and it appears that his run will falter as well. Atlanta able to rebound, finally take down John inside a bottom ship. They do that, and they claim a well-rounded first round here in control.
And that was just great work from Atlanta, especially right off the rip. I'm pretty sure they were able to take down 3 Paris Legion players, and that eventually allowed aBeZy to just push straight on the cliffside, potentially put them in that spawn trap, finding easy kills left and right. And when you have such a start off like that, if you're Paris Legion, you're coming off spawn like, hey, there's a guy that's potentially at beachside watching our cross, and we know that it's going to be a guy at cliff. We just have to play our kills. We do not want to fall deep into this kill deficit if we do get to that round number 5, but Atlanta FaZe, they were able to hold. So now they go on the offense. Arcitys opens up the first blood, and they're already going to get on this 8-point.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Some solid aggression already displayed from Atlanta in the opening defense. aBeZy already flying out toward the bottom side of the ship. He just wants to get the call, and the call he will have. Shuts down John as Atlanta continue to apply the pressure toward the middle side of the map. Not only are they still fighting for bottom ship, but Arcitys in a great position to maybe challenge it B. John and the rest of Paris are going to read this one. And that's the issue for Legion at this point. You got to clear these players off as quick as possible. And it looks as if they will be successful in doing that. However, when it comes to the other side of the map, not nearly as successful aBeZy still alive and thriving for a moment as he gets dropped as well. 50 seconds left in Atlanta, a third of the way there at that A objective.
But so far, this has been a great hold from Paris Legion. They're keeping the kills stagnant. No one is dropping at the same exact time, so trades are just going back and forth. And with 40 seconds left on this clock, only one tick of progression coming in from Atlanta FaZe, as they are going to have multiple people now starting to commit towards this 8-point. Decimate able to find one, Temp finds a second. That's going to be another 3 dead. Now all left up to one player, which is going to be Cellium. He gets one, but it's still only 30 seconds left. Atlanta FaZe need to get on one of these points.
To do something. Decimate gets great timing as Cellium was in the middle of climbing up the ladder. Granted, that pistol can be excellent in certain spots, but Decimate gets the good timing, later traded on out. 2 FaZe players now sit inside of the bottom part of the ship. In Paris, they've got a few players displayed toward that P1 position as well. They're going to look for some sort of a pinch. This fellow takes down 2 off the rip. Temp also shuts down aBeZy, but being aware of that time, Cellium makes the sacrifice and decides to go ahead and stop the clock now over at that B position. And this is going to make one player from Legion now make it 2, have to challenge at the opposite end. Atlanta, back and forth we go, continuing to juggle, continuing to make Paris have to guess for where they're going to be at next. Simp stopping the clock now at 4.3 seconds, a few players there, and they will be able to hold on. Another minute added, but down 4 lives right now are Atlanta.
Yeah, Paris Legion, if I was them, I would have probably contested that because you have the live advantage. You don't want to give up that 8-point, give them a chance to try to get towards B since there was only 4 seconds left. But now with 50 seconds on the clock, see Atlanta trying to attack towards that top ring side. You have one player who's going to be sitting in towards top ship. He's eventually going to get flanked, which is going to be Simp. And he's going to get taken down. So now with 35 seconds left, you have 2 players who are approaching ring as Temp is hitting shots like that. But this is going to be difficult for Atlanta FaZe. They have like 1 or 2 more good pushes at this. Well, basically 1, as Paris Legion are pushing all the way in their spawn, not allowing any breaths from Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, Paris essentially make the decision for Atlanta. You want to? No, you've only got 1 opportunity. And Temp maybe even denying that as well. Atlanta hurtling up in their base, maybe just aware of the fact that, hey, we're not going to be able to get to B anyway. Let's just try to play the lives and just be focused on that side of things. A nice kill for aBeZy, but in the end, it will be the Legion equaling out Atlanta in terms of the defenses and securing a solid round of their own. Now 1-1.
1-1. The only thing that's kind of scary now is that Atlanta FaZe, at least in their first defensive round, they were able to outslay by an extra 2 kills. So if it does go to that round 5, right now Atlanta FaZe are leading in that department. But if you're Paris Legion, that's a great response to win your very own defense. You do not allow that 8-point to give up so easily. Even though you probably could have saved it with 4 seconds left, you still were able to hold it down towards that top ring, winning a majority of those gunfights to close it out. But now they go back on the offensive attack. You do not want to go 3 down off the rip and allow Atlanta FaZe to get pushed up in your spawn once again.
Yeah, that's a great call, partner. That's exactly what went down for Paris. They essentially put themselves in a slump off the rip. These early engagements so big for the attacking side. It will be a 2-1 advantage in our initial gunfights there for FaZe. But clearing out a lane, it appears that really Atlanta focusing a lot of attention inside of green, also trying to be aware of anybody hitting a flank. But a nice double headshot coming in from Decimate will absolutely open up this boat. This fellow sits inside of the bottom ship. The rest of his teammates are slaying out toward the top side. FaZe have you really yet to see that much of this objective, but a nice shot's coming in from Cellium. The nade over the top side from Simp is able to clear things off for now, but we've got a streak inbound as well, at least gaining some information at the very least. FaZe continue to cycle in 1 by 1, but it's not mattering at all. They're going to go and grab this 8-point, and they're putting pressure on the spawn already. Decimate is already going to be a B.
Yeah, this is kind of scary right now. If you are Atlanta FaZe, they went at least a clean 4 dead. This is going to allow these players to start pushing through green. Just pay attention to your minimap. It's going to be Felony able to sneak his way through the back. One player on Atlanta does spot him, so they take care of him for the time being. A still has not been captured, so Atlanta FaZe, they're going to try to put some pressure on this. Oh! They're not going to allow this time to be extended by a minute as they take down another 2 players. One more player trying to approach towards top cliff, but with 40 seconds left, if you're Paris Legion, you have to make sure you capture this 8-point before you move on to the next task.
Yeah, right. That's exactly the problem. Legion, they decide to jump off the point. They think, hey, surely we've got this one. We know Decimate's on the other side of the map, when in reality, they're not able to secure it. FaZe with a huge moment. Playing off of the mistake from Paris, as they will finally be able to jump right back in this one. But you have to imagine, in regards to lives, in regards to time, It does slow them down a bit. So 1 minute and 20 to work with. No progression made yet over at B. But I feel like the focus is going to be on somebody like John. Somebody to make a play, get on the flank, push through that green side, and allow for FaZe to not feel nearly as comfortable. Atlanta with a solid setup for the moment, and John with a nice and early pick there on the Simp.
Yeah, so now it's all about just working this backside. You have a minute to do so. You have a 3 live advantage for the time being, as they are going to be able to find aBeZy off the spawn. Look at number 3 in the minimap, though, as Temp's going to be able to come behind Simp. So now it's all on 2 players from Atlanta FaZe who are pushed out towards top ring, as you're going to have a couple players spawning in towards green. John is just playing for the spawn kills. He knows everything about the game. And now 17-10 with 40 seconds left. Paris Legion, they're just looking to slay. They're playing the kills. They're not even hopping the point.
John from the skies. All right, didn't know he had a vertical like that, but John, unbelievable leap. Sky jumping in from the jungle side, and you can tell they're not even playing around the objective. They're just realizing the kills. They are aware of the spawns here on the defensive side for Gavutu, and making FaZe work for everything. Now 16-7 in lives. It looks as if the spawns have flipped. That's not even possible. Paris now pushing on in, and here comes the streak from John. They're gonna have to be careful with this. 24 seconds, but John has got his teammates back. Still hop on the objective. Atlanta now with no respawns left. It's gonna come down to a 4 versus 14 in total. Simp taken down an early 2, but Legion in such a good position, watching over each other's back. I believe that John did fall on the objective, so that one is going to sit off in the distance for the moment, but it's down to the final 2 players, Simp and Cellium, all by their lonesome. Now up to MC, a 1v10. Here comes the streak, and good night to FaZe, an attacking win there out of the Legion.
And that's just great work from the Legion. I thought it was kind of getting scary towards the end of that game. I mean, towards the end of that round. But Paris Legion, when they were playing for those spawn kills, it was about 45 seconds left. They attacked the guys at ring, and they were able to win those gunfights. They were able to pick up some streaks as well. But then towards the very end, if I'm Cellium and if I'm Simp, all you have to do is basically watch that cross. And I know it's an 11v2, but there was only 10 seconds left. You don't have to really commit towards any gunfights. But Paris Legion, that was a beautiful, beautiful offensive round, which it looked like it almost got away from them. They almost didn't cap that A point, but they were able to pick up some streaks, able to close at that B point, and now take our very first offense of the map.
Yeah, and now that puts all the pressure on the FaZe. And we talk about round 5, if they can even get there. Paris Slay, the way that they do, they look good. They maybe have the defense coming into that round 5, but the thing is, FaZe are gonna have to pull off something special to also now take an attack. aBeZy deciding to push all the way up toward B, and there goes Cellium as well. So not the greatest of starts for Atlanta on the other side as well. They try to make some noise at the opposite end and bait out the Legion, but that is not at all end up working out in their favor. Again, another big spot for FaZe in a roster, Jay, where we talked about Atlanta. This team was winning 82% of their controls last year, already showing some signs of wavering on this map, specifically here in Gavutu. John continuing to try and be an issue, decides to flank around, gets the nice timing, takes down one tiny terror, and aBeZy gets dealt with as well there from fellow Atlanta. 30 seconds left, and as we said, nothing to show for it yet in regards to the objective. It's time to pile in over at A, but Temp sits in a power spot. He gets dropped.
And now Paris Legion, they have them in the trap. If they can win at least this rotation of gunfights right here, if they can get a clean 4 dead, this map will be theirs. With only 15 seconds left, Atlanta FaZe need to put some pep in their step. They need to try to get on this A point.
We'll see if they can do that. 8 seconds. The time continues to go away, but Decimate, he jumps in from the top. He jumps in from the top. He's also got another player in his sights, and he takes him down as well. Final few seconds. Nobody from FaZe is going to be able to get to the point in time. And how about Paris Legion? Not just once, but twice. Striking FaZe here in the respawns. And also doing it again on Gavutu.
This is unreal. This is unreal.
What is happening, Jay?
This is unreal. Usually, the perfect formula to beat Atlanta FaZe is to take one respawn and to win a majority of your search and destroys. But the fact that they have lost 2 respawns here versus Paris Legion, they make it look easy on Gavutu. Like right there, once again, they're basically shutting down the tiny terrors. Look at that. You have aBeZy who's 15-26. You have Simp who's 16-23. They're just not comfortable on this map. Paris Legion, they are taking full advantage of it, as you have 3 players breaking that 20 kill mark. You have Temp putting up 22 and 13 with 10 assists, 21 non-traded kills. That guy was a menace on the map. Now Paris Legion are up 2-1 in command of this series.
I don't know what to say.
Neither do I, man.
I have no idea.
The year just started.
It
just started, man.
Like we said, the last time, and I know we're talking about it already, the last time that FaZe dropped to the Kickoff Classic last year, right? They go on to their very next match, their very first match of Stage 1. They come through and they run through the Guerrillas. They outslay them on every single map. And from there, they go on an 11-match winning spree. We thought the same thing would happen here in their opening match versus the Legion, a roster that's obviously at the bottom of the power rankings, a team that really nobody expects to really contend. And the fact that they're coming through the way that they are and dropping Atlanta FaZe in back-to-back respawns, it is something to write home about. It is something to be excited about. Paris, I know you don't tweet all that often, but now is the time. Now is the time to get loud on social media. You have got Atlanta FaZe potentially right where you want them. An unbelievable start toward this series. And now, Jay, we're talking about a Tuscan Hardpoint. I mean, a map in particular where I know we keep referencing it, but Atlanta not that great on versus the Surge at kickoff either.
Yeah, and the thing that costed them mostly in that series versus Seattle just simply came down to the rotations. From top to bottom, this Atlanta FaZe roster is stacked. They have the capability to break hard points whenever they want to, but you have to keep the fundamentals in play. You have to make sure you're getting early to these hard points because a lot of teams, they're great at holding. And so far, the way that Paris Legion are playing, even based on that first map, the way that they were attacking their breaks was everyone was not going one by one. They were slowing down, allowing them to set up the proper team push. And that's exactly how I think they're going to play on Tuscan. The only thing that's going to be now scary is now that the Tiny Terrorists finally get to both use MP40s here, and now you have to try to shut them down if you're Paris.
Yeah, that's a great call. Like we said, we finally get to see a respawn, if you will, in which the Tiny Terrors will be at full form. But like you said, man, it's still a scary situation if you're Atlanta. I mean, we were already talking about this series. Hey, this is a great chance for them to warm up. This is a good chance for them to really kind of catch their bearings, much like OpTic Texas is looking to do in their next match versus the London Royal Ravens. But I don't know, man. I didn't expect us to be in a situation where Paris is not only just 2-1 up, but the fact that they won both of the respawns. I mean, has Tim the Tapman said that he's choosing FaZe? Is that what happened? Is that what's going on right now?
It has to be. It has to be because the way that Paris Legion are playing, man, they're looking like a complete team. And for a roster that people did not want to play with, they just formed this together. They make the job look easy, at least on Gavutu. They were just getting the job done. They were stepping up in the slaying department. They were great off the rotations. They were using their team fights, their crossfire set up perfectly. And so far, Atlanta FaZe is just simply haven't had an answer. So far, they had 3 AR, 2 submachine gun players where you're forcing Simp to run that third AR. He so far has not been comfortable on Gavutu. So now you're going on to a Tuscan. You just have to make sure that you're keeping your fundamentals in play. But I'm looking at John to try to slow down the pressure from the Tiny Terrors. We saw he was able to do on Gavutu map number 1, 25 and 15 with a minute 30. You need to match that energy going into this map 4.
Yeah, I mean, he and Tim specifically have been absolutely unbelievable. Jay, normally in a situation like this, I'd ask you, from the team that's down, hey, what are the comms going to sound like in this moment? I think we know what Atlanta FaZe is saying right now. But on the side of Paris Legion, I mean, if you're in the comms right now, as we take a look at the stats from Temp, he's been unbelievable. And maybe the guy who says something like this really to the team, Jay, what needs to be said for Paris? What in the comms do you say to this team going into this Tuscan and trying to get FaZe out here in this game 4?
Hey, we can do this. We can actually do this. Everyone was counting us out, but the practice and the work that we put in on the back end has got us to this position. Now it's all about just clutching up and make sure we're doing the right things. Make sure our teamwork is on point, our communication is on point, and their rotation. Because like I said, based off that first map, they were flawless on their team pushes, their team breaks. Everything was fluent when it came to those comms. Nice, calm, cool, and collected. So I'm looking at them to just continue that trade on because that is what can put them over the top of Atlanta in this map number 4.
Yeah, I like that, partner. It's a great call. It's a great thing to say at this stage of the game. Hey, we've done it before. We've been in 2 respawns. But can you imagine the way that social media would react? Can you imagine the way that the COD community would react if Legion take them out in 3 respawns?
Insane.
It'd be unbelievable. It'd be wild. It'd be crazy. Like we said, we already talked about it. Opening weekend has been unbelievable. Kickoff Classic, we talk about it, okay, cool. Where do the teams really sit? Single elimination. We're in full matches now. You're earning points for every single one of these bad boys. The fact that Legion sit where they do, it just goes to show how competitive this league really is. Like we said, this is not by any means done. FaZe can absolutely come through and force the game 5. But the way that Legion look right now, again, I mean, I think Nameless was talking about it. A ragtag group of guys, a lot of players who have tons of experience on this team. In fact, in regards to age, they sit as one of the oldest on average rosters that we have in the entirety of the CDL. A lot of vets who find themselves in a major spot. And the question is, Can they close out the Atlanta FaZe in 4? Or will Atlanta respond back and send us to a Berlin search destroy? We'll find that out in a moment, but make sure and stay with us. Let social media know, yeah, Paris, they are out and they are fighting. Can they close this one out in 4? Or like I said, do we have got a game 5 on our hands? We are about to find out. We're gonna go and throw it to a quick little break, but when we come back, it's time for Tuscan Hardpoint.
How's everybody doing today?
Are you ready?
Are you guys good? The ref's not talking? Valid. I'm f***ing valid. I'm excited.
Let's go.
Let's go, boys.
Porter. Porter.
What?
Oh, no.
Yeah, let's go.
Hello, boys.
Hello.
Back in TeamSpeak with y'all. Let's go. Make sure we're having fresh kitchen comms. Fresh kitchen comms, bro. Fresh kitchen comms, baby. Talk to each other.
Bro, when we did the walk-on, I literally was blind.
I'll go flashbang. Yeah, same.
Yeah. I was trying to open my eyes and keep them like all the way open, and I was just
Looking sees blue.
could have brought some lip balm, bro. I left mine as well. Rookie mistake.
Just do what we do. Play our game. Don't play their game. Play our game. Play our game.
Am I echoing? Hello, hello, hello. There's a little echo.
In my hair.
Oh, yeah. It is.
Oh, yeah.
This headset is heavier than
It's actually not.
It looks better.
It looks normal.
It looks fine, actually.
Yeah, it looks
Push
better
down
than,
the back.
Oh, they do the same thing.
Yeah.
What?
Bro, my finger's bleeding.
Yeah.
Can we get a timeout in the game or not?
Holy my finger's shaking, bro.
Disgusting. Bueno.
That buddy finger.
You're so lucky right now, ammo.
There he is.
Very neat.
What did he say? What did he just say?
Yo, can you guys see me?
Yeah.
You can see me as well?
No, where are you?
Oh, I'm behind you.
Get away from me, bro.
Imagine you guys spit in the lips.
Hello. One shot mid.
That's better. That's better.
I'm gonna start breathing, bro. You start breathing? Well, I think you've been doing that your whole life, mate. Start holding my breath. Well, a sniper. Yeah. What if that works? No, I used to play with someone who used to do that. What if he was in a clutch for a minute? Like a minute, bro. Oh, yeah, I know. That's what I mean. At the end of the round, it was the weirdest thing ever. I don't know if he was trolling or not.
Put that comms check into.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back to opening weekend. If you're just joining us, if you joined us off of a social media post in which the user was using hashtag CDL 2022, we'll welcome ya. It is Paris Legion going up against the Atlanta FaZe, and Paris have got Atlanta on the ropes. The Legion find themselves up 2-1 after walking away with not just the hard point, but also the control. FaZe now put with their backs against the wall, and they have got a Tuscan hardpoint up next. We've already talked about it, Jay. Players who have to step up. You saw them on your screen there for a moment. John, right now, sitting at a 1.24 KD. This is showing me shades of Black Ops 3. This is looking like MVP type of Perez.
Yeah, he's looking great out there, man. He's one of the best SMGs of all time. I put him up there with Scump, you know, side by side with each other, because John, he was always that player that could just take over the game with the SMG. Didn't matter, honestly, what weapon he had in his hand. He's just an overall phenomenal player. So now we're going into this map number 4. Paris Legion are currently up 2-1 into the series. Atlanta FaZe need to fight back, and this is where you can allow the tiny terrorists to really come about with the aBeZy and Simp if they can start turning up early.
And we'll see if the vets, we'll see if somebody like John can handle what is going to be an onslaught without a doubt. Legion with the preferred side, as they'll be able to get toward P1 first. The majority of the time you will see, okay, hold on, Legion get 3, make it 4 down there for a moment. I was going to say, Paris, given the way that P1 works, they've got some early time, and you can usually take advantage of the opponent's positioning, and they are doing exactly that and more. This is looking to be what could be 50 seconds off of P1. FaZe getting wiped away. There goes Cellium as well. A nice little 3 spree now for Temp. As FaZe tail between their legs, they are now set up at column. Decimate already looking to make a play inside of P5. We'll see what he can do, but the best of starts for Paris.
A clean 50 seconds off that P1. So now if you're Atlanta, this needs to be the response. You need to try to hold down this push as aBeZy and Arcitys, they're able to find 2, Cellium with the 3rd. So they shut down that initial push for the time being from Paris Legion. So now this is going to spawn them all towards bottom middle. You see number 8 on your mini-map, which is going to be Simp. Just playing for these players that are coming towards bottom church, but every single player from Paris Legion jumps to up top. Simp, this is going to allow for him to set up on that pinch. He finds another 2, and with 35 seconds left, you had to start thinking about that rotation, because money P3 can be a money hill.
Somebody who could really break open everything would be Simp. Finds his way behind one, make it two. A great position there for Simp as he now finds himself on 4 in a row. And as he continues to make his way through the middle side of the map, he's calming, letting the teammates know what he's seeing. So FaZe will grab the last 10 seconds of scrap. They're right back into this from a score perspective. And now we've got a huge money hill up next. Simp not really able to find the positioning that he'd like. Finally gets cut down. Fellow in a nice position as Legion look to gear up for what could give them a big advantage already early here on Tuscan.
So far it's been 2 great holds coming in from both teams, having the response to come back. At least for the P1, it came down to Paris, and then P2 was Atlanta. But now Paris Legion are going to be set up properly as John finds the 2-piece towards roof side. It's going to spawn all of Atlanta plays towards that P1. And this is going to set up a crossfire coming in from Paris Legion. So far, this hill has been uncontested, but Arcitys finds 2. aBeZy finds the 3rd. This could potentially be the break for Atlanta FaZe.
And you saw FaZe, they were trying to time everything up. Somebody coming through fire, everybody else coming through vines. They may have got the timing, but how about the shot from Temp? Simp is at least able to find 2. My goodness, the great shots there from him. A big 15 seconds left to fight for, and aBeZy says, screw that, not worried about the time. It's all about the rotation. The next one already here at Church. As Legion get a decent amount of time, they've got themselves a 30-point advantage now coming in toward our next hill. Oh boy, but here we go. Another major hard point already up next here for Atlanta. Let's step aside and see how the comms sound. Let's go to Elliston now with Atlanta.
Go top 2.
Middle, John, nice. 3 middle. 2 more middle, 2 more middle.
I'm late on time.
I don't know where the last guy is, though. I don't know where the last guy is. It's on the back, it's on the back.
I'm one shot.
I'll see you.
I have on time. I have arch. Look at my top. Double front.
I did. Watch out, fella. One more front.
I feel. I'll spawn the back.
I did. Good job.
I'm tapping a field.
Okay.
Yo, get time.
I did. Donnie top.
Wait. I'm my front door.
He's just sitting top.
Nobody. Both weak. Another one. All there then.
Okay, John.
Nice. I'm rotating.
I'm rotating Regis.
Yep. I'm trying to get up top.
Yes. I'm one for the pin.
Okay, I'm on fire already.
It's weak.
I'm not being good. There's a window.
Yo, you drift nice on me, I think. No, he didn't do me.
Oh, he shot out.
I'm gonna fight. He's going down. Wait for me, guys. Wait for him.
Yeah, we are. I'm trying to fight.
Go now.
Push your side. No, I should wait.
Dashy.
One shot outside. Absolutely. He's still there. He's in the wall.
Okay. I'll take him all. Wall.
On roof done.
Then
nice. Yeah, we should flip here.
I'll give it here.
I have radio. You're son?
That was my son.
I'm sending deep.
Watch your.
I'm trying to call my spot.
Nothing radio.
There's too many.
Yo, top radio now. Just give it up.
You know, Jay, one of the primary talking points around Atlanta FaZe throughout these last few seasons has been in regards to the comms. One of their primary discussions whenever they have been losing, which is not often, has been in that department specifically. Given how this series has gone, did you notice anything that may be off with, or did you notice anything that was off there for FaZe, or does everything seem somewhat normal?
Nah, it seems pretty similar to everything that they're usually doing. Just consistent small talk. Everyone is doing what they need to do, calling out the cuts, calling out the pinches. But the only thing that sounded a little frustrating towards the end was when Cellium was trying to set up for that pinch. All of his teammates died on the opposite side, which eventually allows for his teammates to get taken down. Paris Legion to break in. But then Atlanta FaZe, they were able to pull the lead away as they were able to get a good chunk of time at the end of that P5 and win a rotation towards this P1. But this has so far been a dominant performance from the Tiny Terrors. And this is what you got to be scared of. When you're allowing Simp to get pushed up this far on your base, currently 15-9 on forestry, potentially picking up some kill streaks.
Yeah, we know Simp been quite vocal on social media during the offseason. This guy likes to get loud. He likes to kind of embrace that villain role, and I think it's fair to say he's got to be quite frustrated with the way that this series has gone so far. Right now sits at 15-10, and so far, you can see the stats there on your screen, the way that he has looked here in this series, 169 to 129. Paris, now off of this rotation phase, are going to be here off the rips. Not only do they control P1 well, but now they've got a great setup here at Column. Great hard point here on Tuscan where you can really stack up the time. It's going to have to be a push and a break here for Legion if they want to try and keep this one close. We've got somebody coming in from the ramp as aBeZy does get traded out. Some nice long-range shots for Simp, but it's Temp who keeps on his spree only for a moment as Arcitys looks to extend his own. FaZe starting to walk away with this. The final 30 seconds very well could be a dagger. Legion have got to do something.
Yeah, this has been Atlanta FaZe's hard point. This P2, they were able to hold it for the first go around for about 50 seconds, and they have not allowed Paris Legion to try to get into this for any little bit of time until the very end. So now with 20 seconds left, Paris Legion, they're going to break in. They're also going to have the spawns flip towards the roof side, so they're going to have the rotation towards that P3, but they just have to keep in mind of Arcitys. Arcitys is going to be the closest player pushed up towards the middle of the map. He at least spots one player pushing around towards top fire, who's going to work his way around roofs, and he's going to be the player to watch off this rotation.
Yeah, he absolutely is. We'll continue to take a look up for his perspective. By the way, take a look at number 8. The great awareness there for Temp spawns right next to him. And he's able to take that one down as well. So good stuff here for Legion, just trying to clear the way and prepare for this rotation. The right call for FaZe to push in here from roofs, but Arcitys continuing to be a problem, still alive. Shuts down John. It's as well Simp coming in from the front. FaZe now look good for the break. Temp having a few words, but at the very least it is FaZe who claims this hard point and makes it theirs.
Now with 30 seconds left or 25 remaining on this time, Temp is at least able to find 2. You don't want to give up this time to Atlanta FaZe if you're Paris Legion. So that's doing a great job at least contesting it from the front, as RCD finds 3 in the feed on a 4 spree. Should be able to pick up this remaining 15 seconds. But now if you're Paris Legion, it's going to make you a little late on the rotation. You see a couple players from Atlanta FaZe trying to work their way towards the back. aBeZy and Simp, the Tiny Terrors, are going to get flanked by John. He's able to spot one, but aBeZy still makes his way through. You have to keep in mind of where aBeZy is, as John is hitting shots like that. But once aBeZy picks up that kill, his positioning is going to give it up. You see the Paris Legion players still having that back control.
John was looking for a heat check there onto the third. You got to respect it, but already a huge hill for the Legion. Already at church, one of the keys to victory was, hey, they got to hope, they got to pray that they're going to walk away with this one to at least make it close. And well, they find themselves in the best location for it. Cellium still making his way around the back, just trying to apply some pressure for Paris. The spawn would be nice for this hill, but contest will work just as nicely. A solid break once more there from Atlanta FaZe. P2, P3, and P4 have all been somewhat controlled by FaZe. All John can do is knock, and FaZe now find themselves within just 20 more seconds of sending us to a game 5.
And now with the rotation, you're gonna have 2 Paris Legion players at least there early to try to contest Arcitys. They take him down. It's gonna be another player here, which is gonna be Cellium. He finds first, he spots the second, trying to use his tacticals to work in his favor. He takes down John as well. So now it's all about slowing down, allowing Simp to set up this pinch, and Atlanta FaZe should be able to break on in.
They look likely to do it. Simp, another player entering in toward his perspective as he gets taken down. Now it's Decimate instantly on the return of fire. Arcitys drops, and John at least keeps this game afloat for a moment. But aBeZy, he just got 1 foot still inside of the hill. Legion not expecting it, but overall it is FaZe who come out and right the wrongs here on Tuscan Hardpoint. They dropped it at Kickoff Classic, but they learn from their mistakes, and they go big here on the second side of rotations. Again, Jay, we talked about the amount of hills that they chained together, the amount of hills that they just made Legion really work for. A great performance as they send it the distance.
So now we're going away to a game 5, and that was just based on that map 4. Atlanta FaZe, they were just holding down their hard points to the T. Like, we saw them get early to that P2. They dominated P2 off the first and second rotation, and then towards the very end of the P1 rotation of hard points, once they got towards P5, they were able to break in with 40 seconds, grow that lead by about 30 to 40 points, and win a rotation towards P1, which eventually allowed your submachine guns to get pushed up, to get a little bit more aggressive, and to just pick up those kills, keep the players on the hard point. So it's basically uncontested. That was just great work from Atlanta FaZe to keep the fundamentals in their back pocket and to also win a majority of those gunfights and have great holds for certain hard points.
Yeah, you can just tell, right? I mean, it took a little bit there for FaZe to really catch their bearings. As we said, the second set of rotations is really where the sprees began to take off. But Simp and aBeZy, granted, John gave it his best effort, but the Tiny Terrors, the rest of the group, just feeling much more comfortable on a map like Tuscan. Again, we'll continue to talk about this after the series is done and dusted, but Kuavo, a totally different story than the way that Tuscan will go down here for FaZe. Some big plays toward the stretch, but Atlanta are going to come up clutch and now send us to a game 5. We talked about how important it was for Legion, Jay. If they could go 3 for 3 in respawns, what that would do for their confidence. I mean, hey, it's expected, right? It is the Atlanta FaZe. I don't think you can be too ticked off if you're a Legion fan. Oh, we gave FaZe a respawn. You know, you're still going to a game 5, which you got to be stoked about. But give me some initial thoughts here on Berlin.
All right, so going into Berlin, I'm expecting to see Simp with a sniper. That's first off, because we didn't see Simp on that game number 2 snipe any single round. It was just him and aBeZy trying to take control of that middle building. But on a map like Berlin, it's all about just keeping your long distance, having your crosses on the offenses, on the defenses as well, because you can watch the defensive cross towards B on the left side of the dock. But it's all about just keeping your plays consistent, keeping your teamwork on point. And this is, like I said, Atlanta FaZe's game mode. This is where their teamwork and even their individual skill really comes out and about, because you allow aBeZy to go on late flanks. You allow Simp to always be the late flanker as well. And your S&D's playmakers to be playmakers. And so I'm looking like it's going to be a battle between both of these teams. And hopefully the way that Paris were able to at least put up a couple rounds in that game number 2, they just need to make sure they're doing it a little bit earlier and faster going into rounds, because when you slow down the game off the rip, you're allowing Atlanta FaZe to just be the aggressors the entire time.
Alrighty, my friend. Well, as you called it, the Beasts have answered back. They have made the call, and now they send us to a game 5. What a series it has been. What an answer. What a reply that Legion have given us so far throughout this series. FaZe will send us to a game 5, but how will Legion look? Can FaZe answer back? The questions that we will have answered when we come back after this quick commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to CDL opening weekend. It is day number 2, and what a way to kick off the day. It's Paris, it's FaZe going the distance. I know that may not be Cellium on your screen, but it's Cellium in regards to the stats, Jay. These are two guys we've got to focus on coming into this game 5. Cell sitting at a 1.07, but how about Donnie Temp, a 1.4 coming into this game 5?
Did I see that right? 87% non-traded kills. That's an insane stat. I remember Chance breaking it down yesterday. He was breaking it down yesterday. So low 60s are like, okay, it's pretty consistent. But when you get towards the higher 70s, that's when you know you're absolutely frying. The guy's at 87% non-traded kills. I mean, no one is getting a trade on Temp. So I'm looking at this guy to go completely off in this map number 5. Keep that pacing up. But the only thing is, it's going up against Atlanta FaZe in Search and Destroy. This has been their bread and butter ever since the team has been formed. But like I said before we went to break, it's all about Paris Legion starting the aggression early into this map. I know John is going to be their sniper, but you still have 2 great SMG players or 2 great flex players in Decimate and Temp that can really set the tone with their aggression.
Yeah, without a question, partner. It is going to be a phenomenal way to close out what has been an unexpected but yet amazing series thus far. Who is starting off their season at a 1-0, and who's going to be headed home focusing on what to learn from after what was a grueling match indeed. Here we are into the round number 1, and aBeZy finding himself on a lovely little flank. How about 1? How about 2? An excellent spot as Arcitys as well has got his teammates back. Fellas, at least able to write home about 1. But a great start here for FaZe. All on to Tyler Fellow. It'll have to be the 1v4 clutch. It'll have to be the ace. And best of luck doing that versus this team.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult task to try to get done if you're Felony, but you do have 45 seconds left. The only thing is Atlanta FaZe have 3 players watching that bomb down. So if I'm Felony, just want to try to play for a pick here. But he has to eventually working towards this A bomb, and the crossfire is going to be set up from all the Atlanta players.
Oh, and Fellow, I think he went to open the door. Does not get the chance, and aBeZy, he'll take the hat trick to start off this round. It felt like right there, Fellow was trying to open the door, doesn't get the chance. aBeZy is there, cuts him down, and that is a convincing round number 1 there for FaZe.
And right there, it was all on the plays from aBeZy. Like, he puts himself in a nice little cheeky spot, laying down behind that little pillar inside that A-bomb site, right against the wall, just pre-aiming towards the back door. But once the middle doors come in from chain that are broken wide open, you immediately get that guy off bomb. Another guy tries to sneak into the office room, but he gets taken down. And then eventually they had the crossfire beautifully set up. They knew the attack was going to come in on A, and Atlanta FaZe, they were able to dominate that first round.
One of the many terrifying sights, of course, pun intended there for FaZe. aBeZy, his ability to get up in the face of the opposition is not to be unexpected, as finally Decimate is able to read him. aBeZy went for the first blood, which he is known for, but doesn't get his opportunity this time, and that will look to halt the push now here for FaZe.
So now in the 3v4, Atlanta FaZe on the attack. You see the way Paris Legion are playing this. They have 2 players that are just taking their sweet time towards Splat, trying to set up a crossfire, but Arcitys might be able to get an angle onto Decimate as he does even up the numbers, making it 3v3. Well, all the attack is going to be here. If you're selling them, eventually you have to get into this play.
A lot of times you see teams maybe go for the rotation, but FaZe are still sitting on it. Temp being toward an upper position, toward top fire, but it is going to make FaZe have to go for the rotation. We thought it could be the case, but take a look at player number 2. John's already going to be here. No, he actually decides to back up. He backs up at just the worst time. FaZe go for the rush plant. Temp is at least going to have an inkling of information that they've got to be here. John misses the snipe, but the plant goes down successfully. Now into the 3 versus 3.
3v3. All of Paris Legion trying to attack through this lower dock side. You have Cellium, who's playing the safety net, watching over bomb, but they find that kill onto Arcitys on the site. So the doors are still going to be here. You can close these potentially, but he's going to actually pull the bomb away. Simp finds that kill. You have to get someone on bomb. He's going to be on it. He's going to be on it. And John, unfortunately, he's not going to get it. He's not going to get it. He takes him out in the nick of time, and now it's going to be a 2v1 all out of the Felony. I thought John made the heads-up play, but in the nick of time, Cellium knows that there has to be someone on bomb. We can no longer see it, and he was able to take down that player off the site, force it to a 2v1. If I'm Felony, I'm like, oh, yeah, John, you got this. It's in the bag. I'm watching everything for you. But that just completely catches him off guard, and Atlanta FaZe, they take the round.
John was so close. I don't know if we've seen it closer to Fuse so far throughout the year. I mean, what, it had to be like a quarter of a second, maybe less than that from escaping with the second round. Crazy stuff. And you think about it, maybe if one of those Paris players can find the pick, maybe things could have been different off of the cross, but still, FaZe, they escape with the second round, but just by the skin of their teeth, as now we're in toward round number 3. And Simp, not for a moment about the flank. You still got someone to deal with inside the library. Meanwhile, it is aBeZy feeling all sorts of pressure here inside of gold. Gets some fire established there on his decimate, but ultimately gets taken down. How about the shots coming through from Arcitys? Give him 3, and it's going to have to be a 1v3 now for Temp.
Now the bomb's going to be down. 45 seconds left. Temp's going to work his way right through the middle of the map. And Atlanta FaZe, they have read this beautifully. They're actually going to jump across. No one spots the middle steps, though. So Temp, he's not going to win the gunfight. He's not going to win the gunfight. Cellium with great shots onto Temp through those middle steps. Right there, it could have been really bad for Atlanta. But Cellium, he's always aware. We got to watch our back, man. We cannot allow any fluky things to happen. Turns around at the perfect time and hits some great shots onto Temp to win the round for Atlanta. That's 3 straight.
You see Temp's face. He's like, how did I not get that kill? How in the world did Cellium just know that I was going to be coming around the back? Excellent shots. They're out of Cellium. He continues to be beacon of hope right now for FaZe. He has been Mr. Consistent so far throughout this Vanguard year, throughout these first 2 series. And comes through with a big double as now Atlanta will take another whack here at the attacking side. Paris in much need of a round. Looking like shades of Desert Siege. Arcitys waits for the call, jumps right on in toward gold. The decimate's gonna have his hands full. Arcitys gets the nice little headshot. Fellow caught with the nade in his hands. And now it's all gonna be on the John and Temp as Arcitys plants down the bomb.
So now into 4v2. If you're John, it's all about trying to play for a pick here. The nade is going to at least tag aBeZy for a little bit. Sip finds the kill on the Temp. Now John in the 1v4 with the sniper. You're a great player, but you're going up against 4 of the best players to probably ever touch the game. So with 25 seconds left, this should be another Atlanta FaZe round, and this has been such a clean search and destroy. We said it from the beginning of this map. This has always been Atlanta FaZe's bread and butter game mode, and they're just making it look easy round after round.
Yeah. They absolutely are, my friend. I mean, you see Arcitys now 7-1. Just so many players from this FaZe roster who you know can really take off, can really perform, and it feels like for the first time throughout this series, you're starting to see some smiles. Everybody starting to realize the way that they sit right now in this game, sit firmly in that 4-0 position, and I think it's fair to say a must-win round already for Paris. They've got a donut so far. And MC again, Jay, with the first blood.
He's got to be the hardest kill. He's got to be the hardest kill in Call of Duty. He just made that look so easy. So now Paris Legion in the man disadvantage. On their offensive attackers look like they're going to leave John towards this B bomb, and they're going to commit this towards A. So it's all going to be on one player, which is going to be aBeZy. Once they take him down, the A bomb is going to be wide open. So they should be able to work this bomb plant. If I'm John, all you have to do is just play your life, potentially work a pick.
See if we get the opportunity for it. Decimate just looking to clear out gold. Just double check that nobody is going to be in this office. We see a number of different players for FaZe already cause some issues. Right on in there. Simp heads toward the back alley as Arcitys drops from the front, but that's exactly where Simp can begin to strike, as that'll be 2 for him. And now it's all going to be on to John. The point was not successful, and he's got a sniper to work with. Close range shots. Hits the first one with the pistol. And Simp, not conservative at all. He decides to go and throw out a few shots, make John feel somewhat uncomfortable. But John's able to read him, and he goes for the 1v2. Legion looking for some life, and John will deliver in the 1v2 clutch.
Great round from Paris, specifically more out of John to make that round happen. But if I'm Paris Legion, you got to plant that bomb a lot sooner. You cannot give the time for Atlanta FaZe to play off the rotation, to allow these SMG players to be playmakers. Because right there, what went from a 3v2 immediately turned into a 2v1 because Simp was able to slip his way through that back alley. John hits great shots with the rat, able to find both kills to finally get Paris Legion on the board. But they just need to be more decisive with their play calling. They need to make sure they're sticking to what they works. And if they're making the mid-game adjustments, they have to do it quick.
Some sloppy plays from both sides. Paris, at the end of the day, will at least escape with 1. That front glass will be destroyed. Already fully aware of the tacticals that'll be in place as we say goodnight to Fellow. We say goodbye to Decimate as well. Temp is at least able to get his foot in the door. Takes down aBeZy, has a nade prepared and ready, but the plant will be successful. Temp from one side and John from the other. They've got the weapons of choice, but Simp gets his revenge. His Temp is at least able to make things that much easier. It'll have to be the ace in order for Paris to get this second round, but given the positioning out of Atlanta, it is not going to be an easy task by any means. Checking, searching, hunting for where FaZe could be lingering at. Spots Arcitys onto the first, and he does find out Cellium's position. He'll toss out the stun, but not able to walk away with the fight. Cellium holds on to the head glitch, and now it puts Atlanta FaZe that much closer to a series win.
Yeah, Temp almost made that happen right there. I would have liked to see him just be a little bit more patient, allow that stun grenade to give you any information if a player is going to be located on that steps. If he would have probably delayed it for a second, he gets the information that Cellium is there, potentially wins the gunfight, was able to clutch with the 1v3. But that's just another clean round from Atlanta. So far, every single offensive attack, they've committed towards that A bomb. One time, they rotated back late towards B, but so far, their constant has been towards A. They're just slowly but surely taking out every single player from that site, and that's been working for them so far. Up 5-1, one round away from closing this one out.
You can see the score totals: 9-3 for Arcitys, 4-1 for Cell. Everybody else positive or at the very least even. It's a great game all around for FaZe, and can they close it out in just 7? John in need of a pick, but once more dealing with the threat that Cellium provides. Such a factor in that Desert Siege Game 2 win. And continuing to be the case as Legion can just not strike off the rip in these first bloods. Now trying to make the attack toward A, but Arcitys is aware of it.
Just pay attention to aBeZy. He's worked his way right through middle broken. He's going to get right into his train to be behind a couple players on the side of Paris with 35 seconds left. You know the push has to come in towards A. When is he decide to attack? He's going to be able to spot Felony on the steps. Hits some shots, but not able to pick up the kill. So Felony's going to be able to stay alive, but aBeZy, he's just putting under pressure. He's trying to at least get this kill. Makes it a 3v3 now.
John continues to be a problem with the pistol in the meantime, so it is a 1-for-1 trade, but only 14 seconds left in Atlanta. They know exactly what the call is going to be. It's going to have to be a plant, but Temp is at least able to shut down another. aBeZy is still on the flank, but it's going to be an all-out collapse inside of the office. It's all on to John and FaZe. At the snap of a finger, they disappear, and John will have to watch this series go the opposite direction. Atlanta FaZe narrowly escaped the grips of Paris Legion. Paris, they smelt victory. They were just a mere map away from pulling out the upset. But Atlanta comes up big here in the Game 5 and finishes the job here on Berlin.
And that's just great work coming in from Atlanta FaZe. Let's just go on and bring the entire desk back in. Because, wow, guys, that was an insane series from both of these teams. I wasn't expecting Paris Legion to take not one, but 2 respawns versus Atlanta to go to a Game 5. Good job out of them.
Steady, that was absolutely crazy, man. So Temp and John leading the way for Paris Legion and them almost beating Atlanta FaZe. We were all watching it in the back, and we were going nuts. I mean, aLLeY, did you really think the upset was going to happen? It was so close.
Honestly, once Paris got up 2, I was shaking in my boots a little bit. But it honestly seems like FaZe is kind of their own worst enemy sometimes. I feel like they get in their own heads, and they get surprised by these lower-tier teams and can't find their pacing. But thankfully, they were able to do it in the later half of the series.
Yeah, I think the whole league just learned a little bit about both of these teams. When it comes to FaZe, try to play them on Gavutu, right? Put an AR in Simp or aBeZy's hands at any moment, and you might find yourselves a map win. For FaZe, there are a few glaring errors in their gameplay as well. I mean, we saw in that Gavutu when Arcitys and Cellium were pushed up P1 and beachside, they did not wrap back to help each other. Their comms were clearly in pandemonium. Nevertheless, the search and destroy, obviously the chemistry's been there for teaming for 2 years now. They're able to take both of those, and you know, it was a tough one for them, man. But Paris, for the Paris fans out there, this is a good sign going forward because, man, the boys are playing damn good.
Yo, Lando, let me ask you, and I want you to be completely honest with me, man. Before the season started, where did you rank Paris Legion? Be real.
Oh, yeah, I'll be 100% honest. I had them at number 12. I needed to see something given the players on this team. I know Nameless was talking about it, kind of a ragtag group of guys, a lot of older players who you could argue maybe their best days are behind them. But together, This team came out and showed me that they don't belong at the bottom side of the league. The fact that they were able to send FaZe the distance, the fact that it got as close as it did was unbelievably impressive. And the one thing about Paris too is that they did it in the respawns. I fully expect this team to be great at search and destroy as the season progresses. I think if they can do that, they can be a threat. But hey, we'll see what happens, right?
I absolutely love it, right? And now we actually have an interview with Cellium. I can't wait. Cellium, let's go ahead and get you on the screen, big man. How are you feeling after that big victory? And honestly, how worried were you guys going against Paris Legion when they went up in maps?
See, will you close your?
I mean, it was just like that match. I mean, every match we're gonna take like seriously, but that match I think we're trying to play like bad and not doing what we're like doing in practice. But I mean, like Paris came out strong, you know. There's no disrespect to those guys. I mean, I love all of them, you know. So I mean, all of them played great, to be honest.
Well, now I have to ask you, Cellium, you guys, you know, everybody set up their roster kind of around your guys' meta right now, you know, and they're trying to beat you. You're the top team. So as the top team, what teams are you looking out for going into this season?
I mean, it's not really a specific team that our team is looking out for. You know, our team just wants to focus on our game, you know, and just try to fry everyone.
So, MC, my guy, what is the primary focus going forward in practice? Because clearly you guys, you're not where you were last year at this point in this game. So what's the focus going forward, or what was the focus after kickoff?
I mean, after the kickoff, our hard point was really like, our hard point control were not as good as it should be. And that's what we're focused on right now is our hard point control. So after we get that fixed up, I think we'll be a lot better.
All right, Cellium, thank you so much for being a part of the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight interview, but I do have to ask you one more thing because of the fact that that team, Paris Legion, they absolutely popped off. Looking at them and seeing how well they played against you guys, I mean, what are your thoughts about how they're going to do throughout the entirety of the season? Do you see them actually progressing, or what are your honest thoughts?
I mean, I honestly think Paris is a good team. I think they have like a really good system on how they play the game. So, I mean, I think they'll be like around the top 6 like all year. So, I think they're a good team.
All right, Cellium, it's good to see you again. It's been a long time, man. Hope you have a great day, and congrats on the big dub.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All right. Now, when it comes to the commentators as well, Lando, we got your thoughts. Steady. Any last words you want to say about that series? That was crazy. I thought the upset was going to happen. Twitter was going wild, man.
Yeah, honestly, between both of these teams, if you're Paris Legion, you still lost in a 3-2 fashion. I'm still tipping my hat because to win 2 maps, 2 respawns versus a team like Atlanta, who have such a stacked roster from top to bottom, you got to see that the teamwork that they were putting on the back end is definitely starting to work out. They just have to go back and fix their search and destroy. But on the opposite for Atlanta FaZe, I was honestly expecting more of a dominant performance. The fact that they went out and lost 2 respawns, the Tiny Terrorists still really couldn't perform on the map like Gavutu. We saw how comfortable they were on Tuscan. They just need to go back and get more consistent when it comes to playing Gavutu because a lot of teams are going to put that in their playbook when they go up against Atlanta.
All right, thank you so much, Lando and Steady. You guys were phenomenal. I'll see you later on today. But ladies and gentlemen, for those of you at home, if you see right there for the first series of the day, the CDL opening weekend has been everything that we've asked for, okay? Paris Legion almost pulling off the upset, but the kings of the CDL, and I'm talking about Atlanta FaZe, they pulled out that victory in championship form. The team is looking good, but coming up next, we have some more great matches, starting off with the Royal Ravens versus OpTic Texas. We'll see you guys soon.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Can he come around the corner in time? And you bet he will! We're back with our second installment of preseason players to watch. This time, we're highlighting 3 electric SMGs we're hyped to see slay an opening weekend. This was tough to pick just 3, but here's our preseason SMGs to watch for 2022. Sliding in first, it's the French phenom HyDra. The New York Subliners had a great top 4 showing at Kickoff Classic, largely thanks to HyDra's flashy plays. He played perhaps his best in the second round series versus the Minnesota Røkkr. It was a wild, unusual map 1 victory for New York where no players went positive, but HyDra led the way for his team with 35 kills. It was on map 3 Tuscan Control where HyDra really turned it up. Dropping a monster 1.7 KD, HyDra appeared to glide around the Italian streets with ease. We expect HyDra and his SMG duo Neptune to continue to gel at a high rate this season. Plus, it helps just a bit having 2 GOATs teaching you how to play the right way. Heck, they might have even won the whole kickoff tournament if they didn't meet the buzzsaw that was the Seattle Surge. And that will be Seattle! Who saw that finals run coming from the Seattle Surge? Better yet, who saw both rookies Simp and Pred making absolute statements that they belong in the CDL? The dynamic duo fried all tournament long. Why do we suddenly feel like Seattle Surge fans?
Just the way that Seattle Surge played, man. I know the coaches and the players had them ranked 4th. I have to put them in my top 3 right now. They're playing so good.
We could easily praise Mack and Accuracy for their plays as well, but today we're shouting out Pred. The Australian rookie shattered any doubts about why he was signed. After a swift 3-0 of London, Pred and the Surge notched their first signature win against the Atlanta FaZe. After winning round 11 in Search and Destroy, Pred caught fire on maps 3 and 4. His slaying power led the way in the 3-0 control stop, going a huge 31-19. To clinch the series on map 4, Pred topped the lobby in kills, going 32-25. While Seattle would fall in the finals versus Toronto, Surge management must feel validated and ecstatic for what could be a successful year for the squad. Last on our list is likely circling the next Surge and FaZe matchup, our 2021 MVP, Simp. Things seem business as usual for the defending champs after a 250-150 map 1 victory. All 4 members looked great, but a round 11 Search and Destroy defeat was followed by a 3-0 control beatdown. And now you're asking, why is Simp even on this list? Why? Because Simp just wins. Since starting his pro career in 2019, Simp has appeared in 3 straight champs finals, winning 2 of them. Last year, Simp and company also won 3 out of the 5 majors, and Simp claimed the league's highest overall KD of a 1.17. The point is, Simp's a proven winner across multiple titles, and we fully expect him to use this Surge defeat as motivational fuel. It's also possible we saw the FaZe testing some new things out, so let's pump the brakes on any FaZe's chalk talk quite yet. For now, we can't wait to watch FaZe and Surge clash again. There you have it, our 3 SMG players to watch heading into the season. How'd we do with our SMG picks? Better than the ARs? Did we overlook someone? Let us know. The 2022 season officially begins with opening weekend, February 4th to the 6th. Don't forget to subscribe and enjoy another great year of CDL action.
welcome back to the CDL opening weekend, and of course this is day 2 and things are already heating up. You just missed an amazing best of 5, and going into this one I think it's going to be even better. But here on the desk, I'm your host Velli, I'm your boy rocking it with your girl aLLeY. We got Nameless and Nameless. What's the vibe looking like right now?
The vibe is uncertainty. It's really weird with some of the top dogs that we have here, from Kickoff Classic, seeing FaZe and OpTic lose there, Seattle making it to a final, and then Paris pushing FaZe all the way to a Game 5. So I'm uncertain about some of the top dogs and how they're going to perform throughout Vanguard. But our next match, we have OpTic Texas trying to get their first win. The problem is London looked phenomenal yesterday, so I don't know what to expect.
Exactly, and aLLeY, speaking about London Royal Ravens for a moment, they 3-0'd Florida yesterday in such a great fashion, and looking at the boys right there, I love Nasty, and he popped off as well. What do you like about this team?
Is that they're kind of the underdogs, right? Nobody expected them to come out as hot as they did yesterday, especially off of Kickoff Classic. I mean, when it came against them versus Florida, I mean, they just out-rotated them in hard points, and they outslayed them in search. I mean, Gizmo and Nasty were just smoking them when it came to Desert Siege. So now looking at our Mountain Dew game fuel keys to victory. Keep up the slaying, a 1.11 overall KD, including the Kickoff Classic. They only played one match, people, and they lost it, but they were first overall, and I think Avro had a lot to do with that, and they got a man up. Advantage is key. Winning first blood engagements 76% of the time, second overall. Again, guys, they've only played one series. So Search and Destroy is looking hot for this team and continue to execute on trade, second in both non-traded kill percentage and traded death percentage in Respawn. This team's teamwork is on par.
Well, it has to be on par. Nameless, almost an 80% success rate when it came to first bloods and engagements. This team is fearless, and they're going to need it to go against OpTic.
They're absolutely going to need it to go up against OpTic. We're going to need to see Gizmo have a big performance once again, especially in that AR role, going up against a player like Dashy, who was beaming. He was the one guy, the shining light for OpTic Texas at the kickoff. The man was on point.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, let's talk about OpTic Texas for a moment. Nameless, Kickoff Classic. It was upsetting to see OpTic lose the way that they did, but I feel like they're going to be back this time around.
Yeah, you know, it's hard to tell. They lose to LA Thieves, right? LA Thieves, a lot of people didn't really expect them to be that great. And then you look at OpTic Texas, and they come out there. Like I said, Dashy was the only one who was really performing. The ARs on this squad, iLLeY and Dashy, that's who I'm expecting to have a big series going up into this one, especially against players like Zero, like Gizmo, who were looking good yesterday. Scump didn't have the best performance. He was going off in Search and Destroy last year, and obviously we only have one map to look at, but that Search and Destroy on Desert Siege was not great. There were multiple times where they tried to push over towards that B site, and it just didn't work out. So let's check out the game fuel keys to victory for OpTic Texas. This is a big rebound opportunity for Scump to reiterate. 0.83 KD in their 1-3 loss to LA Thieves at the Kickoff Classic. He's got to be a leader for this team. He has to be the guy that's slaying. Shotzzy's going to be in first every single time. So Scump
is supposed to be the big
Exactly.
dog.
The map's going to be open for him. He needs to be slaying. Emphasize holding setups in hardpoint. London is breaking hills 45% of the time, second overall. Granted, that's only 2 hardpoint maps played, but that's pretty damn good. And then repeat the control performance from the Kickoff Classic. 3-1 control victory over Thieves was the only map win with a 1.14 team KD. These guys are all mega slayers. Control should be their bread and butter all season long.
Yeah, most definitely. Taking a look at the roster right now, I mean, aLLeY, these are stars. I mean, we talked about Scump a lot. We talked about Dashy during the Kickoff Classic weekend, but iLLeY and Shotzzy. I'm expecting Shotzzy to go nuts today.
Oh, absolutely. I'm expecting that duo to absolutely steamroll today. After that loss at Kickoff Classic, man, you know they were just kicking themselves and realizing we need to step it up. So I would not be shocked if this whole team really came to play.
Now, we just got through watching a series where Atlanta FaZe, a.k.a. the Kings of the CDL currently, almost got upset by Paris Legion. Now, OpTic Texas looking for their first big win, right? I mean, it's not given to them. London looked really good yesterday, Nameless. I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised. I honestly would not be surprised if London came out here and won this series. I'm still going to predict OpTic win this, but all the way into a Game 5. I just think London looked so good yesterday, and the ARs on London, they're looking like they're on point. I think OpTic still has a lot of learning to do. What we saw at kickoff was extremely sloppy. They're going to slow their pace down, and I'm hoping some of those improvements come in today.
Well, I'm hoping you could give me a good prediction for this one. I think you just teased it for us right there. So you're going for OpTic Texas.
3-2.
For sure. 3-2.
Yeah.
Game
Texas.
map 5.
I think so. I think we're having some bangers today.
All right, Nameless, spin some truth. All right, aLLeY, who you rocking with?
I'm rocking with OpTic, but I think London will come out and surprise us, honestly. I think after our first series, I with no doubt think London will come out in the same fashion that Paris Legion did and really push them to their limits.
All right, now, me, myself, London Royal Ravens, I'm loving Afro, man, but OpTic Texas is going to be the victors for me. I think they're going to go all the way. I'm going to say 3-1. I think it's going to be a really good one, but they're going to stop London right in their tracks. But enough about that. I want to hear what the casters are going to have to say. Landon was steady. We're going to bring you guys on back because you guys were fire last time around. I want to hear your honest thoughts when it comes to this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start off for us. I mean, I think just in general, you have to be impressed with what you saw yesterday from the London Royal Ravens. You know, granted it is versus the Florida Mutineers, where I think there's still some questions on where they rank right now. But I mean, what's that? They outslayed them by 59 kills.
Yeah,
wasn't pretty. If that doesn't tell you anything, it just goes to show that this Ravens roster could absolutely dominate from time to time. But I think that London are going to come in hungry like they did yesterday, and I agree with the desk. I think OpTic takes it, but I do believe it goes the distance. I think we've got a game 5.
For me, I'm going to go completely opposite. I think OpTic are going to come in here and 3-0 them just because of what happened at Kickoff Classic. Like, that's not the OpTic. That's not the taste that they wanted to leave in all the Green Walls fans' mouths to start off their season with. Even though it was a preseason tournament, they still ended up losing first round. So now, when they're going up against this roster today in London, we saw London yesterday versus Florida. They had 3 players that were over a 1.3 and Gizmo at a 1.6. For OpTic, you have a talented roster from top to bottom. I do not see the way they're going to be able to put up the same exact stats that they did versus Florida versus OpTic, and OpTic are here to make a statement today.
Now, when it comes to the maps the most currently, let's go ahead and see what's going down. The first map is going to be Bacage Hardpoint. Of course, right? It's going to be a lot of fast and heavy SMG play after that. Berlin Search and Destroy. Test and Control will be followed by Berlin Hardpoint. And the 5th map, if need be, we're going back to Bacage, Search and Destroy. Take a look at the maps right now, Nameless, and what we know so far about both of these teams. There's not a lot to go off of, though.
Yeah.
What do you think won this map ban phase?
It's tough to know. We're going to have to see a couple more matches from both of these teams. But I will say, looking at these maps, seeing Bocage maps 1 and 5, and I think it's personally going the distance.
Okay.
We're going to need to see big series out of Shotzzy and Scump if OpTic Texas is going to take this. We've seen Afro going off time and time again. The guy just knows what to do on the map. I'm expecting those 2 SMGs to slay.
I'm happy you brought that up. Okay, Steady, I'm looking at you right now, man. If there was a player to watch in the whole lobby, and don't cop out and give us an easy answer like Scump, okay?
I'm going to give you an easy one.
Who's it going to be?
That's just what I'm expecting. The reason why I'm choosing Scump, though, is because based off kickoff, he's dead last in KD and Hardpoint. He has to be the tone setter for this team today, especially starting on a map like Bocage. You're going to be running around with 3 SMGs, you and Shotzzy side by side, Batman and Robin. I'm looking at him to be the tone setter for this OpTic roster to start early into this series for them to dominate.
Batman and Robin, I'm loving it. iLLeY, okay, so we just heard about OpTic Texas and what Steady thinks. He copped out, okay? Now, the London Royal Ravens, who do you think has to step up big time for this win today for them?
I don't know about step up big time, but I think Gizmo just needs to continue his dominance. Yesterday, he was the one across every single game mode that was stepping it up for the London Royal Ravens. I think he's going to be the one that'll do the same today.
Right now, Lando, let's say if OpTic falls behind, let's say 1 map or 2 maps, kind of like what we saw last series, do you think that OpTic Texas is the type of team to rally up and win, or you might see some frustration, kind of like what we saw yesterday with other teams, and they could probably struggle? How do you think that could turn out?
It's hard to tell, right? Because this is a new team. You've got 4 players, rather 2 pairs right from last season. We have Shotzzy and iLLeY from the Dallas Empire. We've got Scump and Dashy coming in from OpTic Chicago last season. I don't necessarily think this is a team that can crumble, but I will say a lot of the pressure is going to be on iLLeY's shoulders, right? We know in terms of IGL, this has been a previous problem for OpTic teams of the past. That was an issue with OpTic Chicago last year. They talked about it a lot. The lack of in-game leadership, or just in general, the ability for this team at times to get a little bit too comfortable. Last year, Envoy was kind of overwhelmed, it looked like, with a lot of that pressure on his plate. And so I think a lot of it's going to fall onto iLLeY to really keep this team back. And, if they were to go down versus the London Royal Ravens, I'm looking at him specifically to rally the troops back, to get them ready and prepared for what would be a very interesting control. Like I said, it's been a crazy day so far, and if OpTic went down 2-0, I would be shocked, but at the same time, It's opening weekend, baby. It's full of surprises, right?
Of course, baby. You know, that was a very detailed answer. It was almost as if you rehearsed that, man. But let's take a look at the KD stats from yesterday. And the reason why we're bringing this up is because of the fact that London had a 76% first blood engagement. So they're striking hard and fast. And in order to continue that type of success, we want these players to pop off yet once more.
It's just like I said, Gizmo is a 1.63, dude. That guy went off yesterday. And Afro, he's been continuous in his slaying power, but the real turnaround for me has to be Zero. He turned around that 0.79 now to a 1.3, and he's kind of matching up, I guess, against Scump in this way, because Scump also needs to have a turnaround himself, but I'm expecting Zero to lead his team through this series and really push them to the edge.
Damn right, ladies and gentlemen, as we get the players into the lobby, we're ready to almost start the second series of the day, but until then, we'll see you guys on the other side of this break for some more amazing Call of Duty League action. Game 1 that we saw today was phenomenal. But game 2, we're going to see the king and his boys, OpTic Texas, on OpTic Texas, face off against the London Royal Ravens. I can't wait, and we'll see you on the other side.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
What's up, CDO world? How are you feeling? I'm Landon Sanders, and I have to say, we are still buzzing from what we saw at the Kickoff Classic. Based on all of that exciting action, we're going to rank all 12 of our CDL teams. We've got a few new teams at the top, so let's go ahead and get into my preseason power rankings for the 2022 season. Coming in at number 12 is the Paris Legion. We were all hoping to see this team come out with more fire given the noise on social media, but a 3-1 loss versus the LA Thieves didn't exactly help their case. We know this group is full of hard workers and will look to see that improvement at Major 1. At number 11, the LA Guerrillas. After suffering a hard loss to the Mutineers, we didn't expect this team to fall so early. With a group of talented veterans that's also been labeled as a ticking time bomb, time may not be on their side to get things on track. At number 10 is the London Royal Ravens. The Ravens didn't exactly fly high. After suffering a 3-0 loss to the Surge, we expect this young core to improve and possibly replicate the same formula as Seattle. At 9 is the Minnesota Røkkr. After getting swept by the New York Subliners 3-0, it didn't leave the CDO world very impressed. MajorManiak was the only real bright spot for the team. At number 8 is the Florida Mutineers. The Mutineers got off to a hot start versus the LA Guerrillas. Skies and Awakening looked much more comfortable in their new roles, and Dave Patty in his debut looked solid as the main AR. After running into Ultra early on, it left us all wondering what this team's ceiling could be. At number 7 is the Boston Breach. While we only got to see one series from our newest CDL franchise, they only left us wanting more. Despite losing versus their New York rivals, rookie Capsidal, aka Big Cap, announced his arrival by giving us one of the best highlights we'll see this year.
Make it 8 in a row!
Arriving at number 6 is the New York Subliners. Despite only having days of practice, the team wowed us by finishing in the top 4. There were some concerns in closing out maps versus Breach, and with more practice, we expect the vets to get this team in even better shape. At number 5, OpTic Texas. One of the biggest surprises at the Kickoff Classic was OpTic's performance. Envoy and the LA Thieves came out with the fire. Despite getting bounced early, we expect Rambo and Sender to tighten things up come Major 1. At number 4 is Atlanta FaZe. Yes, our 2021 world champions had their ring ceremony spoiled by the new look Seattle Surge. But we all know when FaZe has a wake-up call like this, they respond in dominant fashion. We know Nikki D is somewhere smiling. At number 3 is the LA Thieves. After receiving their highest tournament performance yet, the Thieves set the tone for their season with wins over Legion and OpTic Texas, while also pushing Ultra the distance. If they continue to trend upwards, this team is poised to contend all season. At number 2, the Seattle Surge. After 2 miserable seasons, Seattle flipped the script with their 2 dynamic rookies. The Surge made a statement that this team is here to win now. After making a finals run while taking Atlanta and New York down, this team shattered the already high expectations we had. And finally, at number 1 is the Toronto Ultra. There was mystery around how well this team would play, but they made it crystal clear that they're the team to beat. Kleenex's style of play seems to be a perfect fit for the fast-paced nature of Vanguard. His speed mixed with the already impeccable teamwork of the Ultra makes this an easy choice at number 1. There we have it, our first power rankings for the 2022 season. Do you agree with my list? Let's see if those top 4 teams will hold at their Major 1, or if other teams will emerge and shake up our next episode of Power Rankings. Make sure to smash that subscribe button and join us for our opening weekend.
One of the biggest questions right now is, how do you guys feel about Lando's power rankings?
God, no. No, Lando, no.
Don't play, but actually, we are getting ready to get the game started. For those of you beautiful people out there, I would like to thank you all for being so patient. There are actually current tech delays behind the scenes that we're handling to get the players in the lobby and to get the game started to continue on this weekend. But to go around the horn for just a moment, Nameless, talking about this matchup in particular, okay, we talk a lot about upsets and whatnot, what team should beat the other, but this OpTic Texas roster, okay, the makeup of this team, are they of championship caliber?
You know, a lot of people would say yes. For me, I'm not quite sold on it just yet. I think about Atlanta FaZe, I think about the Toronto Ultra, and what I'm seeing out of the Seattle Surge team, and I don't know if OpTic can get to that point eventually. I know a lot of people look at me and they say I'm so hard on this team, but it's been a while since OpTic has had a championship roster consistently contending for it, and I don't know if this is the team. I think the chemistry can get there eventually, but as it stands right now, I don't see it in the immediate future.
Right, and in order for them to step up big against the London Royal Ravens, the team that's looking to fly high. Shout out to Lando right there. I loved it. aLLeY, with the 76% win rate in First Blood engagements, if there was one player to just disrupt everything when it comes to that, who do you think it would be on the side of OpTic Texas?
I actually have to say it's Scump. I mean, I feel like that's an obvious answer, but also not an obvious answer, because when it comes to S&D especially, we're expecting iLLeY and Shotzzy to go off. Dashy, we've seen what he's already been doing in this game. He's been left in a lot of 1v3, 1v4 situations, and he might get a kill or two, but to expect him to clutch that up and be in that position is just asking too much of him. You know, his team shouldn't have left him in that position to begin with. Yeah. So I think we really need to see not only a turnaround from Scump, but we need to see the king return. We need to see him playing at the top of his game, and then going back to the championship caliber question, then maybe if they're all in top form, they could argue that they could get a chip this year.
Well said. Now let's go ahead and bring back in the casters. Yo, my boys Lando and Standy, get your butts on the screen. So aLLeY actually brought up a great point. Now this is the easy answer, right? The cop out. She believes that Scump could be the X factor that really disrupts what the Royal Ravens are trying to do when it comes to the beginning of the games. During the kickoff classic weekend, Scump had a terrible start at times, and they can fall behind, right? Now, the Royal Ravens, do you think that going against the likes of OpTic Texas, should they just fly at them, or are you expecting a slower, methodical approach?
For me, I think that if I am London right here going up in this match, OpTic, they're going to be playing at such a fast pace, especially the map is starting off on Bocage. So as much as you can slow the game down, that is when we see the best performance out of London. Like yesterday, they were easily rotating on every single hill on Gavutu. They made that one look easy. And even in their search and destroy, it was just nonstop team push, nonstop communication, nonstop crossfires that were properly set up. And they need to have that same exact energy going in today versus OpTic, because they can get, if you're OpTic, you can get a little bit overzealous, a little bit over challenged. Sometimes with their SMG players, since they have such great gun skill, they can just go out and challenge anything. And that's where London, they can capitalize on it. They just have to make sure that they slow down the game and not allow Shotzzy and Scump to really just be the aggressors and take it over.
I love that one right there. Lando, if you were to give this Royal Ravens team a description to fit the personality of their play style for the fans out there, what would you even say about them? Give me a little elevator pitch. Make it fun.
I got you, man. Yeah, first off, really quick, I gotta shed some light on this. I know there was some hate on the power rankings. Those were nameless as power rankings. Those were nameless as power rankings. I did it for him.
Wait, I didn't make. Did I make those ones? I don't even know.
It'd be your own cast.
Oh yeah. I was sick, and I was supposed to do that video, but I was sick. So thank you, Lando, for filling in. Dang, why did you have to talk to me about it?
I saw
things are changing daily.
It's all good.
You're supposed to be the homie, Lando. You got to back up your boy. But go ahead, man.
I always throw in some shots. I don't know about that list, so I had to come out here and set the tone, all right? But no, in all seriousness, getting back to what the question actually was, in terms of an elevator pitch for the London Royal Ravens, I mean, in general, I feel like this is a great group of players who really have some potential to shock us. I know in regards to the power rankings, which we're already talking about, they've been at the bottom of a lot of people's lists, maybe mine included as well. But I gotta say, man, I feel like with this young group, their ceiling is high, right? It's a very similar makeup to the Seattle Surge, in which you have a veteran leader leading a group of young guns. And so far for Seattle, it's worked out quite nicely. And I think every single win that the London Royal Ravens will accrue this, throughout this particular stage and also throughout the remainder, just goes to show the talent that exists, not just in Challengers, but in the European side of Challengers specifically.
I'm loving it, man. Oh, Lando, you're killing me. Yo, nameless, because Lando called you out. You're going to have to redeem yourself here on this desk, man. When it comes to Bocage, okay, we're talking about Hardpoint, the very first map.
Sure.
We usually don't get a chance to talk about it, right, to break it down before the games.
Yeah.
How do you think that's going to go? Which side will strike first?
Probably OpTic Texas when it comes to Bocage. I think the SMGs are a little bit stronger on their side of things. I think what Study said is true. I think Scump will be back on point here. Like we said, we haven't seen Scump have an aggressive SMG that can go out there and pick up kills left and right and open up the map for him. So we really get to see that fully flourish here on a map like Bocage. Shotzzy and Scump should be a dynamic duo, and that's what OpTic Texas was going for. The Simp and aBeZys of the world, and now we're seeing players like Pred pop off and Slay. That should be the formula for OpTic Texas if they're going to be winning these series. So I think they'll be the ones to strike first when it comes to hardpoint.
I like that. And in a game of Call of Duty where it's very defined, you know, there's teams that are great at search and destroy. Yeah. There's teams that are even amazing at hardpoint, right? Or just respawns in general. aLLeY, looking at the Royal Ravens, what is their bread and butter? Do they even have one to begin with?
I think it's search and destroy when it comes to this team. I think with Zero kind of being that leading voice when it comes to search and destroy, we heard it in comms yesterday, actually, when we did a listen in. Zero was just kind of calming everybody down, telling them what to do, and we saw it. They smoked Florida on Desert Siege. Unfortunately, looking at this map pool, though, in our vetoes, I think OpTic won this one.
Okay, all right. Steady, looking at the map as well. Do you believe aLLeY? And also, I want to shift the same question to you, but on the side of OpTic Texas about their bread and butter. Is it respawn or search and destroy? What are we looking out for?
No, their bread and butter is 100% the respawns, especially hardpoint. Like, that was what got them through a lot of series last year. The biggest focus, though, has to be their search and destroy, because that was their biggest game mode where they cost them a lot of series versus Atlanta FaZe last year when they had such insane matchups. And even when they were at the kickoff, like, they started off in that series versus LA Thieves. I'm pretty sure they were down like 4 to 5-0, and Scump was sitting at 0-6. So that's the only thing that scares me for OpTic. It comes down to the search and destroy, because they have a studded lineup from top to bottom. Great S&D players. iLLeY and Dashy have a ton of chemistry when it comes to playing search and destroy. It's all about who's going to be that leader to step up and make the play call.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get the second series of the day started between the London Royal Ravens versus OpTic Texas. Let's see if Scump and the boys could pick up where they left off, but even better from the Kickoff Classic, or let's see if the Ravens can continue to fly high. Lando and Steady, take it away.
Thank you so much, Philly. Thank you so much, aLLeY. And thank you, Nameless. I hate to throw it. I had to throw him under the bus, Jay. But hey, you know what? We're receiving some flack, but we gotta be honest out here. You know what? The power rankings, a lot of conversations around it. Nobody knows where to put teams at. And I think the same thing could be said for OpTic Texas, right, my friend? We know how talented that this group is. It really is going to be about the rebound. And you and I talked about it coming into this particular week. Coming into this Major 1 qualifier, they've got a great schedule. If they can get past the Ravens, they've got Minnesota and Paris, a solid schedule lined up for Texas to try and rebound off of what was not a great performance at the kickoff. But here we go, my friend. Already into it. It's time for some bocage. OpTic Texas, London Royal Ravens, and it's Shotzzy starting things off nice.
And this is the guy I wanted to start things off with, because I was actually watching him in HTIPS today. He was putting on an absolute clinic on this map. So he feels a lot more comfortable just being that SMG, super aggressive on the map, picking up kills left and right. But here we go into P1, 30 seconds remaining. See Scump from top Grandma's unfortunately going to lose that gunfight to Afro. But Spawn's still there for P2 for the London side. If you're OpTic, you have to start thinking about that rotation. You see 3 and 4, which are going to be iLLeY and Dashy, slowly but surely working their way up tank side.
And you saw OpTic, right? They just run up to the middle of the map. They instantly flip spawns. It's like, okay, good aggression. At the same time, it's also bocage. You got to be careful with that. And off of that elimination, they get there versus Zero. They've now got the spawns in their favor. Solid plays coming in from OpTic. That aggression not working out, and then now back in their favor. They've got good spawns here for P2. And based off of that graphic, it appears right now on bocage to be one of the better maps, rather one of the better hard points that we've got on this map. A solid start specifically for Texas, and right now for Dashy, sits at 6-2.
On a 4 spree right now, potentially trying to work towards some kill streaks, but pay attention to the mini-map. Number 6 in Gizmo, working his way around the back, able to at least find 2 before he gets taken down. But Dashy there with the immediate trade. On a 5 spree, 1 kill off of picking up that strafe run, but there's only 30 seconds left. This has been a great break from London. But if you're OpTic, you're not too mad about it, as long as you can keep it tested from the front, because now you have the spawns for P3.
Yeah, London finally get the clearance. They finally get some opportunities to grab some hill time, and much needed at that. The final 15 seconds as the hill lays vacant. Nasty still challenging out as iLLeY, now with that sub in his hands, decides to challenge things. And Nasty, meanwhile, off of that kill versus Scump, now finds himself on 5 in a row. Some great plays coming through here from him. A guy that really has been on the London Royal Ravens for on and off for the past 2 seasons. He was supposed to be on this roster back in MW, had some visa problems, and they could not be more thrilled than to have him on the team coming in here toward Vanguard. Ooh, a lot of young talent, but unfortunately, the young talent continues to drop like flies in the middle side of the map. And Chicago have had some uncontested time so far here at Bottom Grandma's.
Yeah, and that came in from Scump getting a 3-piece towards the middle of the map, which basically left the hill untested for a little bit, but iLLeY's able to find 3 in the feed with 30 seconds left. Spawns do flip. So OpTic are going to be able to keep control of this hardpoint for the time being. Well, look at the positioning from Scump. He's able to take down one before he gets traded, not allowing any London players to get on this time. With only 20 seconds left, this should allow OpTic to have full control of that P4 off the rotation.
And you like it too, because, you know, given the small score advantage for Texas, it seems that they're finally finding themselves, or they're always finding themselves in the favored positions as Zero looks to try to change that for this next hard point. I mean, toward the last 20 seconds of P2, OpTic do a great job of positioning themselves for next. The same thing can be said at that bottom house hill as well. The London Royal Ravens, in the midst of all of this, off of the play from Zero, as we said, have not had the greatest of positions, have not been favored in terms of map control. He's finally got a few teammates here due to the squad spawns, but he gets wiped away, and Texas continue to roll.
And what started off with London having a great break, flipping those spawns, OpTic Texas was able to break right into the front and just contest it from the front and win a majority of these gunfights. So a lot of the time on this P4 hardpoint still going in their favor. Spawns for the Ravens are starting to come in from back stables, so it's an all-out flood through the back door. How do these trades turn out? Scump finds one, Shotzzy finds another. That duo of the SMGs are really turning up early into this game to give OpTic the 20-point lead that they currently have.
And, you know, given the amount of excitement right around the OpTic and Envy merger right here for OpTic Texas, I mean, when it comes down to this team's composition, I mean, without a doubt, Jade, one of the biggest spotlights, one of the most exciting prospects about this team is to have Scump and Shotzzy together.
Yeah, without a doubt, man, because Scump, like Name was said on the desk, he's never really had that aggressive SMG duo that he can just go around and slay with. But now he's sitting probably to his best player that he possibly could have had in this position, which is Shotzzy. Even though he just he's fairly new to Call of Duty, even though he's a world champion already. Both of these guys have tremendous skill. So the fact that both of them are on the same roster puts them evenly matched up against the Tiny Terrorists any day.
Yeah, if you were ever wanting to give a description on why Shotzzy deserves to be in this position, you're like, yeah, you know, he played some other esports before, and, you know, it's only his third year, but he's already a world champion. And you're like, oh, okay, great. That's all I needed to hear. He's a world champion. Great. He was also the MVP of the season. Oh, yeah, he happened to have that title, too. Just a lot of promising expectations on this OpTic Texas team, as they will have the advantage after the first set of rotations, sit about 30 points ahead right now of the Ravens as Zero. By the way, gotta give a shout out to good old Trey Boy Cardi, 14-9, sits on the 8 spree. And as the guy who's running the sole AR majority of the time, it's impressive to see, Jay, that he's finding these SMGs caught off guard.
It definitely is, man, and he's on an 8 spree as well, making a 9. He's trying to do it all for his team. He has already those kill streaks to work with in his back pocket, but now we're off the rotation back towards P1. Neither one of these teams were able to pick up a good chunk of time off the very first go around, but now it's just basically plain white until eventually London are able to break in from the gate side. They're down 20 points. OpTic is still holding down the spawns for P2. They are still keeping control of the map.
And based off of the time, as Zero finally gets dropped off of his streak, you can expect that time to really be a factor in these hardpoint games. A very low-scoring affair, but we talk about a map like Bocage. I mean, this is what you can really start to expect as the CDL season will only continue, right? You're going to have that time be a factor. A lot of 190, 170 games seem to be the trend on a map that just continues to always add up in regards to kills. So a small advantage for OpTic Texas, but again, considering that it is Bocage, that advantage could quite literally be doubled in regards to how important that it is. Nice shots coming in from iLLeY. London challenging from the front, but it's OpTic who once more have spawns for P2.
So now if you're OpTic, you just want to get in this hard point. You want to allow your SMGs to be pushed out through bottom barn, pushed out towards middle plat, and that's where Shotzzy's going to currently be, as Zero's going to invest that strafe and run, takes down iLLeY, and Afro finds a second. Trades going back and forth, but still, this is not leading the time for the London players. 30 seconds remaining on this hard point. You do not want to allow these spawns to flip, as they are going to be able to at least get this remaining 25 seconds to try to tie this game up. But if you're OpTic, you're thinking big picture. You want to attack through the middle of the map, try to flip these spawns.
Yeah, it's a great call, partner. OpTic Texas looking to do exactly that. Instead, they actually do decide to go and challenge toward the front of the hill. It looked as if that mid push was going to be possible, but they decide to go and challenge it old, and they very well could beat London in terms of their positioning. The great and early work coming through from Shotzzy. Ant-Man causing some problems in the backside of the flank as he eventually gets dropped in from the stairs. Dashy holding on to that power position, but how about the three-piece coming in from Gizmo? Not only taking down Shotzzy, but he takes down Dashy off the power position and iLLeY as well. Great work from Gizmo as he now sits on a 5 spree.
And now on 5, but 3 of his teammates drop, so that's going to be a clean 4 dead. Spawns now are going to be flipped. One player in Afro We're still in the back side of this window, trying to cause some havoc. The trade's going back and forth. Afro eventually finds one. iLLeY finds the second. Trying to go for the dirt onto Gizmo, not able to take him down. But with 25 seconds left, this has been a great contest from London. They're currently controlling the spawns for that P2 and contesting this hard point down to the T. This is great work from London to get back into this game, now only being down 10 points.
Yeah, you see Scump as well starting to wake up a little bit. Went on that 3 spree and sort of help break open this setup. And the problem now for OpTic, keep in mind for those spawns, they're going to continue to be back here. And the Ravens, they can slowly but surely transition themselves back, start to reference back a little, and make OpTic pay. And Zero doing exactly that, now finds himself on 3 in a row as well. OpTic finally do break out of the little trap that London had in play, and not only do they break out of the spawn, they also break right into the hard point too. Ravens totally caught off guard right now here toward bottom barn. Scump now sitting on +5. He and Dashy combining for streaks. And London, a big moment for them as Scump looks for the trade. That's going to be 1 as well. There's going to be the second, 3 in a row. Now for Scump, Nasty, the last pushed up player, as he gets dealt with. OpTic Texas looking to catch fire.
The king is here to play, man. Like I said, before the series even started, he was dead last in hardpoint KD. You do not see that out of a player of his caliber. 29 and 23, really stepping up in this game number 1 for the OpTic squad. Now off the rotation though, we go towards P5. You have a couple players from London who are trying to sneak their way through. Gizmo working his way through back L. He's going to win a huge one-on-one versus Scump, but it's going to be immediately traded. And now with the hill popping, OpTic are going to have control.
Yep, OpTic with control, OpTic with spawns, in London already trying to contest that as they'll send 3 through bottom grandmas. And Zero as well is going to invest the streak, so a lot put in here from the Ravens, but Zero in the glide bomb attack unfortunately takes down his squad mate in Afro, and look what that does to the setup. The only player trying to contest once more after that chaos was Nasty. He gets taken down, and there you have it. Streaks not utilized to their full potential by any means, as OpTic once more taking advantage of the Ravens' mistakes as they're now up by 30 points.
They're starting to run away with this. They have dominated so far this P3. They got Zero to invest on some streaks as well. So it's basically a clean state of your OpTic Texas. But that's going to be another clean 4 dead. We're going to find ourselves going on the rotation back to P1 for the 3rd time. Neither one of these teams were able to get a good chunk of time off P1. With OpTic playing as confident as they are, playing super aggressive like they are, they should be able to at least get a good chunk of time here. But their main focus, once again, has to be on flipping those spawns.
Yep, and take a look at the time as well toward the top side of the screen. 33 seconds left, and you'll notice for the OpTic side, they want to try to get those seconds, but they're also happy to allow for the hill to lay vacant as well. Scump trying to communicate everything he can specifically about those spawns, but he gets dropped. OpTic strongly reinforced toward the back lines as they will have spawns for new. But again, the Ravens cannot even have the time to think about it because they've got to hop inside of this objective. Zero able to take down the first, who decides to reveal his position. 30 seconds left in regards to the advantage as Zero finally gets picked apart. Gizmo now with the nade lays that one down as well. So many things going through the minds of the Ravens, but only 10 seconds left on this game clock. OpTic Texas continue to try and slay on out. Ravens have got to get in. They've got to try and halt the time. So many players to think about. So many enemies right now on the map as they will get taken down. And this map will belong to OpTic Texas.
And that was just beautiful from OpTic from start to finish. They were setting the tone right off the rip. Their money hill so far in that game had to be their P2. Even from the front when they were trying to break in, it was always a successful work when you have Dashy hitting the shots that he was. But when you have your SMG players really stepping up the way that they were, Scump having himself a map number 1, you can see the guy is hyped. This is a completely different team that we saw at the kickoff to start off 1-0 in this series. Now going into the search and destroy. If I'm the London boys, you can let that one go because it was a close game between both of these guys. It just came down to some timing kills. Once they were able to at least not go 1 by 1, get some nice team executed plays to try to break into hard points, that's when they were seeing a lot of success. But when OpTic was slowly picking them apart, the way they were able to hold down that P5 to basically give themselves a 40 to 50 point lead is what gave them the reason to close out that game.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that as well, OpTic Texas having a great performance there from their captain. Scump finishes off 35 and 29. Not just leading his own team in kills, but leading the entire lobby as well. I mean, we talked about it, Jay, right? It was going to be Scump. Need to see him have a good performance on a map like Bocage. He can really settle in. He's going to be in a preferred position in regards to that SMG role. has the 0.83 KD, and we know, right, Scump, this is his 12th title that he has competed in. We know that this guy's going to turn things around, but to perform the way that he did, and also on the opposite end, to also slow down a player like Afro, who has been the dominant player for the Ravens in positions like this, was huge. Scump goes big on one end, and Afro, little by little, dropped the ball for the Ravens. You got one SMG going off for one side, and the other didn't show up to play here on Bocage.
Yeah, and now you just have to let this one go because you're going up against a sub-heavy, slay-heavy team. This is what OpTic are meant to be. They're meant to be a respawn-heavy kind of team. But now you're going into a search and destroy. If you're London, you have to come up with the same exact performance that you came out yesterday versus Florida because every single round, they just made it look so easy. Open up with first bloods, and then eventually using their teamwork to go out there and play the proper trades. They won it in a 6-1 dominant fashion, and that has always been OpTic's worst game mode, search and destroy. Hopefully, they went back home, worked on some issues, trying to fix some certain situations on how they want to make mid-game adjustments, but this is where London need to respond here to tie the series up.
Yeah, absolutely agree, partner. Yeah, I think London Royal Ravens, in regards to this Berlin search and destroy, they got to perform, right? We saw them do that on Desert Siege, and that only elevated them now, rather coming into that control, but now in a much different position rather than to where they found themselves yesterday versus the Mutineers. I mean, they totally outslayed them in that first hard point, but this time a totally different story. And I want to ask you primarily about this OpTic Texas team in the search and destroy as well. I mean, you talked about how they're going to be making adjustments. One of the primary adjustments that they've talked about on social media was that iLLeY no longer on the sniper. They're going to bring Bruce now into that position as what I would consider, and I'm giving you some gas, one of the greatest snipers of all time. You know this role well. You know these players well. How do you feel about Dashy now with the car in his hands?
I feel like iLLeY, he's a great sniper. He's a great search and destroy player. But when he was going up against LA Thieves at the kickoff, Octane had his number in a majority of those gunfights. So now that you have a player like Dashy, basically a walking human highlight reel with that gun in his hands, you should be a little bit more confident because this allows iLLeY to now be a play caller, to just switch from an SMG to an AR and just decide to make those adjustments mid-game. It doesn't really make him a stationary, just hold one bomb site down, hold down the lane. The guy can do it all. They're letting this guy flock his wings and spread them and search and destroy.
And the one thing, too, about OpTic Texas that we talked about in regard to search and destroy, I mean, Scump, he has like the #3 KD in search and destroy last year. We know what Dashy can do with the sniper. I mean, the amount of plays that Shotzzy can make in this mode in particular is going to be great. And then you're like, oh yeah, iLLeY, he's going to be off the sniper. But, I mean, he probably has more search and destroy reps than any human on Earth. I mean, the guy's been playing search and destroy tournaments since he was like 9. He said he won his first gold when he was only like 10 years old. So the guy knows the role quite well.
He's robbed me millions of times. He's robbed me millions of times, man. The guy's a great S&D player. He just needs to come out and show it because in that, like I said, at the kickoff, he had the sniper in his hands. It wasn't really allowing him to make plays. But now that Dashy's taking that in his hands, you can do whatever you want if you're iLLeY. Just make sure you're doing it with confidence.
Yeah, without a doubt. And at the same time, the same notion, we're talking about that. The primary thing that the Ravens did so well on Desert Siege yesterday versus the Mutineers was in those first bloods, right? They go 7 for 7 on Desert Siege. We're heavily talking about those snipers, and for a very good reason, not just in regards to how the Ravens played, but because of the new roles and because of the way that you can influence a map like Berlin in specific with that bad boy, as we are already into the mix, and it's the Ravens starting things off quite nicely, but it's iLLeY on the instant return. The Ravens will get the bomb down off the rip, and as Shotzzy goes away, it's going to be down to iLLeY in the 1v2 specifically for the ace.
And that was just a super aggressive round from both these teams. Now it comes down to 35 seconds on the clock. iLLeY in the 1v2. He knows that there has to be a player playing the safety net towards that back warehouse. But both players are actually going to be back there. He tries to commit towards one gunfight. Second player is going to throw the shoulder. And with 20 seconds left, he has to try to get both. And this is basically impossible to try to get done.
iLLeY putting in a few shots toward the gate, but Ravens just playing the time. And that's really the biggest thing, right? Whenever you walk through that dock side, you notice that the doors have been blown off. You're like, well, this is going to be way more difficult than it already looks to be.
Definitely, but right there, what the Ravens were able to do so well in their offense is usually you do not see players on their offensive attack towards B just push straight down the middle of the map. They went right through bottom P2, caught OpTic as they were trying to just be aggressive towards that B bomb, which is complete blind counter. And that's a great round from London to at least walk away with that one. It almost got scary when iLLeY pops that 2-piece, but they were able to close it out, win the numbers advantage, and go up 1-0.
Yeah, man. Solid start from the Ravens. They say, meet us in the alley. They will secure the first, and now it's OpTic's turn. First attempt here on attack. We've yet to see them on Berlin Search and Destroy. Again, the only taste that we've gotten from them on Vanguard has been on Desert Siege. So with that in mind, we'll see what the strategies are looking like. We'll see what the plays are looking like. Here's that OpTic Texas with 2 players toward that top 3 position. And how about the early engagement there from Shotzzy? Finding the first blood, but rounding the corner happens to be Zero. He finds the lane. Dashy gets picked apart as well. And now we're into the 2 versus 2.
Now, if I'm Gizmo, it's all about getting in this play because you're going to leave Zero all by himself. So now it's going to be a 2v1, even though bomb is going to be planted. I mean, not planted. iLLeY picks it up. Now, slowly but surely, going to work towards that B bomb. So it gives Gizmo a lot of time here. The action's going to go down now if he gets good timing.
He very well could. He very well could. Wants to try to take his time. Nearly finds the second. And Scump just peers right around the corner and takes Gizmo down. You see it from the Ravens' perspective, what that round could have meant for them. But just a nice plays. Holding the ADS is the king. Starting things off at 3-1 and gives OpTic a round.
Yeah, Zero almost made the play right there. Like, once he was able to go in and get that trade immediately onto Shotzzy, forces it to a 2v2. But with Gizmo all the way across the map, OpTic, no, we just have to single this guy out and then play the trade properly. It almost got scary as Gizmo hit some great shots there, but the king was able to close it out, tied up at 1 apiece.
Nice plays coming in from Scump as he'll start off this game at 3-1. OpTic Texas level the score, and now it's time for the Ravens to go back toward the attacking side. And OpTic said, where are you guys at? Last time around, it was an all-out brawl toward the street. This time around, it is the Ravens changing things up dramatically. And based off stats, this appears to be the bomb of choice for a lot of teams. These early A executes causing a lot of problems for the defense. So we'll see how OpTic Texas looks to try and retake it. And that's the best way to start it off, an early 2 picks.
And now with 50 seconds left, you see the London boys starting to hit the rotation, trying to play for a pick through middle broken. As the bomb is going to be down towards A, all of OpTic just putting themselves in a great position. No one's trying to get picked. But Zero, he's actually going to be able to spot Scump in towards bottom middle. One gunfight is going to come in towards the street. Shotzzy's going to be able to take down Nasty. Now Zero in the 1v4.
And best of luck to Zero.
Best of luck.
He'll do what he can. Again, sniper, it's a great gun. But he's going to have to do some work with the pistol. Has some words for iLLeY, and maybe he can take down the other, but not going to happen. OpTic Texas, despite the change-up in strategy from the Ravens, they read it, and they dominate from there.
I thought that play just simply came down to the positioning of Scump. Like, he was able to work his way right up the middle of the map, even though OpTic didn't really have any eyes on that A bomb site. Once Scump was able to hit right through top broken, work his way into trains, he puts down a couple shots onto Nasty, but he doesn't pick up the kill. That eventually allows his teammates to set up fully on the rat back through fire, catches a player that's going through plat, and then they're able to get 2 kills right off the rip to force it to a 4v2. That was just a beautiful retake coming in from OpTic.
Great plays coming in from OpTic, specifically Scump. As he'll continue on that spree. It looked as if it was an idea to try and make a push over at B. You saw a lot of utility be tossed, and it very well could be the bait. But the Ravens, given the positioning that they've got, they should read this one quite quickly, right? I mean, they sit inside a library. They're going to have full information on where players are at. And as Afro clears out the street, the Ravens will have the information. But is it too late? The one player who can make all of the difference happens to be Zero with the sniper, hanging out inside of fire, and does find the pick. Meanwhile, it's not just the sniper toward the front, but it's as well the players at the back as Nasty takes down Scump. I believe it's Afro in another primary position as he says goodnight to Dashy. iLLeY now all by himself, and how about the Ravens? An excellent round in reply.
And right there, if I'm OpTic, you have to get that bomb down. Like Dashy, he was that player that was standing on the top of the warehouse, giving the call out to how many people were crossing towards that A site. He saw one player, but then the guy eventually wraps out of that bomb site. If you're OpTic, just put the bomb down, force it to be a 4v4. When you wait too long, that eventually what allows the Ravens to properly set up for that retake, as eventually Zero was able to open up at that first blood. Nasty finds the second, and at that point, OpTic setup was completely broken. You just have to put the round on your side to try to win, get that bomb down, and play the time.
Yeah, that's what we talk about so often, is that, hey, if you're going to go for a primary play, if you have a big play set up, go for it. Full send it. It's what you got to do. OpTic just a little bit too passive in that last round, and they'll have to pay for it. It appeared OpTic Texas, not exactly sure what happened in their perspective. They were all in at A. They back up. It could have been based off utility, based off of numbers, or maybe they just assumed it was the Ravens hitting all out at B. Regardless of it, You'll take what you can get. You'll take the real estate that you're provided if you're the Ravens, and Shotzzy in the early engagement. Great teamwork there with Scump as they single out Gizmo for the first blood.
So now London, with 45 seconds left, it's looking like they're contemplating a rat back here, but Nasty's able to spot Shotzzy in towards bottom middle. Actually going to jump out as well, and not going to be able to find Shotzzy, but Afro's going to be able to take care of him, forces it to a 3v3, and he's the bomb carrier. Nasty has to be careful in this position as he finds another kill. This should be a free A bomb plant. What a beautiful round coming in from the Ravens.
Excellent execution here out of the London boys. iLLeY knowing full well this B bomb not going to be active whatsoever, but how about the plays from Dashy? Looked like he was going to try to challenge for the second and had a good angle for it. Already feeling the pressure. iLLeY coming right around the corner. Dashy again from the top. He and iLLeY in absolute clinic. As it's Zero, the last man alive, and OpTic Texas will clear out the office. It was Scump and Shotzzy with perfect teamwork to start, and it's iLLeY and Dashy with amazing teamwork to end it out. The SMGs and the ARs. Great coordination there from OpTic, Jay.
And that's where that chemistry comes into play, man. These guys have been playing S&D together basically since they were 15 years old. So 2v4 is like, we've been here before. We can get the job done. As you saw, they were set up on a beautiful crossfire in that 2v2. Once Dashy was able to get that player off bombing, iLLeY with the aggression, Dashy with the great shot that he has, was able to get that kill, immediately traded onto Zero. Great clutch coming out of OpTic to take that round. But now if you're going into another offense, you have to commit to your play call. If Dashy's watching this crosshair, which he's not going to be this round, and it's all about just taking your time as they're going to have a 2-2 split, all out aggression coming in from the Ravens.
London instantly showing their cards, and Afro a little bit late to the party. Just an odd angle for him to try and challenge from. Off of that first blood, Shotzzy's able to take down the other one onto Gizmo. So immediate numbers for OpTic Texas. And based off their positioning right now on the map, it is all about all about B in regards to where they happen to roam. And off of that, Zero does find the pick there on the Scump. So OpTic with a little bit of information. They know Zero's got that snipe, and they know Nasty has to be lingering somewhere. And based off that mini-map, it looks like OpTic Texas, given the knowledge, given everything that they're trying to put together, it appears the plan now is to try to rotate that toward B.
And Nasty in a position to at least call out a couple players crossing towards this bomb site. This is going to make Zero on the late flank work his way all the way around through the deep end. Try to go behind warehouse, but the bomb is going to get planted. You see Nasty in towards bottom middle of the map. He's going to get some shots down, but 35 seconds left. Zero has to be the playmaker.
And finds the play indeed. Takes down Dashy. Back-to-back kills from the Ravens. 25 seconds left. A huge engagement, and both iLLeY and co will walk away with their fights. It looked a little close there from the Ravens. Would have been the 2v4 clutch, but OpTic on the rotation. They get the bomb down, and they utilize those numbers effectively.
Yeah, they had the 2-2 split right there, and the two players that were at B put themselves in the best possible positions. It was Shotzzy and iLLeY. You saw that one player in Gizmo try to basically immediately flank through the back door of P2, and he almost got team killed. Like, it almost forced iLLeY to get the team kill on the Shotzzy. But once he finds that first kill, iLLeY was able to get away with his life. Shotzzy finds the second, and they already have the man advantage. They put it in their favor to close out the round. Now up 4-2.
And how about the aggressive plays already from OpTic? Once more, and it's going to be a headbutt toward the street. And Scump's getting all freaky toward this alley side as he'll take down Gizmo as well in a matter of seconds. The majority of players fall. And now it's into the 1v1. Shotzzy versus Nasty. In the swing round, can Shotzzy go big? He doesn't see his corner. Doesn't see Nasty lingering there. What a wild, wild round that was. The continued aggression toward this street side has given us some rounds to remember here, Study.
Yeah, that was the second time that Ravens just pushed straight out of front door P2. Usually do not see that happen at that B bomb site, especially when OpTic were able to shut it down the first go around. But right there, London, they matched their aggression. Great plays out of Nasty to not hesitate in the 1v1 bomb plant. Puts itself in a great position to eventually clutch up the round. So now London down 4-3 on the defensive side. It's looking like OpTic could commit to an all-out A push. So if I'm Gizmo, it's all about playing your life here.
That's the thing that can be so difficult for the defense. It really is the flexibility that you have on the attacking side. Some great plays again already from Nasty. And he'll put the presence in the back of the mind from OpTic. They think that the flank is happening when in reality it's Nasty re-challenging them once more. It's the hat trick, and he's looking for the ace. He's hungry for it. He's got the call, and he's locking down Office. Nasty with the ace in his sights, and he'll take it.
Unbelievable plays coming in from the young man. Picks up the ace, and I'm pretty sure he was able to pick up that strafing run as well. So Scump would have took him down. That would have been a huge kill, but such great work coming in from London. There was only one player in towards that A bomb. They all three attack right through middle broken. Nasty gets the first blood, and then he wraps back. Like OpTic were committed to them thinking that they were going to be late flanking through train side. But the fact that they wrapped back, that completely caught OpTic off guard as they were trying to push through plat, and now the game is tied up at 4 apiece. Nasty once again on a 6.
My goodness, the Ravens showing their true colors. Excellent plays in these last few rounds as we go from a 1v1 in the middle of a swing round now to a tie game here in this game 2 search and destroy. We've talked about it a lot. London loved the aggression. They loved to invite OpTic out for a party in the alley, but this time a much more slower approach. Maybe trying to play around that glide bomb in specific as Zero had the shot onto Dashy. Takes away the sniper, pulls out the nade. And speaking of it, Afro will at the very least avenge for his fallen comrade. Now into the 3 versus 3.
And look at Gizmo. Look at Gizmo. He was able to work his way right up the street side. And he's flanked his way too far. He's going to be able to find one in Shotzzy. So this is going to force Scump to now turn around. But the rotation is starting to come in towards this A-bomb. London, they are finding the openings, and they're taking advantage of it. As Gizmo's still trying to hold down this plat, but with 20 seconds left in the 3v2, Scump trying to find that kill to even up the numbers, now forces it to a 2v2.
And iLLeY, a great angle, also shuts down Afro. It's into the 1 versus 1. Gizmo versus iLLeY. And with that bomb, he has to plant it. iLLeY, aware of it, does he try and challenge? Does he try to take that window perspective? And iLLeY clutching out the 1v1, finally able to silence the run that the Ravens found themselves on. It got dicey. Gizmo, as a matter of fact, was the man who was making all of the plays. But Scump and iLLeY in the later stages are able to clutch it up. And now they find themselves on map point.
And Gizmo, he almost makes that round possible. Once he finds that kill, that opening to get into fire, he takes control of plat and he gives it up. He basically gives up backfire. That's what allowed Dashy to go in there and get that kill off bomb. And eventually it turns into a 1v1. iLLeY plays the clock beautifully. But now OpTic on game point. A full-on B push is going to be committed here. Nasty is the player that's calling out the cross. He's going to give the information 2 players are going to be here. The strafing run is actually going to get called in. So this could potentially take down both players from OpTic.
And iLLeY says, you know what, I'm going to stick the point. I don't care. And he'll have to sacrifice his life in the end. The objective player putting that above his own life. iLLeY making the ultimate sacrifice. And the Ravens with numbers. Dashy does have the perspective now at the bomb. And Nasty's aware of it. Those doors are clean off. And Dashy's able to even the score now at 3-3. Scump with a huge play. He spots the shoes of Gizmo. He knows that a flank is imminent. Can he make the play? Coming back around, but he actually drops and so does Dashy at the same time. It's all going to be on to Shotzzy as they'll be on the defuse. Long-range shots. Can Shotzzy lay down this fire as he'll get taken down? The Ravens were on the defuse. A wild, wild round. But now we've got ourselves some OT.
And that round just simply comes down to the bad timing that Scump was able to get in towards bottom B2. If he picks up that kill on the Gizmo, they are not allowed to push out towards back warehouse. But now we're going into a round 11 between 2 great teams. They've been playing this map, both of these teams, beautifully.
Yeah.
Blind counters here and there, rotations on point. Just comes down to who can clutch up in these final moments in this round 11.
My word, what a wild sequence. As now it'll be OpTic taking the attack here in this round 11. It was Dashy watching the cross. They'll have some bit of information, but as Scump rounds the corner, maybe a victim once more of bad timing. Zero gets some shots that are on to Dashy. And take a look at Afro. A great call, my friend, as Afro's able to take down Shotzzy for the second. Into the 3 versus 3, as Scump finally getting the word on where Gizmo happens to be. Player number 8 is still sitting inside a warehouse. Dashy's aware of it. It's just a matter of timing at this point. Tosses up the stun. and does not get the information he looked for.
And Afro's actually going to switch up his corner as well. Now, once Dashy opens that door, Afro's going to go for the challenge and win it. So now it's going to be a 3v2. iLLeY with the trade. Bomb still down on B with 35 seconds left.
30 seconds remaining. Zero and Gizmo versus Scump and iLLeY. A huge round specifically for the Ravens. And as iLLeY picks up that bomb, Zero. He's right around the corner, my friend. He's right around the corner, but he's going to rely on Gizmo. He's relying on Gizmo to make the play once more. So many things going down inside a library. Scump is able to catch him out. It's now all on to Zero in the 1 versus 2. 30 seconds left. And his position has now been revealed, and OpTic Texas will hold on. Scump gets his revenge inside a library, makes the pick onto Gizmo. And from there, they play the numbers and they single out Zero. London gave it their all. They force a crazy round 10 into a round 11. But it's OpTic who once more come up clutch and are now 2-0 in the series.
Such an insane last round between both of those teams to go down to a final 2v2. And to iLLeY, no hesitation to put that bomb down. And that's how you know we do have silent plant now, guys, because if it was Zero, he would have turned that corner and immediately just took him off. But forces it to the 2v2. Now it comes into a huge 1v1 gunfight between Gizmo and Scump. Scump was able to get behind Gizmo, get the better of him this time, and when it came to timing, shoot him in the back, force it to the 2v1. But at the same exact time, Zero was engaging with iLLeY on site. This is what makes iLLeY such a great search and destroy player. He was just playing his life beautifully, throwing shoulders left and right, allowing Scump to get back into the play so they could execute that 2v1 challenge and close it out. That was just beautiful mid-game adjustments from actually both teams, but OpTic were able to close it out strong.
I mean, what a search and destroy. I mean, we might as well just give applause for both the Ravens and OpTic Texas for putting on a performance like they did. I mean, so many different highlights, so many moments to take a look at. I know we take a look at that round 11 here in just a moment, but specifically, we got to talk about this play from Nasty. I mean, talk me through it, Jay. An unbelievable ace. We talked about the Ravens. They were down 4-2. They make the comeback, and a lot of that is based off of the heroics in round 8 from Nasty.
Yeah, so right there, when Nasty picks up that first spot, you see all of OpTic. They're thinking, hey, we can push through Plat. They're going to be setting up on the flank, but he takes his time onto iLLeY, finds a second, and he reads perfectly onto Shotzzy. At the same time, Scump picks up the kill. So now he knows the positioning of this last player. It's all about just playing the trade correctly. You see all 3 players from London's side are sitting towards Plat. They spot him. They give the kill to Nasty, and that was just such a great heads-up play out of the young man to go immediately on the flank and then wrap back to complete the ace.
Yeah, incredible plays from Nasty, unfortunately for him. And even his heroics in that round 10, by the way, that even got us to that round 11, calling in those streaks that were set up based off of that ace. Phenomenal plays from Ravens, but at the end of the day, it was not enough for this OpTic Texas team. And I think you labeled it very, very well studied, right? We talked about Scump, his ability in search and destroy, the things that he was able to do, and then now having a search and destroy mind like iLLeY on this roster, it's unbelievable. And it goes to show that having iLLeY sometimes without that sniper in his hands, the man's got a mind for the game, and he showed exactly why that's the case as they combined for 21 kills in this game 2 search and destroy. OpTic now up 2-0 in this series, and now we got to talk about some control. We'll leave it here on some highlights, but again, the question remains, can Ravens step up? Can they come up clutch? They're able to do it yesterday versus the Mutineers, Jay, but it is going to be on a different map. Yesterday it was Gavutu. This time it'll have to be on Tuscan. We'll see what they can come up with as we'll head to a quick little break. When we come back, it is Tuscan Control. Howdy, folks, and welcome back to CDL opening weekend. Yes, I can say howdy. I am an official Texan, so I have the license to say that. Anyway, if you're just joining us, it is OpTic Texas versus the London Royal Ravens. OpTic, off of a crazy round 11 search and destroy, now find themselves up 2-0, one map away from victory, as now we've got Tuscan Control up next. Leno and Study on the mic, and Jay, I'll leave it for you. Give me the scoop on Tuscan, my man. How do we feel about OpTic? How do we feel about Ravens on this map and mode specifically?
Well, this was the only map that OpTic were able to win at the kickoff versus a team like LA Thieves, who were fairly good. They were able to push themselves all the way to a Sunday, but this is where OpTic really just showed a lot of strength. They have 3 players who are currently in the top 10 of KDs, Shotzzy being the player that's leading by #1. Even though it's only a small sample size, the guy's at a 1.4 KD. And right off the rip, you see OpTic, they're committing towards this B point. They were the only team at the kickoff to successfully capture B off the rip.
Well, all right, we're into this. And the Ravens are like, okay.
Uh-oh.
Interesting strat. We'll see if it works out for him. A bold one indeed, and Zero making Shotzzy pay. Meanwhile, it's Gizmo kissing the nade, tossing it over, as it'll take down Dashy as well. The final 2 players still lingering in the back of the base. They did successfully get that first tick here on to B. Meanwhile, it's a 1v1 going down at that A point. Gizmo escapes with 1 HP. OpTic cleared off of that B point. But now they've transitioned in toward A, and take a look at that setup. Spread out throughout the field are the Texas boys. It's going to be a difficult retake here for London, given the way that this map works and given who Texas are, showing their strengths, as that'll be 3 in a row, and now halfway to capturing that A objective.
And now this is allowing the King to start being aggressive in towards bottom church, as he's going to be able to find 3 in a row, potentially for the 4th, but Afro's going to be able to shut him down. So the second tick progression comes in towards A. They should be able to extend this time by a minute, but it's looking like London, they're not going to fully just give up on this A point. They're still sending 3 players at it. They're trying to eliminate iLLeY from this position. A is still not going to be captured, but OpTic, only a matter of time before they find all these kills, as that's going to be iLLeY finding 2. A should be captured now. A minute 54 to work with. Up by 4 kills are going to be OpTic.
iLLeY putting them on skates, says, hey, you might want to upgrade that sensitivity because I'm flying around the map with that MP40 out. Good night, possibly to Zero. We thought he had the kill, but that head glitch over at that tank is never going to be an easy fight to take. So like you said, OpTic Texas able to capture that A objective, and now they've got a minute and 30 to work with over at B. And based off of the early play, it does work out in at least 1 tick. So you'll take that, given how column works, given how that part of the map can be difficult to grab. Still a minute and 30 on the clock, and as long as Afro sits here, it is not going to be a fun day at the office, as Gizmo not able to take it. A back and forth affair inside of the command center, but as the dust begins to settle, it's OpTic who wins a majority of the fight.
So now OpTic have full plat control. They can push right through P5, but here comes Zero. Great shots, able to take down Dashy and Shotzzy. The pinch is going to be here from Scump, as he's at least able to take him down. But now all on Scump. With 55 seconds left, OpTic now down, or at least even in the lives column. You have to just take your time. You want to allow for at least 1 or 2 more team pushes, but you have to take control of plat.
The primary spot to look at, and London being aware of such, look one direction, and also are able to find Scump, who once more was attempting to play at the flank. We noticed the lives instantly change up. OpTic were up around 3 to 4 once they captured A. And you can see it on full display why B is such a difficult point to go for. Those lives instantly changed up as Zero hitting shots from range. He'll now sit on 3 in a row. Afro will continue on his spree as well. A 3 versus 11, and while it was a valiant effort to try and go for that B capture off the rip, it just goes to show how punishing Tuscan can be. And with the Ravens players on the streaks that they are, it's going to be great for them in the future rounds. Afro will escape on 5 in a row. They get the W, but specifically, Jay, the Ravens, they've got some streaks potentially to look out for in this next round.
So that was just a great hold coming in from London. Like off the rip, OpTic, they do their initial B push. They get a first tick of progression there. And then eventually it allows Scump to wrap back, do their spawn to get a full capture at A, fully set up there. But what London were able to do so well in their defense right there was just continuously filling the gap for that P5. Either it was Gizmo, either it was Nasty, who were always putting himself in that position, which is allowing all of OpTic to continuously spawn out towards back fountain. It makes it basically like 20 seconds until you're actually getting to that point if you're not trying to flood through P5. But that was just a great hold from the Ravens. Hopefully they can respond on offense as well.
Ravens will see what they can do now on their attacking side. OpTic Texas down the way that they were, and also trying to keep these players off of their sprees as aBeZy now extends it to 6. The nice long-range shots there on to Scump. Can he find the 7th? Will it be the glide bomb? Not the case, as OpTic will hold, and now we'll step aside and see how the comms sound here in round number 2. Let's throw it to a listen now with OpTic Texas.
Your side, bind. Hop, mid alley. Mid alley, one shot aBeZy. I'm going mid. Yeah. Two mid on me. I need over here. Yeah, our side to you. Yeah, to you. Top. Tree. They're deep tree. Yeah, I spawn close. One guy coming bottom church. What's it? I bottom church. I need over you, running. Oh shit. I'm getting outer. I'm trying to get outer. Hold our church bench for a second. I can't show. Yo, Trace outer P1. I'm in a nade. You got two. Gizmo close. Yeah, Gizmo's close. Chalk. I'm trying. Yo, Trace outer. Outer tree. Yeah, outer RCD. I'm coming. RCD. Trey, absolute dude. I can't hit him, bro. Oh yeah, Chalk can't hit him. Yeah, Chalk. I'm one shot there. Bottom church, Nasty dead. When is you? Still never right. I have left. I'm holding up church. I'm holding up church. I think left that I see. I'm back up. Completely. One step fire. I have the back. I'm gonna hold it back. I think we win. No, top church. I'm one shot. Right. I hear you. Yo, just hold radio. I think we win. Radio. Radio, Seth. Yo. On the back. One shot. What's we made late? Dead. You have the back out? Yeah, the back. Wait, I'm going top again. Trading probably gonna be church door. Yo, our side, our ramp.
Well, the Ravens successful in their ventures over at that A objective point, as now we are all level in regards to the live situation, as Shotzzy trying to pick up for what has been a slow performance off the start for him. But Jay, how'd you feel about the listening there from OpTic Texas and the strategies that they were putting in toward the end of that A objective point?
It's calm, cool, and collected. The only thing that really threw me off was the fact that they continuously were just throwing lives at that A point. They should be up by like 4 to 5 kills if they would have just gave it up. But a lot of the trades are just going in favor of Ravens, which allowed them to eventually capture that point, now have the positioning that they do. But with OpTic still holding down this P5, you're just allowing these players to overextend through the back. Dashy and Scump finding 2 pieces, Scump trying to find the 3rd. But so far, this has just been a great hold from OpTic. Already up 2 lives, 40 seconds left. If you're London, you have to start flooding through P5, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
In a great position for aBeZy as well to try and get this job done. As long as his teammates win the fights from the front, things could be that much better. It is a 1-for-1. aBeZy loses the fights, but at least sets his teammates up for some free time now here over at B. An unfortunate team nade takes down Dashy, as that will make Texas's lives that much more difficult. Gizmo once more applying the pressure on the flank as he'll get taken down. Meanwhile, it's Nasty in this corridor over toward L. He gets dropped as well. aBeZy, a hope and a dream as he'll get dropped. Some solid strats coming in from the Ravens, but ultimately the flanks over and over again, not amounting to enough, as it looks like they will play the life game. Of course, aware of the way that overtime will work. The push silenced, the push stopped, and while it looked a little bit scary there for a moment, Jay, I mean, with the team nade and with the way that the Ravens are playing, it looked like they could have had something be done, but it's another defensive win, this time on the OpTic end.
And that's great work from OpTic to at least slow down the bleeding, because it's starting to get out of hand. Once you throw that many lives at A, it only takes like 1 or 2 good pushes towards that B point for them to put you in that trap. But they were just keeping the kill stagnant. Not everyone was going down at the same exact time. That's why they were able to walk away with the defense. But now going back into the offensive attack, this time around they're switching it up. They're sending Shotzzy in towards bottom church, and they're committing towards that A point right off the rip.
And you like how aggressive both sides are being, right? By continually getting up in that church position just does not allow for the defensive side to really kind of gain their bearings. It really is a battle over at A to kick it off. I mean, if you are the defensive side, you want to try to get them in lives. You want to try to have them throw as much as they can to try and capture that. The Shotzzy, putting them on a highlight reel, has some words for Zero at the top side of church. It's going to take a hope and a prayer to take them down now, not just looking toward the top, but it's also the drop shot coming in from Shotzzy. Excellent plays here for him, as he will lead OpTic Texas to an early capture at that A objective. They've got that, and now it's time for Scump, the other SG, to keep on this spree.
So the A point is going to be completed. Scump on a 4. Just roaming around towards top church, and right now I'm pretty sure London, in their very first defensive win, they were able to win by 11 kills. OpTic respond with getting 3 kills on their defensive round. So OpTic trying to tie it up in the kill department as they're just finding every single kill, eventually able to get onto this point. All of London starting to spawn out towards the backside. This has to be a break if you're London, or OpTic could potentially have a great hold here.
It's a big 1v1, and Gizmo, he's able to take it. How big that could have been for OpTic Texas to try and break open the setup. But back to the drawing board, OpTic Texas with the life advantage, and they're gonna need it. But how about the nades? How about the utility? Tossed out from the Ravens in that command center. Jay, we call P5 a wild one for a reason. You toss those nades in there, and there is nothing they can do about it. No trophies in Vanguard, and OpTic Texas learned that the hard way.
And now with a minute 10, Dashy's able to sneak his way through the back. Huge gunfight onto Afro. It should allow his teammates to start trying to push up the middle of the map, but all of London, they're just playing for the cutoffs. They're allowing Dashy to be back in the spawn. They're playing for every single other player on the side of OpTic, forcing them to all overextend through that 8 point as they are holding down that P5 positioning. With 50 seconds left, they have tied the kills department up. Scump with the trade, but the pressure's starting to come from OpTic from the backside.
And the problem too is that Nasty did earn that streak, so if things start to get dicey, you may want to invest this if you're the Ravens, but they may not have to do that. Zero being in the position that he is, gonna take some work, probably at least a trade to try and take him down, but no. Zero hiding out. Gizmo's there to find two. Scump ends up finding a lane. With 25 seconds left, yeah, you just like the way that the Ravens are playing this, establishing players up in the middle side of the map, and P5 being that choke point. OpTic never really able to break on through as Gizmo now himself on a 5 spree. It feels like everybody for the Ravens has had their time in the spotlight, as it's now going to be his turn, finally picked off, but 3 versus 5, Scump still challenging toward the objective. Feels like maybe there's some life here. Decides to back away, and defense will continue to reign on in. Ravens now up 2-1.
And right there, Ravens, I'm pretty sure they were able to outslay by 2 kills. So now, based off the 3 rounds, if my math is correct, they should be up by 10 total kills. So as long as they don't get outslayed by 10 kills in this very next round, they should be able to get defense if it does go round number 5. But if I'm OpTic this time, I'm not committing so many lives towards that 8 point. You want to make sure you're always filling that gap for P5, force them to continuously overextend through the middle of the map, overextend through that 8 point, and not allow the Ravens to be super aggressive towards that side of the map to try to take plat control.
We'll see how they look to make those adjustments. And the Ravens. And hey, you know what? Let's try this B objective out. Let's try this bad boy. Keeping in mind, they also do have a spree. Shout out to the observers. They have got one. And Gizmo in Nasty's hands. Shotzzy as well also has a strafe himself. So we'll see if those do become somewhat of a factor as Shotzzy's in the spawn. Meanwhile, a majority of the engagements are still happening over here at B. That's going to be 1 tick already in from the Ravens, and Afro, realizing such, decides to push this one on out. Up close and personal, taking down Bruce, and the Ravens will continue to capture this point. Scump doing everything he can just to try to clear out the base, but the Ravens are soaring. They are in the base, and they are causing problems. Not just 2 ticks, inching ever closer to all 3. And how about the play from the London Royal Ravens? They push that B objective, and they make it look easy.
And now this is where those streaks can come in handy. Gizmo having himself a map 30 and 17. Pretty sure they at least have 2 strafing runs to work with. But now OpTic, they have full control of their spawn. They just have to hold the push for the time being from bottom church. As Gizmo trying to work his way through the flank, he will get sniffed out by Scump. But they still have to just be focused of where iLLeY is on the map, because right now he's blocking that spawn from those players to spawn closer towards that 8 point. But does Zero know his positioning?
We'll find out as iLLeY gets picked apart. Zero, like you said, the great spot, and now with streaks, London Royal Ravens could close it out here. Look how fast that objective already begins to roll. And you got to imagine some streaks surely have got to be coming in. Yes, indeed they will. Gizmo continuing to stack up in the kill side of things. He takes down Shotzzy, but the Ravens, they will capture the point, and that will be an excellent rebound here on some Tuscan control. We talked about OpTic Texas. Given the performances for both of these teams at kickoff, OpTic looked great on Tuscan. On the other side for London, they get 3-0'd by the Surge. They come out being 2-0 down, rebounding off of the heartbreaking round 11 search and destroy, and they show great promise. Gizmo, Jay, leading the way at 31 and 18.
Yeah, they really just came out the gates and just dominate this map. They went on their very first defensive round and were able to outslay OpTic by 11 kills going into that one. Then OpTic answers back with their very own defense of their own. But then London, once again, they knew exactly what they needed to do to accomplish another defensive win. They were consistently just pushing out P5, forcing all of OpTic to spawn out towards back fountain. And it's just not going to be easy if you're OpTic completely trying to overextend right through the middle of the map or through this A point the entire time. Because Gizmo, the way he was holding down P5, you got to tip it to the young man. With the SMG, with the AR, he was just getting the job done. And then we go into the final offensive round for the Ravens. They commit towards B. And that's exactly, it looked like the same exact push that OpTic were trying to do the first go around. But the only thing that was different is that London, they didn't lose any of their gunfights off the initial. Like we saw iLLeY, he was able to get to that back heli. He immediately got taken off by Zero. But once Afro was able to stay alive back there, pick up multiple two pieces, that would eventually allowed him and Gizmo to be a team of two to secure that B point. Makes it easy once you get that job done. Then you use your streak to close out A, stack the point. Just great adjustments from the Ravens, mid game and also end game to close it out in such a dominant fashion.
Yeah, we can't forget that
Kobe
that triple nade that we saw here at Command Center. Heartbreaking for OpTic Texas in that moment. You're thinking, hey, we're gonna go push through P5, a big choke point. Oh, okay, we're all dead. Yeah, just a number of different highlight plays from the Ravens throughout. But I mean, I tell you what, I think a lot of CDL teams are gonna be looking at that round, that final round where they push through B. Such great plays out of the London side. One of the cleaner pushes that we have seen in Control so far throughout the season. They reference back toward A, and it is a job well done here from the London Royal Ravens. Specifically, Study, some excellent plays from Gizmo. He finishes 31 and 18. There's been a lot of talk, right, about the young players of this Ravens roster, right? We know what we can expect from Zero. We saw what Afro was able to do last year. But out of Nasty and specifically out of Gizmo, Gizmo was the last player added to this team. Zero went to the young guns of Nasty and Afro, and he said, who do you guys want to grab? Who do you think would be a good player to add to this team? And they said, you know what? Despite Gizmo only playing 1 year in Challengers, he is the guy to grab. And throughout these last 2 days, he's shown exactly why he deserves to be on this team.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, man. The guy's playing super confident. And then when you're playing alongside people you've played with in the EU Challengers, you won a couple events with them, there's just nothing but chemistry here. So far, him and Nasty, they have really just been taking over this series for me. Nasty turned up in the Search and Destroy. Unfortunately, couldn't get the W there. But right there, Gizmo, like I said, with the SMG in his hand, with the Automaton in his hands, he was consistently just putting himself in the best positions possible to cause mayhem. Even when Zero was trapped in P5 one time by himself, Gizmo was like, hey, I'm going to be a teammate. I'm going to go help you as they're pushing you through. He finds 3 kills. The guy was just getting it done. That means that London's communication is on point, and hopefully with that win underneath their belt, down 2-1 in the series, going into a Berlin hardpoint, we actually had the chance to watch these guys scrim a lot of this map. So my main focus has to be on Afro, because for some reason he's able to drop 35 plus consistently on Berlin.
Yeah, man. I mean, like every time we were in those off-season scrimmages, Afro was lighting it up on Berlin, and that brings us to a pretty interesting conversation, right? We had that same talking point coming into Bocage was Afro versus Scump. Scump was able to win that battle, and now, I mean, Scump has been lights out so far throughout this series, specifically in that opening Bocage. The man was on fire, literally. I mean, the man was absolutely on fire, not just because of his hair, but because of his overall gun skill. Finished 35 and 29, an amazing start to this series. The primary reason why OpTic found themselves in the driver's seat and continue to heading into this map 4. But are you looking at Scump specifically? Are you looking at that SMG battle once more between Scump and Afro, or do you think it's going to be something else?
I think I'm definitely going to look at that SMG battle, because you probably think you're going into a Berlin hardpoint, pretty big map. You want to focus a lot on your ARs. But the money hills basically come down to that P2 and that P1. That's where you can really get your SMGs to go out there and shine. As long as you can control those, you're allowing your SMG players to be super aggressive, because you know the spawns are pretty consistent. If you're spawning out towards back warehouse, they're all going to be spawning out towards top plat. You just have to allow your SMGs to be the aggressors on the map and allow your ARs to just set up properly off the rotations.
And it makes you wonder too, right, as we head in toward this Berlin, a map that in some ways plays similar to aBeZy, just simply in regards to the importance of rotations, the amount of time that you can lock down in some of these hills. The London Royal Ravens looked excellent on aBeZy yesterday. A very disciplined team, as we know, Study. Zero has got these guys whipped into shape. They are prepared for a map like this. They did it yesterday versus the Mutineers. Granted, a different map, but a similar makeup. We'll see if they have what it takes to send us to a map 5, or if OpTic Texas will close things up for now. And how about this start out of the London Royal Ravens? It's a team kill, but It is a worthy transaction at the least. The Ravens come through and punch OpTic Texas right in the mouth. Texas with preferred spawn, and Ravens say, yeah, screw that. Afro just runs right into their face, and now the Ravens have got control.
And now with 20 seconds left, you have to start thinking about that rotation. But look at the positioning from Zero. He has the entire right side of the map cut off through the middle of the map, sitting on this middle tank. He's going to at least spot Dashy going towards lower trenches, but iLLeY is finally able to take him down. So now with 8 seconds remaining, OpTic should be able to win this rotation gunfight. They just have to locate the player in Afro before he takes down multiple players. Is he able to take down Scump? Trades going back and forth, and right now it's going to be London controlling from the front side.
Yeah, for a moment, an 8-team spree for the London Royal Ravens is nasty. Starting things off flawless. He's at 5-0. Scump on the other end, able to take him down. But Afro's still alive and toward the bottom of the library as he'll finally get picked apart. So it is OpTic Texas with the preferred spawns. But as we know, Zero instantly going to be a factor. Nearly had the second, but how about the coordination? Shotzzy with the best of timing is able to save his SMG duo, his compadre and Scump, from suffering an early defeat. But regardless of that, the Ravens are still walking away with time, despite some good plays here and there from OpTic Texas. The Ravens are here to play, and they're showing out already. Zero in the back of the map, preparing for that next rotation. And Afro, he's only beginning to heat up. He finally gets dropped, but 2 hills in, and it is the London Royal Ravens with a 50-point advantage.
But now OpTic have the spawns for P3. This could be a full 60 if they can hold this down. It all just comes down to the pressure they can put in towards fire. But with Scump dropping, Shotzzy dropping, this is going to be London. Able to flood through the street, able to flood through fire. They're going to block the spawns around the backside. So now spawns are going to be flipped. Dashy and iLLeY have to try to go big as they do find 2. They're just allowing their teammates to fill the gap, try to get into time as they're trying to hold down these spawns. But Nasty able to find 2. Afro with the 3rd. Last player in the hill is going to be Shotzzy.
Nasty, he gets dropped. He gets dropped from the front. And how about the plays from Shotzzy at Zero, who wins the ending engagements? Some good plays coming in from Shotzzy, but at the end, it is the London Royal Ravens due to that spawn advantage. You've got control, but no, Scump runs right on through, and he's able to find 3 himself. Shotzzy with 3 to start. It's Scump with 3 to end, and they will depart. Fire, a very happy team, considering the fact that they have got rotations set up for next. Keep in mind, Afro sits inside of P2, so he will look to push this one out. OpTic also going to be late off of those rotations. The same thing can be said for the Ravens. So player 3 versus player 8, this is going to be a big engagement. Afro's able to take it. It's OpTic on the hill early. But with Afro being in the position that he is, he's going to need to go big and rely on his teammates to make some nice kills from the front. They're able to do that, and they look good right now as Afro continuing to cause some problems. OpTic in the back of the base, and Afro applying pressure once more, doing everything he can with the MP40. He gets taken down, but now it's Nasty's turn. The Ravens push on in.
And that's all on Afro, just making such a heads-up play as Nasty takes down Scump. That huge engagement. This final 20 seconds should go in favor of the Ravens, with Shotzzy able to sneak his way through, trying to work his way towards the back. But with 15 seconds left, you're not going to be too mad about it if you're OpTic. You were able to get back into this game off of the P3 hold, off of the P4 hold as well, now only being down by about 30 points. They're going to have the spawns towards top plat. So this is the preferred side of how you want to hold this hard point. You just want to make sure you take control of this left side of P2. There's a huge gunfight between Scump and Afro. As he does win it, this should allow OpTic to get on time.
Yeah, and shout out to the flank. They were talking about LAG's hold on P5 yesterday in a very similar setup. The way that OpTic Texas are holding this one right now. Keep in mind, one player did make his way through the flank. So Nasty right now sits inside of fire as they'll look to try to blow this entire thing up. Nobody from OpTic really getting inside of the objective. It was a nice hold, but it's without a doubt got some dents in it. P5 can be mixy. As we said, LAG, a great job on it yesterday, but as the spawns flip, Ravens prioritize the next rotation. It's going to work out nicely for them as now they'll look to dive on in and try to continue to exploit this lead. But we talked about flanks, now it's Shotzzy's turn.
And if I'm OpTic right there, I would like to get a good chunk of time off for that P5 hard point, especially if you're going to lose the rotation. They allowed Ravens to start spawning out towards backfire. They still thought that they were spawning at warehouse, but no one is basically picking up any time on that P5. Now they're going to be down 40 points, don't have the rotations. This is going to be pretty difficult for them to try to break in. If London can get a great hold on this, get a good at least 20 to 30 seconds on this, they can blow this game wide open.
Yeah, they absolutely can. Instant pressure applied now toward OpTic Texas. Ravens with a great position, and Pay no attention to the way that the opening P1 looked. It was a great job from London exploiting what can be a money hill on this map. But how about the plays from Scump? Playing patient, takes down Afro and Zero in the mix. We say it's a hill that they need to jump in on, and right on cue, Scump's there to save the day and now give OpTic some much needed time.
Now they just have to start thinking about the rotation. London, they have come out on top. The majority of these rotation gunfights is Afro and Nasty are able to find 2. So now this is going to force OpTic to be a little bit late on rotation, but Shotzzy finds a 2-piece at the old hill, which gives them the man advantage now. Going into this P2 hardpoint, they just have to take down Gizmo. He's currently got that strafing run to work with. He's able to take down one onto Scump. Trades going back and forth. London set up the pinch. They find 2. They're going to be able to get into the hill and keep the great spawns towards the top plat side. It's going to be 149 to 109.
But the Ravens are still holding it. Like we said, despite OpTic being right here, the Ravens have done such a great job at limiting them each and every single chance that they've got. Gizmo continuing to go on a spree. He gets cut down. Now it's Nasty's turn. Zero has some words for Scump. Beats him with the fist to the face. And you can tell OpTic somewhat uncomfortable. They're trying to find an angle. They're looking for every chance to get into this hill, but London will not go away. And with 18 seconds left, if you're the Ravens, you're thinking, hey, job done. We at least contested, and now they have got rotation set up for P3. Another hill, Jay, where we talk about the game can be blown open. Ravens were able to flip the spawns last time, and with player 5, Zero being in the position that he is, it's not going to be easy. Dashy receiving some fire, and Shotzzy trying to watch over for his teammate. Zero says now's the time to fly. He takes one down. Shotzzy still there to apply pressure. It's OpTic all the way through the street. Scump's at least able to take down one, but it's Nasty picking up from where Zero left off. The spawns are pretty much everywhere, but the Ravens continuing to hold this one down.
Now up 50 points, 40 seconds remaining on this P3 hardpoint. You know that all of OpTic, they're going to commit towards attacking through the front side and attacking through fire. So with 30 seconds left, basically, if you lock this up for the Ravens, you're pretty confident that you can close out this game and force it to that game number 5. As they're just finding kill after kill in the feed. 20 seconds left. Last player here is going to be Dashy. He drops. And now this is going to force all of OpTic to start thinking about that rotation. The 200-point mark has been broken from London, and you already see Gizmo already a step ahead off the rotation, able to find one into Shotzzy. But does he know the positioning of Dashy? As he does get taken down, OpTic are going to be able to win the rotation.
And Shotzzy toward the back, he's going to try to apply a little bit of pressure toward the back of our prior hill. He gets dealt with, so he'll still spawn here. But at the very least, the Ravens slow and methodical as they will look to invest the glide bomb from Gizmo. Maybe even a strafing run as well. That's going to come in, at least get some information, and Zero has a better idea of where iLLeY is. It's the nade that ends up taking him down. And now realizing such, it's 3 down, and Shotzzy doing everything he can. He realizes the angle that he's got. He's able to take down one. Can he find the second onto Nasty? Not going to be there, but the Ravens flip, and now they've got preferred positioning. OpTic realizing such, have got to jump back in this hill and not allow for the Ravens to inch closer and closer toward that 250-second mark. Stunned and taken down. The Ravens continue to roll as they sit on 7. Now make it 8 players in a row as a team. Now 10 more points away from sending us to a game 5.
So now if you're OpTic, you have to play perfect hardpoint from here on out. It all starts with getting some good chunk time off of this P5 hardpoint, but when Gizmo's hitting shots like that onto iLLeY in towards the window, it's going to be a pretty difficult task to try to get done. Here goes. Ravens are able to get on the point. It's only a matter of time before they close it out here.
Looks to be theirs. It looks to be theirs, and it will be. London coming out again and showing grit. The Royal Ravens are not going down without a fight. They were down 2-0. We thought surely it's going to be a 3-0, but they have got the fight. London has got themselves a roster, and how about the young guys showing up once more? It was Gizmo in the control, and this time it was Nasty and Afro, the duo, going big here on Berlin. And once more, Jay, we got a game 5.
Unbelievable.
We got a game 5 again. This is wild.
I can't believe it, man. We're going to another Game 5. Every single series of these cats so far during our opening weekend has went to a Game 5. So there's no better way for this series to go than go all the way to the distance, man. But what great work out of the Raves right there to close out that game number 4. They dominated in the rotation battle. And then even when they didn't have the rotations, they were so beautiful in executing their breaks. Everyone was picking up that one kill that they needed, which eventually allowed OpTic to go 4 dead. Once you were all going 4 dead at the same time, London was so great at just flipping those spawns every single time. The early start to this game from London was beautiful. They were able to break into that P1, get at least about 30 seconds there, but the fact that they were late to the rotations for P2 and were still able to hold that as well, and then eventually chain it to that P3 where OpTic had the rotation, they were not able to hold it for about 15 seconds. London was just playing this map beautifully. I was not expecting a Game 5 here, but when I saw this map in the map and Mo's system, I knew that Afro and Nasty were going to go insane. Now we're going to a Bocod Search and Destroy for Game 5. Oh my God, I cannot believe this series.
This is wild. I mean, we talked about it, right? To start off today, you and I, we were talking about Atlanta FaZe, OpTic Texas, for both of these top tier teams. Both of these top tier teams, they were looking to get back on track. They were looking to be like, okay, let's get a solid victory today and let's carry that out through the remainder of our matches this week, and then obviously looking forward. But Paris and London, making them work for it. London, we're down 2-0, but they have fought their way back. They close it out on Tuscan, and they show us some grit as well on Berlin Hardpoint. And oh boy, when we come back after the break, folks, it's not just going to be a Game 5, but it's going to be a Game 5 on Bocod Search and Destroy. We don't know what to expect. Make sure to let us know what your predictions are. Utilize that hashtag CDL 2022. Let us know who you got, and when we come back, like we said, it's time for some Cage.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to CDL opening weekend. It is Game 5 time between OpTic Texas and the London Royal Ravens. Oh, we got to talk about two top performers so far throughout this series, Scump and Gizmo. You take a look at those numbers, Jay. I mean, what? We were talking about Scump. We were talking about how he needs to have a solid performance after the Kickoff Classic. He has done that and more, and the same thing can be said on the other side for Gizmo, a new player making his debut. Right when we talked about versus Florida yesterday, he was excellent, and so far in this matchup versus OpTic Texas, he has been absolutely dominant.
Yeah, both of these players have been stepping up today. Scump obviously shaking off everything that happened at kickoff. Guy's been frying all day today at an 80% non-traded kills. That's insane. That's insane. That means that guy's going in there and possibly getting a two-piece every single time. No one is going for that kill. And then Gizmo, on the other hand, this young man is really making a name for himself. Obviously, throughout EU challenges last year, he was winning a majority of those things. But to come in here, the series versus Florida was beautiful. But versus OpTic Texas, such a star-studded lineup, to put up the numbers that he's putting up so far, you got to tip it to both of these guys, man. They both have been having a tremendous series, and then both of their teams are going to need them to play big in this map.
Yeah, and we've talked about a number of different top performers. We discussed for OpTic Texas, right, a new group for them. The same thing said for the London Royal Ravens. Two players from the EU Challenger side. Afro, his second year, a small stint with the Ravens at the end of Cold War. The two teams, new rosters, new faces. We'll see who can come out with the first round victory. OpTic looking for their first win of this CDL season, and now in toward Bocage, a map that you never really know what's going to happen on, especially here in Search and Destroy. But it's Shotzzy who may have snuck his way through Top Grandmas.
He might be able to find the opening kill here. As OpTic is starting to wait, but Nasty's going to read it beautifully. Pops that first blood. Now it's all on OpTic to try to make a play here. They know that at least one player is going to be in towards sight. A Dashy finds the kill onto 0, evens up the numbers at 3v3.
Into the 3 versus 3. Scump trying to clear out that wall. They've got a nade to deal with. How about the place from the Ravens? But they don't seal the deal. Afro, meanwhile, jumps on in for 2. Can he find the third? And yes, Afro with 3. And how about the plays? Throwing down the nade at the bomb. OpTic have to jump forward, and they set up Afro for success.
That was a perfectly timed stun right there. Like, I know they threw the nade on the bomb site, but the stun comes in immediately after. So you see both OpTic players trying to commit towards that gunfighting towards bottom kitchen. But once they got stunned, it was basically like they got pulled with their pants down. It's impossible when you're stunned trying to turn around and try to get those gunfights. As Afro was able to pick up 3 in those final moments to close out the round, give himself the hat trick. And now London are up 1-0.
Impressive stuff from London in those close quarter positions. Is OpTic focusing quite heavily over at this B side? They had not just iLLeY, but they've got Scump directly over at that bomb. A few shots exchanged here throughout Bocage, but once more it is OpTic with the opening kill. This time it's Scump. They're on to Nasty. A good old Redhead versus Redhead battle. As Nasty will have to say goodbye to him and see him in the next round, and Scump continuing, as that's going to be 2 to start.
And you can just tell that OpTic did their homework. You usually see 2 players stack up at that A bomb, but they know that they're playing against the Ravens. They probably know their strategies. They set up around that B push right off the rip. Now in a 4v1 situation, it's going to be 0. Bomb is going to be down, but he's able to find at least one for the time being, but it's going to be immediately traded. OpTic Texas tied up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, a great responding round here from OpTic Texas. And again, as we talked about at the start of the round, they focused a lot of attention at B, but for the most part, it's Scump going big, right? They find the opening pick once more. He goes big to find those 2 throughout the middle of the round. And from there, the Ravens left to try and distance themselves. Like we said, everybody's still trying to figure out how Bocage Search Destroy works. I know what, Jay, we were going to see it once at the Kickoff Classic, and I don't really know what to take away from that. I mean, again, we talked about this map. You're going to see more hits over at A than at B, but with Smoke's not currently in the game plan, it just makes things that much more dicey.
Yeah, but look at the aggression coming in from London. They're pushing straight out to the middle of the map. Gizmo's able to take down 1. Nasty finds the second. But Scump and Shotzzy, they're answering. Like I said, Batman and Robin, this is where you want the 2 SMG players to really step up. All left up in the 2v1 is going to be 0.
Oh, and 0. He jumps out at the exact same time that OpTic turned their heads and focus over at B. But what a big round this could be for the vet. What a huge round it could be for Zero. Go to play the timings. Gets the information of where Shotzzy is, and as he comes through, Grandma's, he gets great time there on the Scump. 25 seconds left, and Shotzzy, he's positioned himself in a good spot, and Zero, a solid effort at the 1v2, but Shotzzy decides to lay down and finally takes down Zero, but it got dicey. It got dicey.
It definitely did. Like right there, that's another moment where Scump just gets bad timing. Like you're getting the call out from Shotzzy. The guy is in towards middle gate. Probably going to hit through the front door. But as soon as he committed to turn to the left street, try to get closer to Shotzzy, Zero was able to take him down. But Shotzzy puts himself in a great position to watch that crossfire. He knows that the player has to be in Grandma's. No way he's going to work his way through tunnel. No way he's going to work his way through flank. And plays it beautifully. So OpTic are able to walk away with the round.
And off of that as well, Shotzzy now sitting on 3 in a row. London, saw this happen quite a bit in Berlin, and already clearing through Grandma's. Quite a bit of square footage in this bad boy, but yeah, like you said, the bomb, it's still at the back, and Dashy's gonna make him pay for it. All of that aggression means nothing if you haven't got the objective, but Afro, regardless of a few woes off the start, is picking things up. Takes down Dashy, takes down Scump, Gizmo right alongside of him. Able to take down the third, but Shotzzy's going to have to do it all himself. And once more, it is Afro going big for the team. The aggression, despite maybe not valuing the objective as much as they should, it still pans out for them.
Yeah, they weren't too worried about it. They said, hey, let's just take control of bottom Grandma's. We'll worry about the bomb later, especially when you got Afro just finessing his way to get 2 kills in that A-bomb site. Ravens, these rounds are going so fast. Even on their defenses, they're trying to attack middle. They're just trying to take it to OpTic. And so far, since this game is tied at 2 apiece, they're playing really well in this search and destroy. They're matching the aggression when OpTic isn't. When OpTic playing real slow, they're just stepping up the pace. And so far, this has been a great search and destroy once again between both of these teams.
Finally get to see Bruce there with the sniper as he'll look heavily toward the water side. Not a whole lot of information to give. Nobody's trying to go for the early flank. Decides to get a little bit more aggressive, and Afro once more. Aggression would be an understatement. Runs right through the wall. Takes down Scump for the first, but it's Shotzzy and iLLeY with the immediate 2-for-1 answer. Now into the 2 versus 2. Shotzzy left to get the bomb down as they'll get out of dodge, and now it's on the Ravens to make the 2v2 retake.
And look at number 5 on your minimap, which is going to be Zero, working his way around the back, able to take down Dashy. But Shotzzy wins this 1v1 on Nasty, so now with 30 seconds left, it's going to be a 1v1, Shotzzy versus Zero.
Zero once more, left in a position to clutch. We saw these 2 players exactly just moments ago. And this has got to be a headache for Zero. So many angles to check, and with a player of Shotzzy's caliber, just a matter of time before he goes across the map. And Michi's got a nade cooked, and what about the plays coming in from Shotzzy? But Zero, he'll hold on the defuse. Is Shotzzy going to come around the corner? Yes, he will. Tosses out the nade, weakens the vet, takes his time, and secures the round for Texas.
And that was just beautiful from OpTic. They slow and steady work that A-bomb. Like, even though Afro opens up with the first blood, it's immediately traded. But then Shotzzy, the awareness out of that young man to get Gizmo through that wall at kitchen door forces it to be a 3v2. You get the bomb down, you play your numbers advantage, but Zero tries to be the playmaker there. Once he takes down Dashy in the backside, Shotzzy makes it a 1v1. And then right there, it all comes down to the clock. 20 seconds left. All Shotzzy has to do is throw a couple shoulders. He should be able to close out the round. Great plays out of him.
Yeah, great plays out of Shotzzy. 8-2 already through just 5 rounds of search and destroy. Look to get somewhat aggressive, and right as Dashy opens up the window, he gets all the information and then some. I'm sure a call out would be nice, but you have to imagine they'd be there anyway. Scump now even at 4-4. Once more, being a problem off the rip. Dashy with the nade. And it's got the London Royal Ravens name written all over it. The push unsuccessful. Dashy gets the information off the rip, and he helps secure things there toward the stretch.
And that's just great work from OpTic, especially to just play passive at that A bomb. They were still inside Grandma's, but they weren't super aggressive inside the site. Like Scump puts himself in the kitchen corner just to watch that window, because you know you have to break a couple walls or break a couple doors to get into that site. So once he opens up with that first blood, it'll eventually allow Shotzzy to work through the middle map, find the second kill. And if Shotzzy did not drop there, I'm pretty sure he's on some potential kill streaks, as he is going to be on a 4 spree. OpTic up 4-2. Those are two pretty dominant rounds coming in from OpTic, the last two.
Nero right around the corner. How about the reaction from Dashy? Zero maybe had 2 pixels revealed in that moment. Shotzzy giving the call to go for the flank already. As he gets taken down, the instant 3 versus 3. And Gizmo already doing some great work. Not only does he take down Shotzzy, but he also drops iLLeY. It'll be Dashy's second, his 3rd overall, and Afro spotting Scump inside of the sewers. It's all going to be on to Dashy. It's going to have to be the ace and the 1 versus 2, and he has got some great weapons to do it with. Just toward his right is where the enemy happens to be. Not able to take it, and Ravens, much like we saw, Jay, in that Berlin search and destroy, they were down 4-2, and despite that, they were able to fire away some rounds, get right back in this game. A similar situation where it's the swing round, and the Ravens answer again.
Both of these teams just have tremendous S&D teamwork, man. Like right there, even though the Ravens ended up getting first blooded when Dashy hits the snipe onto Zero, Gizmo puts himself in such a great position to find 2 kills and put the numbers back in the Ravens' favor. That was just great plays out of him to at least get that round underneath their belt, because like you said, it's the swing round. You do not want to go down 5-2. You want to make it 4-3. But right off the rip onto the offensive round, all out aggression towards bottom Grandma's.
Afro says, yeah, I'm continuing to do it. I'm continuing to be right in your face, and Gizmo joins right alongside of him. That nade could be great as he takes down one on the Scump, and Afro once more on the Shotzzy. iLLeY instantly left as the sole man. And that objective already over at B. A picture-perfect round out of the London Royal Ravens. iLLeY with a bit of info. He'll try to hop on the defuse, but it will not work out. London, aggression again, and it pays off once more. Back-to-back rounds, we're all level at 4.
Man, so now OpTic go back into another offensive attack. We've seen them attack a majority of their offenses towards that A site. We know that Afro and Gizmo like to put that crossfire in that bottom Grandma's area towards kitchen. So if I'm OpTic right here, Dashy was consistently winning that 1-on-1 versus Zero right side. So if I'm Zero, I'm not going to overpeak because I do not want to get sniped again. This might be the opportunity where OpTic can take advantage of that B-bomb.
Looks like they're still going to attempt to push at A. Quite a few forces for the Ravens established toward the left side of Grandma's. And they will remain there. Ravens look to play for information, at least here off the start. First 30 seconds out of the way. And Afro, once more, maybe put in a position to go for the first blood. As he'll look to reposition, and Shotzzy, he misses the jump up.
Usually don't see the thing happen, and that's eventually going to cost him his life as Afro's going to open up with the first blood. Now in a 4v3, OpTic are eventually able to get in towards A. Tactical's going to be thrown, trying to keep him off that bomb site. Just pay attention to iLLeY. Unfortunately, he's going to get shot in the back by Gizmo. So now it's going to be a 4v2 situation with 30 seconds left. If you're OpTic, you have to try to plant this bomb.
You have to, but again, you don't have numbers. Dashy's at least able to take down one, but it's all going to be on to him. 20 seconds and close quarters are going to have to be the story of this round. And the Ravens continue to fly on forward. Not just one, not just two, but 3 rounds in a row, and now set themselves up on series point.
So now if I'm Ravens, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, keep the aggression up, because that is what's been dominating them and on these offensive pushes. They are consistently just attacking in towards Grandma's, taking control of second story, going right through the bottom middle door, and it's just catching OpTic off guard. So now that the fact that they're going back into another offensive round, it's going to be, once again, an all-out push right up the middle of the map. I don't know if OpTic's going to be ready for it.
I said, hey, aggression, it's worked. Why not try it again? But Shotzzy, this time, able to get the answer on to Afro. Gizmo, did he sneak on through? Scump having to reveal his position, but hey, it's worthy. It's a good idea at the least. And Gizmo once more, taking down Scump. iLLeY, meanwhile, from the sewers. is able to give OpTic Texas the man advantage and going big once more. 2 coming in from iLLeY. And now it's all on to 0. A 1 versus 3 to close it out early.
45 seconds. Bomb is going to be down towards that backside of A. So if you're 0, just want to try to play or pick. This is going to give us positioning there. Shotzzy's going to be there for the trade. And we are going to a round 11. Right there, it looked like OpTic were not prepared for that all-out middle push. But Shotzzy set up with a beautiful crossfire, able to get that first blood and then eventually get out with his life, which allowed his teammates to play the trades properly and close out that round. Now we're going to a round 11, man. Insane performance from both of these teams.
What a wild series this has been. OpTic were up 2-0, but the Ravens have fought back time and time again. Down 4-2, now at round 11. London looking to go 2-0. OpTic Texas looking for their very first win here of this season in Vanguard. Already into it, into the swing we go. OpTic on the attack. And it appears they may be going for the offside hit. Dashy watching over his comrades. And Shotzzy, he's found the angle. He takes down Nasty for the first. It appears that it could be a site rotation. Zero's going to be here already off the rip. So as he...
This is beautiful plays.
As he checks this, he's going to have the comms already established, letting the rest of the players know that, hey, they're not here yet.
Now with 45 seconds left, OpTic, they do have the man advantage, but they do not want to allow one of these players to be a playmaker. So it's all about just playing to your advantages, play for the trades. As Gizmo is able to spot Dashy towards the bottom middle with 30 seconds left, all out attack is coming in at A.
And Gizmo gets the angle. Gizmo gets the angle. He takes down iLLeY, but the bomb will go down regardless. Scump lays down the objective, and Afro still alive, trying to make the play. He's got a nade prepared. He tosses it out, but no information is going to be gained. 33 seconds. The Ravens still looking for the retake. It's up to Dashy, but he gets picked apart as well. It's all on to the SMG duo. Scump and Shotzzy. Can they go big? Nearly back to back. The Scump gets dropped as well. It's all on to Shotzzy and the 1 versus 2, but the fuse, it's going down, and Gizmo watches over for his teammate. Down 4-2, but the Ravens will make the reverse sweep. An unbelievable game. A series that had it all. OpTic thought that they had it. We thought it'd be the king coming out on top, but it's the queen's day. God save her, the Ravens. How about a comeback? Clutch is London.
I can't believe that series. I cannot believe that series from start to finish. Every single map was close. Like, game 2 was all the way to a 6-5. We get to the control, Ravens able to walk away with it in a 3-1. And then we get to the game 4. Ravens once again stepping up to force it to get to that game 5. But OpTic, they were in control of this entire game 5 right here. They were in control. They were up 4-2, winning a majority of those rounds, winning a majority of those trades. But once London decided to switch the flip, or flip the switch on the aggression, that is what completely changed the pace. You see Gizmo 12-7, followed up by Afro 11-6. Every single time they were trying to wrap that bomb back towards A, they were able to shut it down. OpTic opens up with the first blood right there onto Nasty, but it's still not enough. They waste so much time to go towards that rotation, towards that A bomb site, that which eventually allows these players to even up the numbers, force it to a 3v3, and then with Dashy with the pistol in his hand, not able to open up with that first kill versus Gizmo, it's pretty difficult task to get done. But wow, I can't believe the first 2 series we had today, Paris leads into a game 5, and now London beating OpTic? Man, this season is going to be insane.
It's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. Let's go ahead and bring back in the desk. I mean, guys, what a match. I mean, like we thought this was going to be guaranteed wins for Atlanta and OpTic. Paris making FaZe sweat it, and then London, the reverse sweep. Vanguard is wild. That's all I know, Valley.
It's absolutely crazy, man. Like my man Kim Garnett once said, anything is possible. London Royal Ravens with the reverse sweep. It's crazy. So, I mean, you guys have, by the way, have commentated 2 best-of-5s in a row. Back-to-back games have been incredible. And watching the highlights right now, we all thought OpTic Texas was going to run away with a 3-0, but nameless. What did we see on that screen?
There's a lot to like if you're a London Royal Ravens fan. These guys on Berlin hardpoint, I want to zone in on that map here for a second because that was beautiful textbook hardpoint on every single rotation. The second rotation, they had every single spawn off the rip. They picked up 30, 35 seconds. OpTic would come in to be scrappy for a second. They'd give it up, rotate, set up at new. And it wasn't one specific player rotating and getting those spawns. Everybody was doing it. We saw Afro all the way back trains making plays. We saw Zero holding back trains when it got to that hill. On the next rotation, they set it up with a gizmo streak. They break on in. It was beautifully played out of Royal Ravens. They're so prepared, and OpTic clearly wasn't ready for a team like this.
And you know what? The fact that it looked like OpTic possibly was going to go up 3-0, that doesn't say the whole story. On the boat cage, we went down to time. On Berlin, it went all the way to round 11 again, and then we head into control all across the board. London Ravens, they were getting outslayed, okay? And then we head into that control. You see Gizmo completely take over the map. He has a complete turnover. You head into the next hard point. Then it's Nasty and Afro starting to wake up, and then the search and destroy. Once again, they push OpTic to the limit. And for me, London looks fantastic. Everybody's power rankings, they're just going whoop. I mean, they just beat a top 16.
Yo, Afro's been just absolutely insane. But Standy, this one's for you, man. London, they're a high motor team that thrives off of momentum, right? It's obvious. I see it, and you saw it definitely, especially with that 3-0 yesterday with the early first bloods. OpTic won 2 maps, and the moment they won that 3rd map on the side of Ravens when it came to that control, they never looked back. In your eyes, what does it look like when a team like that just never backs down from a challenge? It's beautiful.
I love to see a team never give up, and especially when you're going up a team that is full with their roster from top to bottom. You're the underdog, but the fact that their backs were against the wall, down 0-2 in the series, even started off. I mean, they started off 1-0 in a control, but to bounce back the way that they did because they went up against OpTic on Tuscan. We saw what OpTic were able to do at the kickoff. They were the only team that was able to successfully capture that B point right off the rip. But the way that they responded, which is especially in their final offensive round, taking B, and then it made it look easy by just stacking that 8 point, using a couple streaks to close it out. And then as we went deeper throughout the series, I knew, because we watch a lot of scrims for these London boys, we knew that watching them on Berlin, their SMGs for some reason put up stats that you usually don't see on such a big map. Afro and Nasty had themselves, they were going absolutely off, just dominating on hill rotations, on hill breaks. That's one thing that OpTic really needs to focus on. It's just their rotation and keeping their fundamental play in the hard points.
Right, Lando, you and your duo have been talking nonstop for like 4 hours.
Jesus,
now.
I'm sweating.
I mean, this is crazy. To put a bow on top of everything, do you have any last words?
I mean, honestly, Veli, I'm just super impressed by the Ravens. I mean, they have had 8 great maps in these last 2 days, right? The 3-0 yesterday versus the Mutineers, they outslayed them by nearly 60 kills. A great point from aLLeY. The first two maps that OpTic took were still very, very solid from the London Royal Ravens. Nameless called it out perfectly. On that Berlin, the rotations that this team made were excellent. To me, the bow, the end of the sentence that I would call for this one is just challengers. Absolutely love the talent that we are seeing from challengers. The EU side specifically deserves a lot of love. Nasty, but specifically Gizmo. Unbelievable start here in stage 1.
Beautiful work, fellas. Thank you so much. But you know what we have? We actually have a beautiful interview with the one and only Gizmo from the London Royal Ravens. Let's get that man up on the screen. Gizmo, I would expect you to be smiling, going crazy right now. You guys just had a reverse sweep against OpTic Texas, a really big comeback. I'm going to be honest. When you guys were down to 0-2, I thought you guys looked like the British Pigeons, not even the London Royal Ravens, but you picked it up and just came back and took that game in a crazy best-of-5. I mean, what really sparked it all for you guys?
Honestly, just confidence, really. Like, our teamwork's unmatched. Our gun skill compared to other teams is unreal, bro. Whoever's ranking us 11th, yeah, you man are bugging. And, bro, like, we're going to get better as the year goes on. It's bro, EU slept on, bro. Like, so majorly slept on. Like, Toronto, they're one of the better teams, just one of the event, probably the best team in the game right now. We're not bad ourselves, you know what I mean? We play against them guys for years coming up. Bro, our team's good, bro. Give us a bit more time, bro. And 11th, bro, like, behave.
I got you, baby.
Absolutely. I mean, what was comms like when you went down 0-2 heading to that control? I mean, was confidence on an all-time high and you were like, you know what, let's just reverse sweep? Or what was that going like?
Honestly, fucking, we should have won Berlin 5-5. So that was a bit of a short game mode for us. Going into control is like one of our better game modes, but it's so iffy. Like, we've only been playing it for like 2-3 weeks. So honestly, if we win that map like we did, fucking, it's a confidence boost to go into map 4. map 5. Like it's just natural. You speed roll from there, and yeah, and also my bad for swearing. I'm English.
You're good. No, it's all good, Gizmo. I can tell that you're a proper lad. Man, them are looking nice. But I got to ask you, what makes the composition of this roster such a black horse team? Do you guys think you can take down anybody at any moment?
Hey, bro, me, Marcus, and Byron have been unreal in challenges for years, bro. And under 18, we were unreal. S&D, we've all played S&D. So S&D is always going to be good. Our gun skill's very good. It's up there with the best in the league. And it's just about learning the game. Like, and you have a cool head in Trey, who's an unreal sniper, unreal leader in and out of the game. He's a role model, like to me and Marcus, for youngsters. And we have a very friendship-orientated team, and I think that's like massive for us.
Absolutely.
And, yeah.
Yeah, Gizmo, thank you so much for this interview, man. And just to make it perfectly crystal clear, you're saying that we're seeing the EU boys take over, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're not 11th, let me tell you.
Hey, you just proved that.
Hey, you proved it. Keep killing it out there, man. I can't wait to see you dominate on the stage again next time.
I appreciate that.
Take it easy.
Thank you. Bye.
No problem. Wow. Okay. Today has felt like 10 hours long right now with the matches that we had. It's been phenomenal so far. But when it came down to the predictions and what we were talking about pre-game, there were some tweets sent your way, Nameless, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about from your boy Hex from OpTic. What is he talking about?
Man, this guy just can't make up his mind, bro. I got mad love for Hector. You can see he says, name was so good on Death last season. I don't know what happened when he's falling off bad, in my opinion. Hey, man, maybe I am. Who knows? But let's see why he can't make up his mind, because this was last season when I picked OpTic to win a major. It's like crazy how good Nameless has gotten the last couple months. Truly a man of talent. So it's all in good fun. But man, OpTic, they really have a lot of work to do. I was being serious before in that last segment when I said I did not think that they were championship caliber. Yeah, I think it was proven just now, just there. But they have a fire lit under them. You could see Scump bounce back from the Kickoff Classic. He looked way better in that series, but there's still so many issues that they're having in that hard point. Some of the same issues that we saw last year. It was a completely different roster, but still those issues are there. So it's something for Rambo, Sender, and the boys to go back, watch, and fix. Okay, this year I'm expecting them to be ready by Major 1 when it comes to perform.
Hey, we know they got the skills. We just want to see them win at the end of the day. Yeah. But aLLeY, to end things right here, what are your last thoughts about that matchup before we jump into our Game Fuel marquee matchup of the day between Toronto and Seattle?
I mean, obviously, London played to a part, right? Definitely momentum-based team, as we heard Gizmo say, and definitely super slept on. Everyone's power rankings are destroyed, especially mine. But I do want to say, for OpTic, it was just little mistakes. We saw it in their before series at kickoff. They have been struggling to win rotations. They do not rotate early. And in the first hard point against the London Royal Ravens, they were breaking fairly easily, but London started to heat up and winning those gunfights, and suddenly those breaks weren't so easy. So hopefully we see them polish that up coming into our next weekend.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you thought that matchup was hot, the one that's coming up next is about to be just sexy. We're going to have a rematch of the finals that we saw during the Kickoff Classic. It's going to be between the champs from that event, which are the Toronto Ultra, facing off against the New Bloods, the Young Gunners, the Seattle Surge. And those guys right there are looking to make a statement this season. You don't want to miss it, and we'll see you guys on the other side of this break for some more CDL action.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out, zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000, gunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running, getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary.
What's going on, all of you beautiful people? Welcome back to the CDL opening weekend, and this is day 2. I'm your host, Velly, rocking the mic with aLLeY and also Nameless. But in this matchup right here, from what we just heard from Gizmo, he says this is going to be the EU takeover, and with Toronto Ultra, they showed that during the Kickoff Classic, and Nameless, this team, I mean, they look solid. I mean, everything they did just seemed perfect. And even seeing Bance pop off, this looks like the team to beat right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bance was the guy last year in the first couple of events where he wasn't playing that great. And then when he put it together, they were lights out top 2 the rest of the season. So out the gates for Bance to be looking like that, that's a good sign. And then Cleanex was really consistent throughout kickoff, and they won that event, right? They were in the last 3 finals, and they lost 2 of them, and they get the first up headed into Vanguard. The teamwork was there. The trends that we saw with this Toronto team last year, they picked back up right where they left off, right? Control was fantastic. Search and Destroy was great. And then the hardpoint seems to have gotten better. The last map we saw them play, they dominated Seattle 250-70 in the most textbook win we've seen in hardpoint so far in the Vanguard season. This team is disgusting, and this Game Fuel featured player, Cleanex, he was the MVP for me at kickoff.
Right, when it comes to Cleanex, I mean, aLLeY, you talk about this team just being great just as a unit, but all of them, they step up in a big way. And when it comes to the Game Fuel keys of victory, Nameless, what does Toronto got to do to stay on top?
Continue to showcase elite teamwork. They traded 31% of team deaths in Respawn at Kickoff Classic, first overall. The teamwork was on point, and that's a great illustration of what they're doing on the map. And then you can't win hardpoint without locking down hills. 90% hold rate at Kickoff Classic. That is an improvement for Toronto, a team that wasn't the best hardpoint team last year. When they got it done, it was Control and Search and Destroy. And then last but not least, prevent Seattle from quick planting in Search and Destroy. Seattle's planting the bomb 89% of the time, 24 out of 27 rounds. That's very impressive on the side of Seattle. So if Cleanex can get up close and personal and stop that first plant, it could be huge.
Yeah, and looking at the team as a whole, there's no weak spot. They all roll as a group and they dominate as a team. I'm loving what I see from them, and the statement that they made out there in Texas was just phenomenal. But they're gonna have to bring that type of teamwork again, because they're gonna have to go against a bunch of individual stars who are looking to break that all apart. aLLeY, I'm talking about Seattle Surge. This team is young, they're hungry, and they're ready to win.
Absolutely. I mean, across the board, we've seen what they did yesterday against New York Subliners, a hot 3-0. I mean, this team is set up for success going into this season. We saw in a Kickoff Classic where they shocked everybody on main stage. Pred had his huge debut, Sid being as consistent as ever, and I feel like even accuracy managed to surprise some people, and Mack, again, being a consistent sub player, taking those odd routes, being the objective man, he seriously turned up for me specifically. But when it comes to their Mountain Dew Game Fuel keys to victory, they need to continue to showcase what they showed. They traded 31% of team deaths in Respawn, to Kickoff Classic first overall, and they can't win hardpoint without locking down Hills. Now, excuse me, that is actually Toronto Ultra's keys to victory. I'm going to actually read Seattle's now. They can't rely on just winning rotations versus Toronto. They need to break as well. And I completely agree with that. Toronto, again, their teamwork is on par. So Seattle Surge need to make the break in. And at home in map 3, winning 74% of rounds. Only map loss was to Toronto, 3-2 in finals on Tuscan. So again, they are on a bit of a revenge tour when it comes to this squad. And again, overwhelmed Toronto with slaying power, 1.06 overall KD team. That definitely comes in when it comes to Simp and Pred, those two dominant young players.
Yeah, and another thing is Pred got kind of shut down in that last series. I mean, he's been going off every single series they've had other than versus Toronto. He was sitting at a .91, and his engagements were definitely not all the way there. So going to need to see Pred step up when it comes to the matchup versus Toronto. Excited to see if he can bounce back.
All right, well, I'm excited to see this game go down right now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time for the Game Fuel marquee matchup of the day. Miles and Chance, how excited are you guys right now to break this all down?
Very, very excited, Veli. I mean, it's been a ridiculous day of Call of Duty so far, and you know, we talked about this enough in the break, and I have a sort of a sneaky suspicion, my spider senses are tingling, that this could be one of the great rivalries that we see throughout this season, because both these teams are looking fantastic, and if Kickoff Classic was anything to go by, this should be about.
All right, Chance. All right, if you had to make a prediction right now, say it with your chest, big fella. Who's walking away with the dub?
Toronto 3-1 or 3-2, but absolutely I'm going Ultra.
There we go. Let's get it, Chance. You're calling it a 3-1. I actually got the pick'ems and a 3-2, but I'll let you find out who exactly we have in the win there. Over to our first map we go, and it's Tuscan. Capsidal will be coming away in just a moment. Kick things off with an absolute blast. It is going to be Ultra. Opening kills going their way, and as you can see on Tuscan, there's a bit of a pinch happening here, and already the boys of Seattle trying to get back into this one. And Charles, we saw these two teams go at each other. It was incredible to watch the Kickoff Classic, of course, on LAN. Now we move things over to the online realm. We're trying to set ourselves up for the next major. This should be a treat. And CleanX, our game-fueled feature player, now on the approach to the point.
And just to try to get like some of the homework out of the way, yeah, when they played at the Kickoff Classic, outside of that final Berlin, every single map as tight as it could be. Tuscan, though, this is a map that Seattle are 3-0 on. So they're making claim to be the best Tuscan team in the game, but if there's anyone to take them down, well, Toronto's certainly towards the top of the list. And with a shot like that from CleanX, well, he was the main guy that was shutting down the SMGs of Seattle. The only times like Pred and Simp have not popped off is when they go against the Tissue.
Issue is an issue. Said it before and we'll certainly say it again. Over to the column we go now, and it is no problem whatsoever for the players of Seattle Surge. They lock this one down well. 3 clean kills go their way. Time still ticking in favor. Bit of a lead to climb back from. Again, the 44 seconds garnered from first point for Ultra. All good. Red, nice work on the back line. Going to find a few more kills. His teammates are getting picked apart coming through the top side now. Sib still locking down that point, soaking up that time. Lovely bit of work over to Pred. Dances the dance of death there with Insight, who does eventually bring him down. But still, all being soaked up very well. This is great stuff out of Surge.
Oh, bro, did you see that from Benjamin Vance, though? He goes on a flank, picks up one, and buys his teammates time. So that is that Toronto teamwork coming out at full display. But at the same time, a bit of an exchange. You make that break by your team, maybe like 15 seconds that Seattle's not able to get, but it makes that rotation that much more difficult. Cammy found himself in between two. And it looks like more gunfights are coming down. Like number 4, Pred, he's running towards the hill. Cammy just spawns in the back. Matt can't find one. In Toronto, able to lock down those spawns. So that's a nice little break at old and a great rotation to do.
Yep, good fights here. Third hard point is always a bit of a war. Beautiful shots out of Sib. Nice 2-piece. And look out for lots of grenades like that throughout the entire season, friends. Again, the way Vanguard plays, your lethals and tacticals will be extraordinarily valuable. Back over to CleanX, Game Fuel featured player. Now flying forward. Lovely crosswork there from accuracy. Good shots. But Insight, once again, in the hard point. 20-odd seconds now separating both teams with the final 25 here to be had on Fountain. And Benjamin Band still flying around the map, finding those cut-offs. A chance with about 20 seconds to go. He's got eyes on the next hard point already.
He's thinking slowly about the rotation as well. You can see a couple Seattle players just lingering towards the middle of the map. So Vance happy to take his time. Ooh. They are able to get those final few seconds to scrap, but now they got the pinch basically across the map. ARs on both sides. Vance is going to be side trench. Look at this squad spawns. He gets his teammate to spawn right on top of him. Toronto are going to win the rotation again. The patience of Vance has been perfect this game.
Benny Vance doing what he does best. Mack, though, finding a couple of kills going forward, and Mack wins a big one upstairs. Top side of the church now is all belonging to Seattle. Mack does win another one, so the Mack attack finding a few more kills, and that's beautiful work. Can CleanX now try to find the entry through the backside?
Good teamwork there. Does sadly bring down his teammate, but hey, we'll hold on to it for now. Last player up for his squad, buying time. Finally takes care of Mack. And now you've got a little bit of space to work with. Here comes Ultra. Almost every door covered here. They've flooded in. They've found the kills. It's not quite a clean break yet. Turn around, lads. They're right behind you as Seattle surge. Flood on through. 20 seconds are going to be theirs. And chance, it's 20 seconds of scrap time that Ultra look like they're going to be giving up.
Well, they're going to be giving it up on that rotation, though, and Seattle's going to be there first. So this might be one of the key moments of the game, right? 20-point lead right now for Ultra. Mack, though, the first person for Seattle towards this new hill. And they're setting up waiting for the kills. Pred gets caught on the flank. And now for Toronto, they know the pressure is just inside the hill. CleanX leading that charge.
Here comes the charge, right in through, and it's going to be Mack once again. Gets himself a couple more kills. Mack's on an absolute run this map so far. 12 and 8 overall. He's doing a fantastic job. And now pushing the spawners out, trying to make sure that Ultra can't get close, but a little bit of bad timing. CleanX now in from behind, insight through the front, and here comes the wind-up punch. Ultra trying to make their way forward. Shots exchanged in a B5 we go. Cammy on the cuts now. Mack gets brought down as well. Cameron McGilligan finds 3. That's the break. That's Ultra's hard point.
The battle of the hard point we have in our hands, right? Seattle nearly tie up the lead, and as soon as that happens, Toronto, well, they start running the score up just a little bit more. There's another one for Cat. Never mind. I was thinking about kill streaks, and maybe so was he. He got a bit ahead of himself, but nice little bounce back just to fight for that scrap time. And funnily enough, on that rotation, while Seattle's winning the scrap, they got the rotation over towards New as well. They got all their bases covered. Mid-map cut off, Sib, able to find 2. And you just see in the kills column, right? Simp and Pred, they have bounced back. They are ready for this match today.
Yeah, they're looking good so far. It's 14 and 9 now for Sib on a 4 spree. Again, streaks are certainly on the menu. Mack is just disgusting so far. He's playing with real purpose. Bit of a team kill. Sib, though, wow, this is aggressive. Vance will get the read. A nice bit of a stop there of the pace of Sib. He's been absolutely running so far. Fred cut down. Unfortunate timing there on the push. Accuracy can't get much more. The trades are on point. Last player left standing is going to be Cammy. Nice shots, but not enough as the spawn's close from Sib. We'll get that kill. Back at it we go, though, Chance. It is literally non-stop here. And this is just the way Vanguard plays. It is an absolute onslaught at almost all times on every single point.
Yeah, but you see Seattle maybe slowing down the pressure on the point just a little bit. Accuracy, maybe a last-ditch effort. They're causing problems, but you see number 3, Mack. He rotated over towards P5. Seattle, they're making sure that they are very secure for P2. We saw this from Seattle yesterday when they were playing against New York. Their P2 to P3 rotations have been on point. And if not for Toronto, again, we saw Vance making big plays earlier. If they didn't secure that rotation, Seattle would have a much bigger lead. Well, it's deja vu all over again. Similar situation. Ultra, the pressure is on.
Yep, here we go. CleanX in. Shots exchanged. Accuracy, fancy footwork, but not enough to stop the Great Dane as CleanX does manage to find another Cammy. The bodyguard keeping him safe and sound as well. Gets another one. Cammy, beautiful work as well. That was 3 in the feed, but that also keeps CleanX alive at the back for a few seconds. It comes Seattle, though. Through the front, over the top, the pair of them. Another 4 down. Back and forth we go. 2 absolute titans exchanging blows here, Chance. It is a delight watching these 2 teams go at it.
And Seattle are just playing so absurdly fast, right? Pred is rotated over to P1 just to be the cutoff man, but I think now that Accura's spawned up, they should know that Toronto is actually going to be here on the rotation. Toronto, they will take that gift of making sure they get the spawns for New because they're down by 30 points, and they will take a free rotation for sure. Looks like no scores or kill streaks, excuse me, coming through just yet. Seattle, they're grouping up for the break.
Here comes the slow hit. Plays through front, and again, no one in the point really just yet. You're trying to fight for the control. Here comes Seattle. They've got numbers. Do they have angles on the fight, though? This could be a bit of a pinch, but Mack managing to find at least 1 does buy his boys some time. Still, Fred up close and personal. The MP40 wins against CleanX. Trying to keep the pressure up. Vance once again, man, he's been real clutch in these fights, staying alive at the right times. And unfortunate timing from Insight, and with that, Seattle, they've got themselves a foothold. Now an opportunity to keep the time going, and it's so scrappy and hard to get this time chance. It's only going to be a few seconds before Ultra are back in it, but they're valuable seconds indeed.
Oh, Sim's making plays, though. He gets to the back. That's 4 in a row for him. He's looking for 5. Give it to him. He will take it. 28 in 13. Again, when they played Toronto last time, him and Pred played fine, but that was the only series where these 2 guys were not able to pop off. Look at him now. Pred's on a 5. Simp as well. Both of them showing up. Toronto, fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Well, Seattle looking like they're not going to let that happen.
But once again, though, you go straight back to the point. You've got Mack in now, bottom side of church, finding kills. Insight from upstairs. Peeks in, finds one, and in and out you go. It is just whack-a-mole right now in the church. Bans from downstairs, finally cleans up one, can't get the two. It is non-stop. CleanX now. Get in there, son. Can't even get a foothold. Church is wiped out. Seattle Surge back in control.
They are back in control, full speed ahead. Sid reading the cuts every single time that man's name pops up in the feed. He's basically getting 2 in a row. The untradeable on this map. 31, now 32 in 15 again. He will take 2 to the grave every single time before he falls. Simp has put in work on this map. Seattle now just 21 seconds away from winning the game. And again, you talk about the speed that they've been playing every single rotation. Someone's always here. Pred has been the cutoff man. He's pushing out towards new. Seattle, I mean, it's P5. They're looking to win it right here, right now.
Red's got eyes on CleanX. He's not going to time this very well, though. Interesting from CleanX, manages to get it going. Is this the opportunity to make something special happen? The nade's in. It's going to blow up. It's only going to singe the eyebrows of Mack there, but he's going to be alive and kicking. Here comes another hit from Ultra. You got to go, boys. Time's ticking. This is going to be the win here for Seattle, unless you get things going. 5 seconds for the win, and there's no one in position. And Mack's doing a victory lap right now. Map 1 goes to Seattle.
Seattle came into this day 3-0 on Tuscan. Well, that makes it 4-0, a perfect record on the map. A fantastic individual game from Sib, but even across the board, how many rotations do we see from Seattle where 15, 20 seconds in advance, the observer just cut to some guy who's already rotated to do, sitting in a corner and just patiently waiting. They were running the show. They always had the pressure when they needed to, and it really does not hurt that 36 and 17, 4,100 damage. Sib had an absolute feast that map.
I'm on my phone right now. I know it's not very professional, but Sib tweeted something today, 7 hours ago. He said, I think I'll just turn it up a notch today, and my man was not lying. 36 and 17, what an unbelievable performance. 30 of those kills didn't get traded.
Yeah.
Wow.
What? 39 traded kills, more than 80 total kills Toronto had, 81 of the players. I mean, that honestly might be one of the best individual maps we have seen so far this year.
I mean, you were saying that statistically, like, high 70s is quite good. I mean, your man was up there in this case. Wonderful stuff. He had a great day yesterday and ridiculous performance here. Well done, though, from Seattle again. Overall, just to take that map, you know, really put an Ultra to the blade. That was a wonderful run on Tuscan. And, man, that pace, there's not a lot you can do. And I've got no idea what to expect now with this league. Like, I can't wait to see what Atlanta FaZe versus Seattle Surge is going to look like now. I can't believe I'm saying that. I mean, it is 2022. Anything can happen, but what a season we're in for, friends. An electrifying start to this matchup. Surge with the dub. Ultra's got a little bit of thinking to do going into the search on Bocage. Coming up in just a moment, of course, Gavutu control following that, and then a double dose of Berlin. And if that doesn't cure your ails, I don't know what's wrong with you, friends, because Vanguard is already lit.
And something very interesting about these pick and bans, by the way, is the fact that Berlin Hardpoint actually got through. I mean, if you remember from the Kickoff Classic, that's where Toronto put him in the body bag. It was like 250 to 71, an absurd scoreline. Seattle apparently does not mind. They are happy to run it back, but outside of that, we've talked about Seattle on Gavutu. They are still flawless on that map. They started losing rounds finally, but overall, they're still getting dubs, and it'll be very interesting to see whether or not Toronto Ultra can crack that code, but before we get there, Bocage, S&D, another map we have seen Seattle have success, but at the same time for Bocage, the same can be said. I think we remember CleanX dropping double digits as well on the map, so it'll certainly be a battle, but Sid looks like he came to play.
He certainly did. I actually think, looking at the maps and bans, like, well, they banned out Gavutu, or Seattle banned Gavutu. I think they're looking at getting a 3-0. They're like, we're not going to Berlin. We're gonna win out on the Gavutu control. I think that might be the game plan. I'm not kidding. But we'll see. Of course, that Search and Destroy is moments away. We're going to Bocage for that one. And yeah, it's been an exciting start today. We've seen a couple of those, and they've been very, very interesting. And I mean, Shotzzy, like, what can we expect? Like, what we've already seen out of teams earlier today. What should the fans expect going into a Bocage Search and Destroy?
Well, that's actually a very interesting question, because these are two of the teams that seem to have the best understanding of the game. When we saw Seattle play on this map yesterday, they'll almost have like a different idea going into every single round that they play. They'll constantly be able to mix it up. And of course, we know Toronto Ultra, a team that will do their homework, that will pay attention to Seattle when they played this map yesterday. So I think it'd be one of the better S&Ds potentially we've had this year.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, we've seen some different looks there. Of course, I think you did actually get a DM from Accuracy when.
Oh no, we don't leak DMs on broadcast, Miles. We don't do that at all.
But some people, I've been seeing a lot of leaked DMs recently. There seems to be something wrong with the plumbing around here in the Call of Duty world because I'm seeing DMs all over the place. It's supposed to be a sacred place where things can be said in absolute confidence. But hey, you lot wouldn't last a day in prison. But here we go. Let's see how Bukaj handles up. As the boys of Ultra, again, Search and Destroy has been a game mode that they've been particularly proficient at. Teamwork being the name of the game there, and their squad that has it by the absolute ton. See if they can't find something special here at that series. Because again, while these matches, you know, we're getting ready for Major 1, this is all to sort of handle the seeding going into that one. Again, if you haven't got your tickets already, if you are going to come, head on down to the Call of Duty League website and get yourself a ticket. We'll see you at the OpTic Texas Major. It gonna be lit, friends. I can guarantee you that. But here we go. Into Bukaj. Wonder if we'll see any snipes chance from either side.
I mean, Dashy obviously showed off that, like, while it's not going to be the best map in the world, actually, he's a sniper on. Certainly viable. You can certainly make plays Riverside with it. I don't necessarily expect either one of these teams to make that play. Also, it's worth pointing out, both of these teams have been hyper effective at getting the bomb down. They'll both play the objective. Cleanx gets that first blood, and they catch Pred hunting for that next kill. Toronto, a massive advantage in the round.
Just watching those 4 arrows across the minimap, they have gone from one side of the map to the other incredibly fast. Bukaj helping there, but the teamwork and the synergy incredibly proficient. Pass plant, Insight finds another one, almost getting the last as well. Mack now 1v4 technically. Can he take care of the remaining 3 players and defuse the bomb? Question that he will soon answer for us, because here comes the fight. The jig is up, he's in mid-map, they've surrounded him, and they have squeezed the life out of Mack Ultra round 1.
And just a very strong setup from the start of the round, right? Cleanx gets that first blood. Pred, who was just hunting down for that trade. Well, someone for Toronto was there to watch their teammates back. So teamwork on point. And again, both of these teams, even on this map, again, incredibly effective at actually getting that bomb down. They are very objective-minded, even on Bukaj. You see Toronto is the same thing, right? Get a couple kills. Don't waste any bit of time. Don't let them readjust on defense. Get the bomb down as quickly as possible. Seattle will look to do something similar.
Almost hit a pigeon with that stun. I wonder what happens if you actually do land it. Here we go. Cleanx got eyes on. Stun check on top of the bomb's going to definitely tag those players' ears up. Predator reach out. Manages to get around the corner. Oh, spots an Insight out and about. Does take his head off. And the rest of his teammates get gunned as well. So now, 1v4 for Cleanx. Our game field featured player. On a 2 spree right now. Accuracy. Oh my God. Cleanx don't care. Tagged up. Fly straight at him. Good coverage from the rest of Surge. But oh my word. If Accuracy had stayed a top gate there chance, he would now be dead.
That is very true. I mean, Cleanx definitely has the beamer. There's no doubts about that. And I think Accuracy had that fear in mind to make sure to not give anything away. But that is how Seattle likes to play. Again, hyper aggressive, going to get the bombs down. Mack had a very nice read of, I think once he got near the site, just making sure he doesn't get killed off bomb. But as soon as he finds that first blood, then again, boom, 0 time wasted. Seattle as aggressive as can be. Toronto back in the attack. Once again, leaning towards this A site. I think Ultra mixed the pace up a fair bit more. You see Cleanx is already up in this corner. He's got the teammates working with him, but Toronto a little bit more happy to take their time.
So they've got eyes on at least a few. Pred now is going to back them up with the nades. Slides out. Pred does get it. That's Cleanx out of the round. 4v3, Pred with the immediate readjusting there. It's covering the irons. Sib, big win up close and personal there with the automaton. Cammy waiting for the push, but both players very patient. Cammy cut down by Accuracy. It's a beautiful round from Surge. Early information gained in the middle of the map chance, and they are going to have their way with Benjamin Bans.
Every single round we've had so far has left somebody in a 1 versus 4.
It really
Bans gifted for the first one, but this is, nearly impossible. Seattle has to throw this away, and even see they got somewhat of a triangle set up across the map. As soon as they get any sort of information, Bans should be dead to rights. He gets spotted, taken down. In another nearly flawless round out of Seattle. Gonna go 2-1, and again, it's just good plays, right? You had Toronto. They were trying to push up the pace. Sid and Pred delivering where they slightly struggled last time they played Toronto Ultra. They have so far turned up on the day.
It's not looking bad. And Ultra certainly been slowed there. It's not an easy thing to do in Bukaj, like a 1v3, 1v4 situation, but I thought Seattle was worried for a moment that they were quite isolated in those fights, so Ben could pick them off 1 by 1, you never know, but But now, a single round advantage goes the way of Surge. Over towards A once again. Here come the lethals and tacticals over the top of these roofs. And already chance accuracy first blood.
Yeah, he finds a nice pick over towards B, and it looks like the call from Seattle is to, well, try to wrap the bomb back that direction. Accuracy gets caught, though, so basically back to a standard 3v3 over towards this A site. So business as usual. Nate's coming out. Bance has the information. Someone's near the bomb. Mack looks like he's going for the plant.
It's a detonate in there. Can't kill Mack. CleanX, what can you do? You can get the bomb at least, but now it's a 1v2. Sib and Pred versus Insight. Insight. Managed to make it a 1v1, and this is going to be a spicy one indeed. Dead Silence does get refreshed from that kill. Sib on the hunt. Oh my word, it's a slow and steady angle. Oh, what a shot from Sib. Oh, baby. And that reaction will tell you everything you need to know about how he felt about that fight. Well, he was pretty cool about that one, but damn, I thought Insight had it. Feeling good after that 1v1 win. Great read. And a fantastic round again from Seattle.
I mean, that's just the beaver right there. All right, Sib, we got to get his settings. I mean, Insight had first shot, had the good read as well, but Sib, taking it to him. And keep in mind, last year at the start, when we started seeing Insight play, S&D was his wheelhouse. He was the clutch machine. And he's certainly been great this year as well, but that new blood certainly ready to go toe-to-toe. Toronto mixing things up once again. Insight maybe working his way over towards Gate, but Ultra back to that sort of S&D style they like to have, feeling out the round.
It's incredible to see our rookie of the year, essentially last year, now going up against a definite candidate for this season and choosing the other foot now. Less than a minute to play with in this round. Sib looking for something. Fred. It's well fed on the first kill. Backs on up. Sib's going to have the trades as well. That's 7 on 5. Looking to make it 6, and he's feeling himself very aggressive. On the other side of the map, it's going to be a big kill there from Insight. So now, slowly, Insight, the 1v3. This is for the ace, and he's going to need this round as the team is starting to bleed out. A 4-1 comeback is not an easy thing on Bocage.
Ultra just needs some sort of life, right? I mean, they've got just bullied out every single round outside of, like, what, round number 1. Been picked apart, left in bad situations. Someone's got to make a play, and I think he slid a little bit too loud. But these are first, and maybe had some information, but Seattle are there. They have everything covered. The setup's too clean. And this has been a dominant game of Bocage S&D thus far. Seattle has certainly came to play.
Just like Seattle, when you watch that minimap, as soon as it was like, cool, 3v1, all the positions they got to had a line of sight covered, and they were in a spot to trade each other's kills. I mean, that is just, that synergy there so fast. Immediately knew how to handle the situation, even with a rough idea of where Insight was in that 1v3. These boys have done their homework, I'll tell you that. Here we go, 4-1 here on Bocage. Just starting to get a little bit dangerous here. And this is an interesting opener now from Cammy, mixing things up in a big way. That stun's not going to help the case, as he's still in the donut. We'll see if the snipe can come through, but it's the fight over towards A still going to be more important.
A lot of pressure on A, absolutely. I will say accuracy just took a nice off angle. I don't know if Cammy's going to make the read. And it looks like you have to go back for a reset. But you have 2 players for Seattle, including the bomb, that are sitting in like bat grandmas.
Oh my.
This is a very interesting map spread Seattle has.
It's very interesting timing. Here comes the timing from Cammy as well. Oh, beautiful shots from accuracy. Takes care of the sniper. Pred now the inside. CleanX last player left up. What can he do? The answer is starting to present itself to us. Not a win in sight. Wow, Surge. A little bit of good timing. Bad luck from Cammy on the peaks with the snipers, but Seattle, an unwavering nerves. They nail that round once again, and this is map point to go up 2-0 in the series.
And look, I really like the way accuracy is playing around the sniper, right? He's taking off angles like deep in river. He ends up getting that kill. But more importantly, it is Pred shooting people in the back. You could have a montage of this guy finding the routes to get behind enemy lines and just setting himself up for easy kills. I mean, it's so consistent. He has been able to pull this off. And now Cammy, the guy that was a menace in the S&D on Tuscan last time they played Seattle, has yet to find a single kill, and accuracy gets the first blood.
Here comes the absolute war over by tanks and Mack. What a beautiful flank this could be. The second. Oh, God, damn. The round's gone. That's game. Wow. And the elation on the Surge faces tells you what you need to know there. Pred's like, yeah, that worked out great. Mack is a couple of fist bumps, and that is stunned the Ultra boys. Mack hit the wrap through mid so fast, cuts them out, no questions asked whatsoever. An easy round indeed, and Toronto Ultra will be scratching their chins after that one. Surge go up 2-0.
And look, man, after the kickoff classic, I think Mack had like the third highest overall like kills per round in S&D. He's been the pop-off guy, but that is everyone across the board. Accuracy 8-2. He was finding first blood. Sib 5-1. I mean, the man still has basically never been killed in the past 2 maps, but everybody for Seattle delivering. I mean, the question we had for them yesterday when they were playing against New York was, have the teams that were beneath them at kickoff caught up? Well, they 3-0'd New York, so the answer was no, the teams beneath them have not caught up. Today, the question for Seattle is, well, have they caught up to the only team that performed better at the kickoff? And the answer apparently is a resounding yes. 2 dominant maps back to back. And frankly, they're making it look easy.
They are indeed. And again, for those following at home, yes, this is a very fast series indeed. Gavutu control. Now we go to a favorite for Seattle Surge, it has to be said. And oh, baby, this is a fast one. Chances of shooting by us. And Cammy, again, not a good look from him. 0-6. Again, not 007. That's Alec Trevelyan, which is 006. If you've seen GoldenEye, you know exactly what I'm talking about. We're going to throw in a quick commercial break so you can Google that fact and make sure that I'm correct. When we come back, Gavutu control, more Call of Duty League action coming your way.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Seattle Surge find themselves up 2-0 in the series, and once again, it's this guy going absolutely insane so far. I mean, this is just through 2 maps, chance 41 and 18 in the KD. My man Sib is absolutely disgusting at Call of Duty Vanguard.
Yeah, he's out here playing a pub. Like, it's not just a 2.28 KD, 266 damage per life. I think, generally speaking, a good amount of damage per life is like just above 100. Like, if you're between 100 and 130, you're feeling pretty good. Man is like doubled that, and he's basically asleep or frozen. Maybe that's the strat, though. In between maps, just free yourself cryogenically, and you can stay 18 forever.
Man, that's a lot of, what? Nitrogen? I don't know how you freeze yourself in that sort of moment. The guy is staying cool, ice cold. He's got the man next to him to help out, I suppose. But here we go into our Gavutu control. It's a bit of Mack love there. I know it looks like Berlin, but it's actually Gavutu fans. Just it's on your end. It's your
when it
your
rains
brain.
just enough. This is what it looks like.
Yeah, your brain's playing tricks on you. You fools. But here we go. Mack has had a whale of a series as well. I got a couple of tweets in the break as well about Mack. You know, we've been sleeping on Mack. I'm like, mate, no one's been sleeping on Mack. He's unbelievable. But he's certainly found his footing there. It's not easy to shine when you're dealing with, you know, Pred and Sib on your team also picking up all those kills. But Mack's been having a good time. Indeed. Here we go, Gavutu control. And for the betting friends among us, this is going to be a very favorable map for the Seattle Surge. Let's get it, Chance.
I mean,
oh God!
Hey, no! That's not a. That is a team, or not a team kill. Excuse me. That is, by the way, the nades from Surge, just connecting on a barrel. So good nades out of Surge for those first 2 kills that they are not granted, but they are 9-2 in round count on this map. New York is the only team that have pushed them at all, and even still, they were able to clutch up. So Toronto, I'm very curious as whether or not they can solve this puzzle, but Sib takes 3 to the grave before he falls again. The man is a walking 2-piece at minimum.
Over towards the ship we go. Slow capture on A. Stop the clock. Insight now on the slow rotate, looking for a couple of kills either side, and his teammates are doing a great job. They have managed to win the battle of the boat, and now with the numbers going their way, they're going to hold on for the time being. 23 lives, Seattle Surge, make it 22 even side. Over towards A again. Trying to make sure that that ship stays as watertight as it literally can. And no, that's impossible, given all the holes in it. But I'll tell you what, those Toronto boys are going to try.
Well, they've certainly got the map coverage. Maybe P1's going to be open just a little bit. You see Sib actually making somewhat of an approach over towards B. But meanwhile, Vance, he's thinking about spawn kills. He's able to find Pred, and now he's the guy that can just roam around, find all the kills, but the comms are there. Seattle ready for it. Just trades back and forth, and Toronto just doing a very solid job on defense, right? Taking care of business, making sure no one's slipping through, making sure Cammy maybe can heat up just a little bit off the game 2 performance. This has been a fairly dominant, but also fairly standard round of control so far. Toronto taking care of business on defense.
Back from the dead. Cammy is, as he's managed to bounce himself wonderfully into this game, and the round is done. Ultra will win the first defense. Now, defense on Gavutu is very favorable. You know, you've got that perfect trap set where you can keep him pinned to the backside of the tower. But for now, we're going to see Seattle Surge have their crack at it. We saw what they did to the New York Subliners, and it was hideous. Will they be able to do the same to their Canadian rivals?
And it'd be fun to see, by the way, what Toronto can actually cook up together on offense, right? I think Toronto, obviously one of the more creative teams that we have. This is the first time we've seen them on Gavutu, so I think that mini-map from their perspective might turn out to be very interesting, but for the moment, it is 4 players stacked up in and around the ship. The ladder gunfight, Insight's able to win, and accuracy. He does this constantly, where he pushes through P1 to be the cutoff man, but unfortunately for him, his teammates are busy getting spawn killed.
His teammates are going through it. Let's see what that sounds like. Let's go for a quick listen in with Seattle Surge.
He went ring stairs. He's going up ring. He's going up ring on you. Never mind, I got him.
Let's clip one at a time.
I'm spawning
killing these kids.
I'm challenging mid-side point. Where's P5? P5 left. Tetris, let's go.
They spawn P4 side.
Kill him P5. P5. Boom P5. P5 dead. Good job.
I have cliff, guys.
Benson point. He's outside hole.
One more front. They're mid tank.
Benson outside hole. Point. I need a point.
They're mid tank. Phoenix. I'm going ring. Yeah.
I don't see a mid. I'm trying to aim top left.
You have ring, yeah?
Yeah, I have ring. I give it up. I'm good. Some point. Be top right. I'm aiming top right.
Are we fighting this right now?
Yeah, we are. I'm hitting mid. I'm hitting
one zombie will be.
Wait, flick it off. I kill him. One's hole.
Zombie will be inside.
I'm coming.
He's zombie on the boat.
It's top right boat. Or Clifford said, I don't know.
On the boat. Last guy. One zombie.
Top boat. I'm pushing it. I'm needing him.
I hit him, Mack. I hit him.
I didn't hit him. I'm pushing him, bro. Yeah. I'm sorry. Let me cliff. One more close shot. I didn't hit him. He's just fighting. I stand it.
Rock one shot.
Yo, listen, I'm running the spawn. I don't have cliff right now. I'm trying to help you be
Nice, I'm going in.
They're going in, guys, for sure.
Okay. I'm coming in.
I'm behind one cliff, okay?
One's on me.
Okay.
Can you kill that kid or no?
I'm trying. I'll see him.
I'll be on me. Oh, one B. On A.
Top road, clean next. I'm pushing up right. I'm pushing up on the counter.
One's mid building, one's gonna go.
No way, he wrapped deep. Okay, Bance is just got the top rank. One's in that spawn, clean next. Tell
Low right both tanks.
Toronto Ultra here on offense, 17 lives to the 10 of Surge, and they've only got B to worry about. The onslaught continues, Shots.
It is worth pointing out, by the way, I thought those were great comms. I love like the conversational aspect of it. That being said, obviously the round Ultra have just been piecing. They have a minute and 25 seconds either to get 9 kills or to actually capture that point. They have plenty of map pressure. Oh no, Simp though, what gun does he have? He gets 2. How does he do it?
I don't really understand what happened there. Did his gun jam? Did he, what?
It's World War II.
It is.
Ran it outside and everything.
That adds to the mystery. There's a minute now remains, and Insight takes care of accuracy. Gets himself a little bit closer towards that B zone. Does have his teammates to back him up. Vance is going to be the player up close. Finds it with a pistol. And here we go, flying forward. Automaton in hand. 51 seconds remaining on the clock, and they're going to get themselves right on top of that point. Vance with a covering fire. His teammates finding kills all over the map. Cammy's got the middle covered, and here comes the push. Over to Benjamin Vance. First segment gone. His defending teammates have fallen. It now comes down to just he and Insight, and they are doing a wonderful job. Fred, last up for his team. They've managed to secure it, and it is an offensive round win. It's 2 back-to-back for Ultra.
And that is as dominant as you could possibly ask for on offense, right? Like we were hearing the comms from Seattle. Again, I thought they were doing a pretty good job, but Ultra just pouring on the pace. They are like stopping the clock, getting one body on A, setting up for some spawn kills, having those constant engagements. And that really is the key. Like if you capture A and you have a minute and 25 seconds on the clock, and you've already taken care of, what was it, like 20 lives from the opponent, you are feeling you've put yourself in a very good spot. All 4 players across the board positive for Ultra. They're already queued up for a potential round 5 as well. If it even gets there, they should get defense. So this is as good as it gets for the Ultra if they're thinking about that reverse sweep.
We'll start things off quite well. Slow and steady defense. Sid, nice moves. Not enough to get any more out of that though, but he does give Fred now an opportunity to get onto that point. Trying to get the cap in early. Trying to stop that time. He's out. He's right in the Kleenex, and so far, so good. Seattle Surge, they are still maintaining pressure here. Ultra still keeping that top side of ship safe and sound. Mack now dealing the damage, the dent there in the armor. Vance is up. Somehow stays alive. Pred's here as well. And Vance still dancing on top ship side. Insight's got mid-map covered now. And oh my, what an interesting turn this is as Ultra. A big defensive look from them. Vance has now turned from defense to pure offense. Whoa, nearly got Sim as well.
I think maybe number 2, the only guy right now for Seattle to make a play. That is very much a moment for Ultra, by the way, where it's just good communication. Pred actually slipped through, but they hunted him down and make sure no craziness is going to happen. Ultra, obviously a team that makes very few mistakes. There's pressure over towards B. They're looking for the kills. Accuracy, though, is here. Insight the next man up. Shout out to FMJ. He does get that kill. And I think Seattle might just go back towards A, leave one man on this point, try to find as many kills as possible. Trying to put something together on this offensive round. But even if they capture it, they will not have quite as much time as what Ultra had the last go around. So Ultra's still not in a terrible spot.
Yeah, not bad at all. Surge with a slight life lead as well for now. Starting to make that look even better. Nice 3 kills going their way. Cammy caught out. Not a chance in hell. Nor for Pred there. Beautiful stuff.
Oh, here we go.
This is big. This is it. The trap's potentially set now. And this is the offensive spawn trap they've got going here. Pred, it's on him to find at least one here. Can't get it done. Bad timing, unfortunate for him. Mack on the pinch. There you go. Kills come through. Oh my. 7 lives left for Ultra. And Surge, they should be able to capture B here.
Oh no, Mack messes movement up though. He still wins the first gunfight, and Accura's still on the point, so you got the coverage. By the way, you have a 6-life lead, so it is the exact same thing we saw last round. Anything Toronto can do, Seattle says we can do better. No respawns remaining. You got a minute and a half. Seattle, they have just done the work in the kills column. Finish off the final 3, and you're good to go. By the way, that is a very nice dent to have in the kills deficit to try to catch back up. Again, just thinking about that potential round 5.
Beautiful nade from Mack there to finish the kill, and Simp has managed to take care of 2 of the final members of Toronto Ultra, help with the 3rd. But Cammy, fighting tooth and nail, not able to get it done. And Seattle Surge, they get on the board. It is 2-1.
May very well have a game on our hands. I mean, obviously we do. I suppose would be the better way to say it. I was trying to do the math. I think right now it's +4 for Toronto. And it'd be interesting as well, because this is the most offensive rounds we've really seen on a Gavutu. So Toronto might be able to set up the exact same thing. Like, that is the system. That is how you win offenses on this map. It is that very slow capture. You almost never want to stack the point unless you have the opportunity to stack B a little bit later on. But you were just trying to drag those lives down as much as possible. An opening break coming through. No nade kills again. You see Accuracy on the map doing the exact same thing. He will always go on these pinches. And the gunfights around the boat, well, trades for the moment.
Oh, Cammy, nice snap. Not able to get any more. His teammates there to help out. Beautiful stuff from Ultra here, right off the rip. They did manage to win an offensive round before. Let's see if they can do it again. Cammy, nice shots again with the 21-17 overall now. Here comes his next opponent. Red's in. Great teamwork once again from Ultra. All angles covered. First segment A cleaned up. They've still got a few more to deal with. They've pushed through docks now. Sib leading the kills and the charge. Cammy's up next, and again, Sib, they're just walking straight into his automaton. Bance is here as well, then A-Dub over the top, and it is exceptional play. And Sib, right off the back of this, patience. They are literally walking into his gun. 3 kills go his way, and that is A control back at the hands of Surge.
In Accuracy, by the way, he has been here the entire time. I don't know exactly how many shots he's tagging into players, but at the very least, he is feeding all of this information to his teammates, making it very clear that they are all going to be pushing up through the cliff side of things. And Sib, by the way, again, has not slowed down a single bit. I think he was 26 and 16. Kleenex with some interesting timing, able to find that kill on Mack, but he's the most aggressive player on the map. He gets chopped down. Seattle, they have just controlled this map, by the way. Another 2 in the feed for Sib, 28 and 17.
If they keep it going, it's going to be Sib, the top ring now, trying to find the players of Toronto coming in off spawn. 20 to 17, you called it. We'll see if that number changes a lot in the next 20 seconds. This is to put us into a final round for Seattle Surge. Ultra trying to go forward. Nice shots from Accuracy at range. A lovely angle to be covering that top mid push. Does manage to let Kleenex get by. We will see if Sib picks that up off spawn. But for now, the defensive line holds. I don't think anyone's going to make the play here. We're trying to get defense for Ultra right now. They're not looking to give away any more lives. They lose a couple. Oh, chance. Final round. Who gets defense?
I was doing the math in my head. I'm not even kidding. I think it's tied. I think literally towards the final moments there, Seattle was down by 1. I think Sib found the kill. 1 gets traded out, but Mack gets the final one. I think we're tied, and I'll be honest, I don't know what the tiebreaker actually is.
I think it comes down to, I mean, we just decide it arbitrarily. So we'll give it to, I don't know.
We'll give it to Seattle defense.
We've not been in yet. Yeah, we'll give it to Ultra. There you go. See, I knew it. There you go. Straight in we go. Another final round here. This is the match life for Toronto Ultra. Seattle Surge, this is for a clean 3-0, and what a decisive 3-0 it almost was up until the control. But already, things looking good for them. They've got a lot of players stacked over towards A. They're finding the kills. Mack, great timing, beautiful shot. Into the backside there. Bance can't quite get another one inside. Is he saved the A progression now? Not for too much longer. First segment gone, and Pred now looking to put the dagger in the back of Ultra.
And we have said quite a few times, Ultra don't make mistakes. Ultra always aware of this, but for the moment, it doesn't look like they are. Pred has an opportunity. There's the first. There's the second. Turns on him. That's a 4-spear for him. And again, he could just set up for these spawn kills. Manipulate a fight inside of the spawn.
God.
There's number 5. He's thinking about kill streaks that he cannot get. But again, it is that life disparity. Seattle are plus on 3. They capture that point. They have 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So much time to work with.
Plenty of time. Only a 3-life lead. Ultra now desperately trying to buy themselves a bit of space. Couple of kills going their way right off the rip.
Accuracy, by the way, he was just standing behind Bance for the longest time. I don't know what was going on from his point of view, but eventually finds the kill. That was just very strange on the minimap. But either way, you see the idea. Accuracy is responsible just for drawing a little bit of attention while all of his teammates are pushing up through the ship side of the map. As soon as they start making noise, he makes that slow approach. But right now, the pressure's on his teammates. Look at Accuracy setting up. That goes for the flank. Only takes down 1. It looks like Accuracy gets dealt with. Ultra. So far, so good. Keeping that map control.
Mack's desperately trying to stay alive here. Beautiful shots out of Kleenex there. Keeping the ring control going their way. Pred now. First in. Shots are up. Oh, Bance though. Great coverage there as the kills come through once again. Ultra only down by 1 life now. Cammy, full awareness. There is a player behind him, and it's Sib. Sib wins another big gunfight. Now the flank is open. Sib on a 4 spree once again as he has killed his way across Gavutu now. You have to be still looking at the time. Over a minute now passed. And again, Ultra have done a wonderful job keeping this one safe and secure. And it's Cammy going to be the man on the back watching that flank.
And it's just such a good setup from the Ultra, right? It's basically 2 players living over towards P1, someone just floating in the back. You know the pressure is going to be coming from that full flank. That is what Cammy is responsible for. His teammates getting the tight spawn, calling out players towards P1. They have to know they're getting flanked. There's no shot that they don't.
Yeah, it's just reposition now and try to, manage the damage. Fred, eyes on, good shots from Cleanix from the bush. Max are trying to cook him out with that nade. You still have that long line. You see the white arrows of Toronto Ultra across that map, trying to make sure no one gets in. Sib, he's in. Dealt the damage, slides on out. Bit of a dead slide from him. Slight mistake there. Max won the fight on the flank as well. 25 seconds. Ultra have to hold on. 13 lives apiece. But you have the members of Surge in position. How many more kills can Mack get? Time keeps on slipping. 15 seconds now. Cleanix trying to stay alive. Every single second counts at this point for Ultra. Cleanix, hold this line down. Finds himself 1. You've got yourself Seattle on the point. Ants and Cleanix now nades out. Chance if they get this kill, it's going to open the clock once again. It could come down to Cammy. The push now from Ultra flying forward. Mack's got 2. He's on a 4 spree. Mack keeps getting the kills. Accuracy. He does get dropped. Clock ticks once again. 10 seconds now. Cammy on the push, and that could be it. We could be going to a game 4, and surely now Ultra have managed to survive. Seattle, no lives left, no time left, and Ultra 2 defensive rounds seal the deal. But that 1 offense, man, that made the difference. We're going to another hard point.
Just an absurd game. It's worth pointing out, by the way, that defense from the round 5. I don't know exactly how it works, but if you remember off the opening break, the double nade kill that Seattle got on the barrels, that they don't get credit for those kills.
Oh,
I think I did the math right, and I think it was tied going into the round 5. So just a wild set of circumstances that set up Toronto for that final round where they just had the ice. They just had a setup that was too strong. I mean, the amount of pressure that they were able to keep on P1, just constantly making sure Seattle not able to open things up. And that's off the back, by the way. Sib had another blinder of a map, 27 non-traded kills, 34, leading the lobby again. But in spite of that, Ultra hold on and remain to be the only team that is able to take Seattle down on control.
Yeah, they've certainly got whatever it is, the certain kryptonite to Seattle Surge's super performances there on control. But here we have a look at the highlights, and again, kudos to Cammy, certainly bouncing back from the dead after that tough performance in the Search and Destroy. And again, Ultra, first 2 rounds were absolutely delightful. Again, kills department, how fast they played it. They had a lot of time to work with on offense. It was very, very special stuff. The following 2, all Surge. I mean, this really is watching 2 great teams here on Vanguard go at each other. Same on the Tuscan. 4 down a piece, 4 down the other side. Great bit of time, 4 down. It wasn't until Seattle Surge managed to finally find that pace that the lead actually changed. We're in for a good year, mate. This was a wonderful control from both sides, and plenty of tricks, I feel, still up their sleeves.
I mean, well, some of the tricks that were on display, right? Like a lot of times when Seattle have success on this map, it's especially when Pred is able to get in the back spawn on offense. But any single time someone from Seattle was trying to make the play, Toronto Ultra, even if it took an extra couple lives to make sure it happened, they were just flooding their own spawn, making sure to clear out all those like late flankers out and making sure nothing gets away from them. And really just Ultra, again, doing their homework. Their comms are always clean and taking care of business. What started out as just a lightning fast series, I think that control was probably longer than the first 2 maps combined, but that is just a long delayed setup for Ultra. Slowly working to the better part of the series. We go to Berlin, a map where they beat Seattle 250-71 to finalize the Kickoff Classic. So, you know, Ultra feeling confident in a happy spot, but at the same time, Seattle, they look like they've improved. I'm not expecting another 100-point club at all.
No, I wouldn't either. And again, like when you think back to the success that they had back at Kickoff Classic, I mean, Cleanix was playing quite literally out of his skin. So I do wonder, again, like how much preparation has Surge put into that game mode that was clearly a weaker of their very impressive pool anyway. I'm curious to see how this one goes down, because genuinely looking at the picks and bans, I really think Seattle was like, we get this done in 3. We've got a very strong opener. Search and Destroy is going to be banging. And baby, come on, Gavutu. Now that we've seen the plot twist, the big plot twist, top 10 anime betrayal with Gavutu going towards Ultra. Now I think we do have a very different looking series in our hands, and I'm not going to lie, the pick'ems need it. It's been a good day so far for your boy Ross. I don't know about you, mate, but I need a game 5 in this one.
I mean, well, I will certainly take a game 5 at the very least. Some of the game 5s we've had, which obviously that would be the OpTic series, was phenomenal. As good of a series as you could really expect to have. But now we go to Berlin. And again, it was the 100-point club last time. But the way that Seattle are able to play Tuscan, where they always have someone that is set up on rotation, where they're always 15, 20 seconds like ahead of the game, Berlin plays out vaguely similarly. So I think they're going to make the adjustments. I think Seattle are going to come to play. And honestly, with the way Simp has been shooting, he's the man that Toronto needs to shut down.
Yeah, he's had 2 exceptional respawns. I mean, I can't wait to see the stats at the end of this, man. Like, his untraded kills have been real good. He went huge in the control despite the L. We'll see, though. We'll see. Again, Berlin hardpoint coming up after this one. And we do have to go to the game 5. It is Berlin Search and Destroy as well. More on that later as we get through this very, very exciting series. We were in for one hell of a day, Chance. We saw the schedule. We knew the games were going to be great. We didn't quite know how great they were going to be. If you've watched this all from the start, thank you for sticking this one around. It's been a real joy so far. Again, that first map, you know, watching Paris Legion take it to Atlanta FaZe, very exciting. And of course, the Ravens with a wonderful upset on OpTic. That was exciting as hell to watch. But there we go. We're almost ready to get into Berlin, and we'll see if the drama will continue here in the Call of Duty League. We're not even in the first major yet, and I am sweating. I know Jeremy does sweat, and he's tweeting about it. I don't know what you can do about that, Jay. Paper towels at all times. I have a little towel next to me just in case of any kind of spillages. If I spill game fuel anywhere, you know what I'm saying? I'm prepared, brother. I'm prepared.
I'm glad you're prepared. And again, I hope both of these teams are prepared, even more so. Maybe less about the sweat, more about the rotos, but we'll see how it goes. Seattle, just based on the spawn that they get, they will get to the hill first because that's a thing. So the question is for Toronto, how do they want to approach this? If you keep in mind for the Ravens, the way they got to this hill, they bullied it out for the instant break. This time, though, Mack takes down 2 off the opening rip. Accuracy, able to get a couple. And then, of course, Simp always wins his ones. Seattle, that early advantage.
Gonna reposition now, trying to get themselves back into the point. Seattle with a bit of a clean setup. But Cammy, howdy, makes his way in from behind to get a couple of kills across the board. Mack, though, a little too hot on the trigger. Back over towards Clinix, our Game Fuel featured player here in the respawns. Trades out with Mack. Good job. Insight, though, man alive, that pistol is something. Trying to get back on towards the point, and it's an opening decent amount of time here going the way of Seattle Surge. Kills looking good. They are going to get the final few seconds there, as again, won't be contested over too hard. That's going to go the way of Ultra. Rotation's already down, and that's Toronto's as well.
Oh, he doesn't know it yet. Pred actually might have just let one by. Number 5 on the map. Bance might be able to make a play for his team. Pred gets caught, and you see Bance picking up 1, and now he's got Simp back down, takes care of 2. So that is an efficient setup. That Toronto, they should be on point.
Clinix got 5 there. He was on point picking up time. He takes care of Pred in mid. He spins on accuracy. Now he's still going. Can these 2 players do something about clear? Yep, there they can. I was going to say Simp's got it. Nails it. Big shots either way. They're going to find those kills. You still have hardpoint going the way of Ultra. Insight. Far forward he is. Good shots. That little crack in the window. All his to work with. Finds himself a couple more now. Eyes on the cross. Here comes Mack. Definite eyes in. Tags there is all good. See if his teammates can take care of that. As the assault continues here on the mail room, and Insight is still trying to find these kills.
Insight's trying to make plays. Unfortunately for him, though, his teammates are actually losing all the gunfights around the point, so he's forced to rat back. So that is going to slow down the rotation from Ultra a fair bit. Vance is the most aggressive one on the map, but for Ultra, I mean, they basically have nobody here. He's trying to make the solo play, can't quite take care of it, and they're not going to be able to block those spawns either. Seattle, they are down by 20, but they are set up on the money hill, ready to try to tie this game up.
We'll see if they can find it. It's Cash Money out of accuracy on point. That's 3 in a row. Phoenix, though. Man, okay. It's Berlin. Oh, it's Pred. He's eaten 2 of them. The teammates are going to clean him up as well. And what a spot to be in, though. Couldn't catch Bance. Very slippery. Bance catches another one. Mack now from the outside window. Here comes the exchange of nades. Through the windows they go. Bance once again sees a cheek. Whose butt's that? Cleans one up. Bance finds another kill. If not for Cammy, we may have even more members of Ultra there on point. What an unbelievable string of plays from Benjamin Bance.
And look at the setup, by the way. It's not only they have this pressure in the hill, they got players in fire, so they might be able to catch these players off rotation. Number 6 spawns up for Ultra. He's got the free rotation over towards New. You're trying to lock down this scrap time in Ultra. It's what, a 30-point lead in your setup for the new hard point. And I think, what, number 4, Pred, the only player that can even cause problems. But Cammy, I mean, he's set up, ready to go. Ultra, they just played that last hill perfectly, they might have set themselves up long term.
Red was a big one. A little bit of help from his teammate there now to make their way forward, but it's trades out. Cammy's last player left up. Spawn's not that close. We'll see if the Ultra reinforcements can get there in time. Sib's on 4, now posted up, top of the tank. He's basically a tank himself right now as he keeps on finding these kills. Still 4 on a spree, can't quite watch all of it, but his teammates are doing a wonderful job. Chance, we've got 30-ish seconds now remaining on this point. Mack's going to get a couple more as the angles now Seattle have got to work with over that point should be starting to pay off for him. But okay, Ultra, beautiful stuff.
And very nice kill from CleanX just to keep his teammate alive, and that is the final 20 seconds that Seattle actually looks like they're thinking about going for the fight. Pred's still nearby, but Ultra, they have enough pressure, making sure that that scrap time, no sort of craziness happens, but now we go in towards this middle hill that is incredibly difficult to actually hold any bit of time on. Basically push out both the wings of the hill. CleanX got one side, nice coverage from Toronto on the left. But if you can collect, if any team ever gets more than 30 seconds on this hill, give them a medal.
That's a really nice 2-piece out of Mack, by the way. Nice one to just slow down those players approaching the hard point, and now you've got a lot of control. Look at that. Speaking of the wings, here's Pred on the left-hand side. He's going to be taking care of the players coming through now, baiting in the push. Full HP, here comes the play. Nice slides, breaks Banter's ankles. There's a couple more to be had here, and he's got the reinforcements as well, but timing. It might pay off for Pred, and there could be streaks here if he can keep this little dance going. Insight by the point, lovely kills again. Still, Pred gets taken care of. There it was. I thought that may have been the moment, but no. Ultra somehow find themselves in the driver's seat. Still, exceptional teamwork.
And Ultra have a very contained setup as well. You see the position Cammy's in over towards P1. As long as you keep that control, your teammates will keep spawning there, and you'll be set up for the rotation over towards Nude. So it might not be a hill where you can sort of lock down a massive amount of time on, but you can certainly set yourself up and be ready to go. It is not as bad as what we have seen the first time around, but Ultra still wheeling and dealing right now on Berlin. Can't be making plays, he can't find the kill, but you're still racking up that hill time.
Well, we'll see what happens now. Ultra racking up the hill time. Our game tool featured player CleanX on screen. Let's dive in and have a quick listen in with Toronto Ultra.
One shot, there's 2 I think he's already gone right. Dip might be a bit broken to me. Yeah, he probably is. Yeah, like some Max, stop steps. I'm coming to you. Last 2 steps. 1. Nice, you fucking shit. Last time, so let this. Fly quick, play him quick. Nice, I hit it. Top steps. Yeah, go for it. Save. Nice accuracy, can be taking a route. Yeah, he's fucking nice. Last time. Might be fine. Go across for Node. Go across for Node. 25, Toby, weak. Oh, he's still creaming it. No, he's in. 5 tank, nice. One's in P3, right? 1 tank, P3 dead. Nice, I'm playing right. Is it me off? Mail. Mail. Lamar, Lamar, fucking absolute. Fucking loot. I'm at fire still. They're gonna go low right. Yeah, listen. I'm tired left, by the way. Dead fire. One more streak, so we get. Stun right. Lamar left. Mid statue now. I'm on mid broker. Mid statue, or Jamie. Lamar left. Listen, I have you on accuracy, okay? He's gonna go long. Left side broken. Yeah. No one's nice. Last accuracy. There's pinch, low windows, I think. Absolutely, dude. Second, weak. Absolutely, nice. Listen, I've got you straight, okay? I'm on the left, by the way.
Chance Toronto Ultra continue to be the butchers of Berlin as they are absolutely cleaving Seattle Surge out of their gaming chairs. This is one hell of a run, and it's shades of Kickoff Classic all over again.
And their teamwork has been just phenomenal. Remember when I said that it wasn't quite like last time in the score line? Well, Ultra have not dropped a single second, it feels like, in the past 2 hills. The amount of pressure that CleanX has just been applying to fire on this map, he himself has been on fire. An absolutely absurd performance. Toronto just doing whatever they want. The comms are clean. CleanX, again, in and around fire, has been a menace. And we're going back towards this hard point. I think this is really where Ultra got the ball rolling. They started popping pieces around this hill and running the score up, though. This time, Sib able to find 3 so far on this life. If there is any hope of a comeback, you're going to need a couple full 60s, and it's got to start here.
Well, even with Game 5 looming over them, Seattle Surge are not going to go quietly into this Berlin night. Slow and steady now. Just hold that time. Sib's kills department has not quite been as electrifying as it has been so far in the series, but your boy's starting to heat up. That's 5 in a row now. There's a spree continue. Whoa, hello, over the top! Catches the kill. That's gonna be 6. Oh, the 7th as well. Full streaks now for Sib. CleanX is now having to back down because the pressure's on. That's 7 in a row. Sib starting to heat up, and Seattle, you said it was a couple of perfect 60s, and it just may be that. They win the fight on the hard point as well, Chance.
Oh, that's such a deep angle, though. Someone's going to play. He's just going to walk straight past. Now he's going to be forced to call in those streaks right off spawn. Unfortunately for him, though, look at the minimap. There is no one from Seattle anywhere near this hill. It's only going to be 15 seconds before Ultra win this game. And the streaks, I mean, sure, you'd be able to get a kill, but your teammates are just so far away.
They push him inside the train station for now. Pred's now here to pick up the pieces. Those players shell-shocked indeed. He gets himself two. Pred can't get any more. Kleenex cuts him down. But the defenders have got a lot of work to do. Kleenex again. Mack now through the middle of the map. Looking to find something here. It's 5 seconds before we see a game 5. Insights over the point. You've got the front line covered. And Toronto Ultra get it done on Berlin once again. Search and destroy. Game 5 on this very map now awaits a chance. Oh, it's not as fun as it looked in the Surge camp. And Ultra is strictly business right now.
I mean, again, one of the best things about the Ultra comms is how calm they always are. Their heads are always in it. They never get down on themselves. And, well, after the first 2 maps in the series, it looked like Seattle had completely leveled up, and it was looking real dire. But Ultra, again, even if they're down, they are never out, and fought back in the series, have forced the game 5. And honestly, for the first time, they have started to deal with Sib, the only game where Sib has basically not been double positive. And even still, he had a solid performance, had a couple nice moments, but I think right there, that was just the teamwork from Toronto Ultra reigning supreme. Into map 5 we go, and going back to Berlin.
Going back to Berlin for Search and Destroy. It has been non-stop game 5s today. It's a long one, pals. We hope you're all comfortable. Look at that score so far. Very, very exciting stuff. Who knows? Will this be the Toronto's chance to topple the taller terrors? Shout out to Reddit. I'm not reading the username. You know who you are. Thank you very much, though. Guys, it's time for a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's time for that game 5. You do not want to miss this one. Berlin, take the series. We'll see what happens next.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Game 5 now looms. It is a Berlin showdown between Toronto Ultra and their soon-to-be fantastic rivals, Seattle Surge, here in this Vanguard season. 2022 season's only 2 days in, and it is already lit AF. Chance, how you feeling, mate?
I'm feeling fantastic. Right now, I'm thinking about just like the confidence game between these two teams, right? Because, I mean, you just look at the side of Toronto Ultra. It's just their team stats for the day. Not too great, but I think the first two maps, they were just absolutely in the blender. Simp is responsible for every single one of these players being negative right now, but obviously they've bounced back in the series. I think Ultra, after the year they had in Cold War, they know they're a team that can bounce back. They know they're a team that is capable of winning tournaments. Obviously, they proved that again at the kickoff. On the flip side, though, for Seattle, I mean, they have a ton of good wins. They've beaten York twice. They've beaten every single team they've gone up against. Admittedly, it's like 5 series in, but Toronto Ultra is that next step. And if they can beat them here, then you can have the confidence where you know for a fact you are capable of winning a tournament, which is huge for some of these younger players. At the same time, if you get reverse swept by the team that might be the best team in the game, it's going to sting.
It will sting, but also it's kind of like, you know, it is what it is at this point in time. Like, we've still got stuff to improve on. You know, maybe it's coming down to those clutch moments. It's losing game modes that we're maybe more confident than we should be. But, hey, we will find out, friends. A long and exciting season ahead of us we have here in the Vanguard season. And for players like Sib, who quite frankly is on a level of his own right now, we will be talking about him for a very, very long time to come. Welcome to the league. And at the tender age of 20, a dangerously long career ahead of him. Here we go. Berlin Search and Destroy, Chance. Showdown, indeed, between these two fantastic squads here. And, mate, what a story for the boys of Seattle and also for the organization of Seattle. It has been tears, catastrophe for 2 long and painful seasons for them, and now the future has never looked brighter. Here we go, though, into Berlin. Let's get it.
I mean, Vanguard is proving to be wild. Like, Seattle's having the glow up. Ravens are having the glow up as well. It's been a very fun start to the year. As far as Berlin go, look at how aggressive Pred again, man. Shooting players in the back, spots Bance, beams up. 2 kills already down. Can't quite get the third, but either way, his job is done. Man advantage. Bomb should be getting planted shortly. Seattle, this is what they do.
Yeah, surely this is their round, but it's now 2v2. Insight has made a meal of this. Sees one little piggy. Where's the other? 35 seconds on the clock. As quiet falls across Berlin. Here comes the retake. Phoenix in first. A little bit of noise made. Sib's got the tags, but there's Insight with the perfect coverage, and this is looking good. Mack now to spring in the 1v2. 20 seconds to play with. Might be waiting for the bomb. He has his grenade to work with as well. Here comes the check. Finds one. Mack, the slide! CleanX wins it. Oh! Exceptional timing from CleanX to be there. Right place, right time. The shots were good. And a few seconds to spare on the defuse. 1 round in, the tension is already high.
And, you know, I'm thinking about that Bocage, right? What do we see? It was guys like Sib winning gunfights against Insight, and that is not typical of the type of gameplay we're used to seeing from the main AR for Toronto. What do we see that round for the response? Insight in the 2v3. I think he beams accuracy across the map just to make things a 2v2. Kept finding picks. He's got coverage on his teammate. He wins his one against Sib when he's on the stairs. Insight delivering in that round. And obviously CleanX clutches well. Seattle, they have stacked up towards A. They're aggressive again.
They're in mid again. All over the rubble in the center of the map. Vance with that bomb over by the mailroom. Looking towards B. Cammy's going to bring the sniper across. There you go. Mack spots him, and here we have it. The trap set. The CleanX there with the coverage. Beautiful stuff. Sib can't quite land the first. And now an exchange of gunfire. Oh, misses the second as well. Cammy will be cleaned up there from the efforts from Pred. We like that, but this is going to get dangerous real fast as CleanX now on the 3. He's out and about, hoping to get in behind the sniper, the sole player now for Seattle Surge is Sib. 1v3 situation, and he is now equipped for the fight. See what happens.
A true look to see whether or not he can clutch. And, well, never mind. Too many things to do on Berlin. Too many things to watch. Just get shot in the back immediately. But I will say, I think Sib is definitely towards the top of my list of players that I'm excited to watch in clutch situations. Obviously, though, against Ultra, maybe it's a little bit hopeless as CleanX 4-0. Trying to respond 2 rounds in. He's feeling himself. And obviously, just a very clean round from Ultra. Shifting that bomb around the map, baiting players out. Setting CleanX up to get those free picks of kills. And Insight not far behind either. Seattle, though, again, hyper aggressive. They love planting the bombs as quickly as they possibly can. And so far, leaning towards this B site.
Spots one. Mack to cross. Aiming for the barrel once again. And Sib find anything with the snipe this round. Here we go. Oh, many shadows now moving throughout the night. And he can't get a single one. Cammy with the read. And Sib's got nothing there. It's now a 2v3. Accuracy does manage to get the bomb down at B, but that's going to be a 3v2 situation now on the retake. And here come Toronto. Accuracy up close. Sorry, no, not Accuracy. It was going to be Mack up close. Does manage to find one on the bomb site. You've got Accuracy at range. He's the insurance policy, and there it is. The setup is perfect. The numbers, it doesn't matter if they're not on their side. It is an exceptional hold from Seattle Surge.
That is so clean. Mack, 100% the guy to watch. He is in sight. He is surrounded. They had him trapped in there, and that's the player that they were trying to take down, but he delivers. Wins a couple gunfights, gets a little bit of help from accuracy from the second guy as well, but that is Mack just making the big play. Nice 2v3 clutch Seattle got, and that is one they absolutely needed just to get around on the board. And just by the way, imagine how difficult it is to play against Toronto. Like, imagine the comms from Sib's perspective when he's seeing every player dive around constantly. And this time, Cammy spots out a couple on the cross, feeding that to his teammates. Toronto, they're going straight for A.
Slowly but surely towards A. Stacked up on the outside of A. Here comes Cammy with the snipe check. Shots ring out. Mid-map's all Seattle's for now. The reposition. Prez just waiting for someone to enter his trap.
Mack is behind everybody. He is going to get a free first kill. He's able to spot the second as well, by the way. There's the free first blood, and he's just going to stay out and save his life, right? Because you got number 4, Fred. He's got the mid-map cuts. They know they have every single player trapped in and around the bomb site. Simp, though, 0-4, gives one away, and Cammy finds a pick. 2 versus 3.
I'm going down quick. Pred. That hit's going to tell you everything you need to know now for Ultra. At least one player coming from this direction. Mack's moving as fast as he possibly can now to reinforce, and here comes a 2-man retake. Seattle choosing the other foot now. Let's see what they do in this situation. Stuns out. Clock's ticking. Mack now trying to make the push through the back. Will he check every possible corner? Timing works out. Gets tagged up, but does manage to find the kill. Pred now will not check below him. He's going to be hit, but not dead just yet. 20 seconds. Time's ticking. Man's running around all over the place. Mack last up. Cleanix, though, surely. This is a setup from Ultra. They cannot lose this round, but Mack makes it a tough one indeed. Ultra, the numbers prevail. A good round again.
And that is a round, by the way, for Seattle. You just cannot afford to lose, right? You got a free kill on the flank. You know that you have every single player trapped in around the site. And I think the biggest issue is when they were going for the nade kills, Sib just exposed to the window, gives away a free one. And then Cammy with the snipe. I mean, remember him on Tuscan. He put on a show. He finds a pick as well. And that is just a response, right? You get clutched on, make sure you clutch up. Toronto, instant bounce back. 3-1 lead. But as Toronto on defense, a lot of pressure over towards that B site, though. This bomb for Seattle, straight towards A.
They're in. You've got the mid-map presence from Bans. That naughty little corner covered. He's going to be a real pain at some point. Inside can't get anything. Oh, Sib remains on the donut for now, and it is Bans. He's had his fair share of donuts in the past. Still got a great figure, though, bless him. Must work out. 4v3 now. On the retake chance.
They are running out of time. 27 seconds on the clock is a little bit to work with, but the pressure's on. Mack gets spotted. Free kill for Cleanix. Takes him down. I think accuracy is the player that's going to need to clutch this situation.
Oh, my word.
He is in a 1 versus 4. Time is on his side, but he's got to find the line of sight. He's trying to leave one and go for the kill. He might be just a little bit too late, and the coverage is there anyway. Ultra, all their bases covered, taking him down, and nice plays. Accuracy. I mean, that's typical, by the way, for the 1v4. That is as big brain as you can get, but you see Insight ready for it in Ultra. Picking him apart, taking him down, and I think we've had so many donuts, by the way, for this game. Sib, right now, the cam is on him. It was Cammy in game number 2 that was suffering, but Ultra, they have found their stride. Talk about the bounce back they've had.
Accuracy as well. It's a pair of donuts right now for Seattle. No one's able to get involved, and that round is typical play there from Accuracy if he wins that. But there we go. He gets himself on the board. That first blood's going to help out. We'll see how much they can make of it, though. Oh, Cammy. That's close. Red's going to take that top stairs position. That's ahead. Oh, get out while you still can, Sib. Big hunt there from Pred, but a kill from Bance with the automaton at range. Makes it 3v3.
Mack's making plays again, by the way. We saw him do this earlier on where he goes on the fullest of flanks, but that means his teammates are a little bit lonely towards the A site, and Sib is going to fall. Mack's got to be the guy in the flank and accuracy. He's got to tell him that, dude, you got to speed up. They are planning right now. You have a pinch on site.
Beautiful.
And you get the guy off bomb. It does not go down. And again, number 3 on the minimap. He's still on the flank.
He's still on the flank. He's going to get there now, but is it enough? Are the members of Ultra still going to hang about? Yes, they are. Cleanix is going to stick this one out. Mack's going to get there. Better late than never. Less than 30 seconds now on Cammy. He is in a tough spot. This is a rock and a hard place, quite literally. Here's one. Accuracy wins it. From rags to riches. He has had a fantastic turnaround here, and that round, I put it on him. Between the first blood, the crucial kill on the Bance while arming the bomb, and that big win there on Cammy, that could have gone ugly real fast.
Yeah, that is the Iceman for the team, right? Making the big plays. And again, he was on the donut cam. Sib is still struggling. And if you got a couple players struggling, it's the veteran that has to be the one that steps up to the plate. Accuracy, putting in work. And I think even for Ultra, maybe a slight mistake on the angle you had for the bomb plant, just exposing your foot. Unfortunate, but hey, Seattle, they will take it. Oh, like a nightmare.
I was like the JoJo music. To be continued. He didn't die, though. The spoiler for the next episode. But Cammy, that snipe still yet to really have an impact. It's still a dangerous thing. It doesn't make you change the way you approach things. And that's an ankle. Good job out of insight. But make sure you really do tuck the entire body behind that bomb site. Otherwise, you're going to get cleaned up. Fred trying to provide that close support chance, but here we go. The shuffle on Berlin and accuracy. He could find himself a couple of Ultra members in mid as the bomb goes down.
I mean, accuracy actually has this entire cross, so he can feed this information to his teammates, and he might be set up for a free kill. Free kill number 1 just got in front of accuracy. And again, he's still got the coverage. Accuracy picking up 2. He's spotted number 8 on the cross. Accuracy is getting all the information for his team, but it comes down now to a 1 versus 2 insight. You're running out of time. 20 seconds. He's got to find both kills.
He's got to do it. You can see accuracy. No idea that Pred's on the other side of the wall. Making a bit of noise. The clatter of pots and pans and glass around him all over the bomb site is going to find the tags into actually not the kill. And here comes Pred for the old 1-2 punch. And Seattle surge. Another round. Almost tied up here at 3-4.
And you could just see the setup on the minimap, like falling into accuracy's lap. Again, the veteran stepping up, making the big play. That is what the 3 or 4 rounds back to back where whoever gets the first blood ends up getting clutched on. And that is a 3 versus 4 where Lamar just putting in some serious work. This is what, a 4-1 deficit that Seattle are trying to make up for a couple rounds in a row. And again, for Seattle, they're just trying to prevent that the reverse sweep. This bomb over towards B. I don't know if Max all Bance. Pred definitely did though. First blood, and you got the bomb down. Seattle, huge advantage in the round.
That's a tremendous advantage. Can we get the trade though? That's another question. The spot from Cleanix, the nade's good, but oh, doesn't get the kill. Crossfire now, all across that street by the B-bomb site. It is quite literally a war zone. Sib gets involved as well, takes care of Cleanix. 2v4. Sib with the mid-map. The last remaining members of Ultra, well now I say the last remaining member of Ultra, insight in the 1v4.
40 seconds to work with. Bomb down on site. As far as hopeless situations go, this is at the very top of the list. Inside, I think he's just hoping to get any kills. And keep in mind for these future rounds, I think we saw at least 1 kill streak on Mack. And this is one of the very few maps where actually in S&D, they can be quite effective even with the strafing run. So Insight finally falls, and that's the setup. That is 3 rounds in a row off the back of a couple clutches for Seattle. Back into this game. You got a kill streak in the back pocket. You got Sib starting to heat up and get a couple kills as well. I think he's been able to get 3 in the past 2 rounds. Surge, wheeling and dealing, right back into this game.
Starting to find that momentum. They're really getting in the swing of things. That walk now building up to a run. That run building up to a sprint. How far can they go in this race? It looks like Mack and Accuracy now both have a strafe run to work with. You are dealing with the Kings of Cool, though. Toronto Ultra are one of the most composed teams in the game.
Let's see what they've got now in this round.
No smokes to cross with. You got to make sure you time it right. Mack maybe waiting for the moment, or maybe Mack back it down, trying to beam Sib, can't quite finish it. In Seattle, they are thinking about this rotation, but honestly, for both teams, Toronto, I mean, they got all their bases covered. They should be able to spot out the rotation. CleanX barely able to get out with his life. A very delicate round number 9. And Inside will be the one to call out, hey, the bomb getting planted on A. Can't see his foot this time.
Yeah, he can't. Mack is suitably tucked there. Will be able to plant it, get out with his life. 4v4 retake. Oh, what a beautiful exchange of kills, though. Mack with the first. Cammy manages to take care of Pred, and here comes the onslaught over towards the A-bomb site. Sib. 2 angles to watch, on the inside and the bottom stairs. He has a teammate at the very end of the corridor. That's going to be huge. Nice wallbang there on Advance. Here comes a slide from behind. Cammy getting involved in the fight in a big way. 20 seconds to work with now. Mack wins the gunfight towards the backside, but the shots are still in. It's a 2v1 now for Insight. This is to take the lead. The kill, he has to find it faster. Insight's running out of time, and that could be it. We will be looking at match point for Seattle Surge. And they have pulled this one back 1 round at a time. Chance, holy dooly. 1 more is all they need.
And that is just another feather in the cap for Seattle. This is what they do in the Search and Destroy, man. It seems like it doesn't matter what map they're playing. They will find a way to get a bomb down. And if you let them plan, I mean, they clutch up what seems like 9 times out of 10. And again, especially on a map like Berlin, you have clutch spots for days. Accuracy lives for it. 4 in a row. Now the advantage to shut down the reverse sweep, to beat the best team in the game after the kickoff classic. And just to build the redemption arc for the organization. And he's got the glide bomb. He needs to stay alive. As you see, they're coming up from dub steps. They're in fire.
He's waiting for it. Accuracy, if you see someone, he may call it. If you kill Accuracy in this round, oh, that's it. First blood. Oh, the second goes as well. Insight now battling tooth and nail to try and stay alive, and he does. Sib on the inside of the map. Down low by tank, trying to watch the cross. No one going towards B. But you've managed to isolate the Ultra players. Can they find a pick and stay alive? That's Sib versus Insight now. And it is starting to get dangerous.
This is also bombed down to the worst spot possible. Cammy able to find one, but still, when he picks up that bomb, that is going to be a loud indication to Seattle. We know exactly where he is. They have to know the plan is to go to A, the gunfight potentially for the round. Both players back down. Cammy finds the pick. The patience from Ultra to even wait for that kill to come through is absurd.
Accuracy.
The bomb. Accuracy, though.
Accuracy.
Iceman, this is it.
Oh, the Iceman? No. Oh, he had the ankle. He saw it, man. It was there. The opportunity to get it. Round 11 now between these 2 teams. Bear in mind, streak still in play. The fighter pilot, the strafing run for Mack and the glide bomb for Accuracy are still available. That could be tremendous. The B-bomb site is now off limits for Ultra. Who's going to get defense? I've got no idea. I haven't been counting. I've been too engrossed in the game.
Both of these teams, by the way, just ice cold.
Oh, my.
Cammy for the patience towards the final moments, but I don't even know. You can't go to B if you're dealing with the glide bomb. Cammy, dude, this is the problem. You just see everyone go towards A, but yeah, you have to go through mid. I love this call from Ultra. Dance making a play. He gets the first blood. They have fire control.
Oh, Benjamin, that's a massive tag as well in a Sib. And here comes the play. Glide bomb's out. He's going to see Cammy. It might kill him through the open roof of fire. No, doesn't land a single thing. Everyone from Ultra still fighting fit. Bomb still in hand. Forward they go, but it's Accuracy with the automaton. We've got Old Faithful finds the kill. Bance on the rat back. Sib finds another one. 2v3. Seattle Surge maintain advantage for now as the bomb goes down on B.
It's got to be CleanX. CleanX has to make this play. Bance has to win the one-on-one on site because number 2 has gotten through. So someone needs to make the big play. CleanX an opportunity. But that bomb is down. Seattle, I don't know if they know where either of these players are.
But the Bance just saw Sib. They've got no idea that Accuracy's close by. CleanX finds one. 2v2. Accuracy's on the defuse. Bance. Oh my God. He's not. Is he going to check it? Here comes CleanX. Will he get it? The Iceman! The Iceman jumps on the bomb, and it was a fraction of a second. Oh my God! That is a stunning round 11. Ultra are stunned.
Could you have it any other way? Of course, it's accuracy. Dude, the amount of like wild play calls, because that is 200 IQ plays from both teams nonstop, right? You're Toronto, you're on offense. You can't go to B at all. You spot this stack over towards A, so what do? Cut through the middle of the map and go to fire. You deal with the glide bomb. You make that play in again. Incredible call. Then you have Vance getting the bomb down over towards B. Kleenex making like the late flank plays over towards fire. Like everybody doing everything right. But instead of Vance checking the bomb, it was Kleenex, and just a split second too late is accuracy doing what he does best. Seattle. I mean, it's only day 2 of stage 1, but I mean, they're on top of the world.
This is insane. All right, I need a breather. Where's my desk at? Save us. Save us.
Yo, I don't know what's going on right now. Miles and Chance, that was incredible. Seattle Surge were able to bring it back. This went the entire distance, by the way. And Toronto Ultra, it slipped through their fingertips. Miles, Chance, what were your emotions watching all of that go down? Because like aLLeY was shaking, me and Nameless was going nuts.
I got a little bit towards the end there. I was like, oh my God, Ultra have done it. Like you called it, Chance. Like they dodged the bomb, they dodged the strafe run. Like they've done everything right. And then it's like, oh, we better check bomb. Like if that decision had been made a fraction of a second sooner, oh my God, man. But like I got them chills. You know what I'm saying? That's what CDL's all about, baby.
Timing is everything. Chance, how you feeling after that series right there, baby?
Honestly, I'm just feeling like happy, I think would be the word. Like that is just fantastic Call of Duty. I mean, this is what, arguably at this point, or almost certainly the 2 best teams in the game going at it, going to the round 11. And one of the things I hate the most, is a pet peeve, is when there's like breakdowns in the rounds. They're just like silly mistakes that have been getting made all day today from a ton of teams, but not these 2 men. It is the high IQ plays. It is guys that have a fantastic game plan, just getting after it. And I mean, what more could you ask for, right? Accuracy with all the clutches. He was on a donut, by the way. He was like 0-5, 0-6. It just completely turns up. The same thing can be said for Sib, who had a phenomenal series through and through. Even when he was on the donut cam starting to suffer, he had a bounce back as well. I mean, Seattle, you shut down the reverse sweep. You beat arguably the best team in the game. You get the confidence that, honestly, they probably didn't need that they already have. But, I mean, again, those guys on top of the world right now.
I was sweating like steady during this commentary this morning. That game was a banger. Yo, Nameless?
Yeah.
I mean, Seattle Surge, they're for real.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys are nasty, man. Like, Toronto Ultra is one of the toughest teams to go up against, and they almost got reverse swept, and they go into that last map, they go down 0-4, they win 5 rounds in a row. It gets down to that last round, and you got to think Toronto, they made a crazy play going right up the middle, getting control of fire, and then Seattle, the comms that moment, it had to just be absolute pandemonium, but they react to it, they trap them, they get the kill that they need, and then accuracy, the leader of this team, when you need him to step up the most, he did it throughout this entire map. If it wasn't for him, there was no chance they were going to win this one. Every single round when they needed a clutch kill, he was there. He almost would have got that 1v3 clutch it was too when he came up the stairs. If he would have got both of them off the bomb, I mean, this guy was on fire, man. Seattle just looks like a force to be reckoned with.
Sib and Accuracy heading into round 8 both had 0 kills under their belt. Sib found his first kill in round 8. I believe Accuracy found his in round 7. And if Accuracy doesn't have the glide bomb there, that play from Toronto to make that 4 push through mid, me and Nameless were talking about it. They just made the freaking play. They got the opening kill. Seattle was totally caught off guard, but because Accuracy had that bomb, was able to get the information and kind of trap all of them in fire building, and just they watched all the entrances and they perfectly waited for their prey to come out, and then actually clutching up with the defuse. Silent defuse, baby!
Yeah, this team looks like absolute veterans. You know what? This team makes me sick. Like, what is their potential actually? They go to the Kickoff Classic, okay, they go to the finals, they beat a few legends, and then now they're beating Toronto Ultra and they're still moving on. They're phenomenal. But speaking of which, listen, Miles, Chance, you guys are phenomenal. I'll see you all next series, but for the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight interview, let's go ahead and bring in the dog, the absolute beast, and we saw tearing it up all day. Sib, I have a serious question. All right, I have 2 of them for you. First things first, why don't you smile after going crazy like that, man? Do you have any emotions at all?
Unfortunately, no. Every time I do something, you know, the vet right next to me, in-game leader, he gassers me up, so, you know, I gotta smile a couple times, you know. He's like, smile, man, you know, but, you know, I'm getting there.
All right.
All right. I mean, I respect it. You know, you're in the game, you're in the zone, and you've been popping off all series. But I gotta ask, man, you all seem pretty down when you're heading into that final search and destroy. But there was seriously a momentum change, I feel like, after we actually saw your player cams and we saw Lamar talking to all of you. I gotta know, what did he say? How did y'all kind of regame, group up, and end up taking the dub?
I think what really helped us a lot at the kickoff, you guys know that we lost to Toronto.
Yeah.
And we never lost like that as a team before, so it was just a learning experience. It was a free learning experience, so I'm glad that we lost like that in that moment, because when it comes to times like this, we can hit a reset button and know what to do when we are facing an uphill battle.
So question for you, Sib. What adjustments were made from Kickoff Classic till now? Because you guys look great there, right? But it seems like every goal that you guys set, you accomplish it right away. You come in and you beat the team that just beat you. You look way different in this series. So what adjustment was there?
I really think the adjustments we made were really, it's all about the little things. It's the simple fundamentals, the little moments of communication, doing things the first time. When you mess up, you fix it the first time instead of the second or the third time.
Absolutely.
Because by that time, it's already too late.
All right, Sib, we actually saw a tweet from you the other day. Production, if you got it, please throw it up on the screen, Sib. You was feeling yourself, baby. You put it out there.
This
you
was
said,
today, bro. 7 hours ago.
I think I'll just turn it up a notch today. You were killing it, man. The final question that we have for you is, this team is new. You, Mack, Pretty Boy Pred, you guys are popping off. You have the vet with accuracy, a.k.a. Lamar, but also Sam Phoenix being behind you. What do you think really contributed to the success to happen just so fast with you guys? This isn't normal. You don't see this every day.
I think our success really comes from us just wanting it. None of my teammates are ever satisfied. My teammates right now, Lamar, accuracy, he was benched last year. We have a player coming from Australia, and we have Mack coming off of an underperforming season. So we're all here wanting to prove something and just to be where we want to be, and that's to be the best.
All right, Sib, thank you so much, man. You guys have been phenomenal. By the way, you went, what, positive 30 today? That's absolutely just, it's stupid. Congrats. Can't wait to see you on the stage again, man. And
thank you.
You have a good night. See you next time.
Thank you.
No problem. Nameless, man. Put a ball on top of all this. Like, round 11s,
yeah, these
map
guys,
5s, like
anything that can be thrown at you as a roster, it's been thrown at them already. I mean, they made it to a final, they faced defeat. They get absolutely smoked on the Game 4 in the Kickoff Classic. They come back today, they beat the team that beat them. It's only been like a week and a half. These guys continuously improve. Absolutely a top 2 team in the game, if not the best team in the game. And Sib, what we've learned from that guy that we just interviewed is he has potential to be the best in the world. So I'm excited for the future of this team, what they can continue to do, and I can't wait to watch them face off against some of the other teams that we have in our league.
And take a look at the maps and modes. You see Tuscan, Hardpoint, Bacage, Seattle Surge came out strong, but Toronto Ultra didn't want to lay down just yet. They came back, tried to make the reverse sweep happen, but Seattle Surge, they took the distance, and they took the win that they felt like they deserved over them outright. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, things are finally starting to wrap up, and we're entering the last series of the day. The Young Guns on Seattle Surge topping Toronto Ultra is just the beginning, because coming up next, the Los Angeles Guerrillas will face off against NYSL, and it's going to be a banger. See you guys soon.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids, just kids, that's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, job that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
Welcome to a world where you can't even predict it, you can't even call it, and if you a betting man, you better not put money on it, because right here for the CDL, this has been crazy. What you trying to say? You tell me with all the game fives and upsets.
Seattle winning, to be fair.
But you're the prediction queen on the desk, though. The kickoff classic, okay, the flex is good, but as you see, this is one of my analysts, aBeZy. She's ready to pop off. I'm the host, Belly. We got Nameless on the end, and aBeZy for this matchup right here. I mean, do you think this is going to be a close one, or you think it's going to be pretty definitive on paper?
I think New York Subliners, coming off of that hot loss from Seattle, are going to be absolutely on one going into this series. And from what I've seen from them, the composition is there for this roster. Yeah. It just needs all of them on all cylinders at all times. Clay clearly had a little bit of a slow start yesterday. We can't blame him. They hadn't had too many scrims going into it. But by the end, dude, he had turned it up. We were talking about Neptune needing to turn it up as well. And I feel like I saw a lot out of him when it came to the S&D. But unfortunately, that caused HyDra to slack a little bit. So we just need all of this team to get on the same page.
You're right. And Nameless, yesterday, I mean, NYSL, they kind of struggled. So when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, aBeZy, what do they have to do to pull out a win today?
Well, they need to get the bomb down in S&D, planning 45% of the time and winning 90% of rounds after getting bomb planted. That's actually insanity. So once bomb is down, they're basically guaranteeing the round win. Take advantage of the weak setups in hardpoint. LAG holding 57% of the time, 11th overall. LAG has a lot of slaying power, but they really slack when it comes to rotations. Capitalize on that, and you're golden going into this series, and they need more slaying and hardpoint. 0.91 team KD overall. I don't feel like that's going to be an issue going into this.
Right, and the team that they're going to be facing off against, I mean, this is a squad with a ton of potential as well, the Los Angeles Guerrillas. And in order for NYSL to really overcome this challenge and be good, they're going to have to pick up where they left off yesterday and have that short-term memory to really pull out a victory.
Yeah, I mean, you know, looking at LAG yesterday, I thought it was actually a pretty good performance out of them, especially in the hard points. I like what I saw out of Gunless. You know, he had some stuff on Twitter after the Kickoff Classic, and he really turned it up when it came to the actual league match. And looking at LAG, it was really just a search and destroys where they were struggling. aBeZy, he started off the first search and destroy like 0-6. He bounced back, got a couple of kills there, but then Hook as well, prone to the bad game in search and destroy, started off like 0-5 in that game 5. So they're going to have to make a ton of adjustments today. Looking at this team, though, I think it has a lot of upside. These guys, they have world champions. I think in-game, when it gets down to it, yes, they maybe have those guys who tend to be hotheads, but they could focus up and get through their issues. We've seen a lot of these guys be in tough spots before and fight their way out of it. So as for the game fuel keys to victory for Los Angeles Guerrillas, figure out S&D defense woes, 15% defensive win percentage. That's last in the CDL overall, so defense got to clean that up. Play as a team. LAG is 12th in respawn traded death percentage. Now, a lot of that is probably attributed to their first match they had at kickoff. Yesterday in Hardpoint, they're playing pretty good. aBeZy finally got comfortable. Sometimes it takes a couple matches to get comfortable when you're that aggro SMG. And then last but not least, convert first bloods in search and destroy. They're winning 61% of their first blood battles. That's amazing, but they're only winning 47% of 4v3 situations. That's a a communication issue. They need to group up, play together, and start to get those trades to close out with the buddy system.
So you're telling me even with the first bless, they still can't capitalize on it? It's pretty much a coin flip, and the early advantage doesn't matter.
And that's what I was saying when we were looking at this LAG squad, as I was like, yes, there is a lot of individual talent, but together they have yet to find any team chem. And for me, a lot of these players are incredibly hot and cold. Sometimes they are absolutely on one. We've seen that with Ace, and we've seen that with Huke. We've seen that with Gunless. They're absolutely slaying out, but sometimes they're dropping donuts. Sometimes they're double neg. This team needs to find some consistency.
I don't know if it's super fair. I think that they do have some chem when it comes to the hard points. I just think in the search and destroy, they're going to have to figure it out. It's a new team. Sometimes new teams, it takes a little bit to figure out their strategy situationally, how they want to play. They have Huke and Asim who are both extremely aggressive, so one of them is going to have to kind of take the mantle and be that guy to go out first and search and destroy, find those routes. So, like I said, I'm allotting LAG a decent amount of grace when it comes to this game.
Not everybody's a Seattle Surge, right? But ladies and gentlemen, it's about time for the last series of the day. Let's send this over to my man's Chance and Miles. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. This is very insightful, Desk. I mean, talking about LAG, the woes they've been going through, and, you know, I'm kind of with Nameless. I feel like this team has a very, very high ceiling. They've got to get themselves going, and, hey, man, it's only the first or second day now of the league, Chance. Like, it's going to be a fine season for them indeed. Let's talk about the maps and modes, brother. Double Berlin, double Tuscan, and then a little bit of Bocage on the end just to season things off. But anything wild from the maps there or from the back?
Well, I mean, I feel like I could go for quite a long time talking about these maps, but one of the things that stands out is the Berlin S&D. When you're talking about LAG, they have played this map twice. They have a 15% win rate on their defensive rounds, like worst in the league. And it's like some of the setups that I've seen them have, it looks like they're not even trying to win rounds. So I hope that there was just a lack of understanding for the first one or two times they've played it. Now that they've got some reps in, I'm hoping to see some pretty severe adjustments. Like they've seen basically every team in the league play this map at one point or another. So if they're not making adjustments, I am going to lose faith in this team real quickly, especially when it's not just like 12th in the league in defensive rounds overall. It's also worst in the league when it comes to just trading out your kills in respawn. So LAG have very much been on the struggle bus. And well, again, if it's not a fairly quick turnaround, my concern will just grow by the day.
But we'll see if your concerns do come to light, but I don't know, man. I still believe in this team. I think they can go the distance. Here we go, friends. Last series of the day, and it's going to be a goodie. New York Subliners. Let's see what they've got to bring here. As into Berlin we go, and boy, howdy, has Berlin been the site of many a fun game today. Starting this one off, a little bit of time going the way of LAG. HyDra, all he'll see is the respawn screen.
A very interesting hill to at least attempt to break off the rip. The team kill is not going to help anything. I don't have the stat in front of me, but I remember especially on like a Gavutu at the kickoff, New York Subliners without question have the most team kills. I think it's like by a mile, and well, that's just another one there to add to the list. And LAG, they'll be happy for it. Couple kills in the feed going their way. This is a P1 that they have just turned into a money hill outright. Seem taking one more to the grave, but this is just a clean and easy setup right now. LAG, very strong lead going into hill 2.
That's a wonderful start. You know, 37 seconds into the lead they go. New York Subliners,
by the way.
Another one. Add it to the pile. Carson! We got another. The kills keep coming through. LAG, the white arrows on the minimap now in control of the hard point. The yellow arrow is going to be the New York Subliners decked out, trying to make their way forward. Neptune on him, a 4 spree. Luke's going to be there to stop that one in its tracks. Not that those streaks get involved. Let's see what Asim can now bring from that back line. In on the spawn we go, trying to find our way to the hard point chance, and it is going to be a mess. Here goes Asim from the top rope. iLLeY cuts him down. Any more to be had here? Now the rest of the team flowing. LAG looking great so far.
And this is a huge moment as well. LAG still finding kills in the feed. Gunless gets another one. They have pressure towards fire. Huke able to get the first.
Oh, baby.
And they're still spawning in the back for New York, but his teammates there for the trades. Slasher gets 2. It's already a 60-point lead. And unless number 8 in the back of the map, Slasher falls, they might be set up for the rotation. Gunless trying to help his boy out. Going as fast as he can. He gets 1. Looks for the second. Can't get it, but look who is still there. LAG still with the pressure over towards New. I mean, this is the gauntlet to try to secure these back spawns. It looks like HyDra getting caught reloading.
Ooh.
Gunless is able to pick up 2. What the hell has this rotation been?
It's been a delight for LAG fans.
They're still spawning.
Slaying. They're still back there. Gunless is like, no, keep them out. Keep them at bay. They're playing zombies on the inside of that one. Board the windows. Don't let them through. I wish I could do that zombie voice, but I'm not even going to try it. What a sound that would be to make right now. Clay, he's in. He's going to try to stop it finally, but the contest there for the final 30 seconds at this point has been absolute chaos. Pandemonium. Finally, though, NYSL get in. How many kills can we find? How much time can we get? The answer is, honestly, not much. This has been a great hold from LAG. 102 to the 20-ish points now of the Subliners.
I'm just trying to figure out what you have to do to break those hills and get those spawns. It felt like every single player for the Guerrillas was picking up 2 pieces, and there is still always an extra player for the Subliners. Completely absurd, like, sequence of events, but either way, LAG, I mean, again, what, 12th in the league when it comes to trades at hardpoint right now. They are on point. aBeZy picking up a 2-piece, Gunless and Slasher there. Great team shots coming through. A 70-point lead. You got the back spawns. You got the cutoffs. Right now, New York, they've been in the blender right from the first moment of the game.
So having a good time, LAG. Pressure towards the point finally comes out of NYSL, and they're on it now. For how long? They went out of HyDra. That's 2 in a row. Nice 3. The turn and burn. aBeZy's up next, but the timing is going to pay off for him. Great stuff out of the New York Subliners. And chance, they've still got themselves a foothold in this hill. Hook's trying to find kills left, right, and center, and he can only do so much alone. Good stuff. NYSL slowly but surely climbing back into this.
Yeah, it's not like the guns have been a massive problem for New York Subliners, right? Literally just caught in the blender. No one really dragging it down in the kills column, just a couple bad rotations, but slowly but surely picking things up. Crim and Clay popping up in the kill feed, getting headshots. But as we go into this P5, I think LAG, honestly, has probably been one of the better teams we have seen actually on this hill. But for the moment, they did not read those spawns very well at all. They get shot in the back in New York. They'll be happy that LAG had that misread, able to get a little bit of time.
Well, they are happy, and I hope they are, and now we can hear and see if they will be happy indeed. Time to go for a quick listen in with the New York Subliners.
One out, I'm pitching. On the heading of hill, guys. Fierce on hill.
And top third.
Top third on hill. We got to Kyler shot at 4.
Nice. Right side post.
Yeah, right side. Laying down. He's still there. Still left. He's touching down now.
Dead.
Nice. Good shit. Let's go.
You're gonna be trained.
I'm looking long.
Okay. Oh shit, they naded. Wait,
I hitting me. I got post.
No, there's more
upstairs.
P2.
I'm pitching goal.
Yeah, no, we did not.
Oh, fuck. Alright, all good. Try to get that time now.
Huge P1 here, guys. Huge P1. Come on.
Going long. Nice, good shit.
I got 2. Let's go.
Nice. Yeah, I'm pinching. They're all gonna spawn back gold right now. I'm pinching. Oh shit, top. Second story fire.
Watch the okay?
Nice, good job.
Oh.
Yeah. Work time.
I stunned out.
Oh my
God. Go.
Watch the desk. I think he's rugs. I'm pretty sure he's rugs or close up.
Close up. One shot. I got shoot. One shot. Glass. He made his teammate.
No, he's close right.
Still there. Where you putting?
No, there's two.
Take your time.
2 in there, man. 2 in there.
We're good.
He's in desk.
One on desk, one back dark.
We croaks.
He might be dark.
Yeah, it's a
one on
desk,
glass. Huge kills here, guys. Good flank us. Yo, back alley.
Close up in.
Yeah, 2v2.
Nice, everyone.
I flip.
One long.
Huge 20 seconds. Rotate, Paco.
Watch out long.
Go, Paco. Go. You guys go.
Yeah. I'm on.
I'm going mid with you.
Okay. Mid broken. Watch out mid broken. Nice.
Mid broken dead. Oh, mid broken. Sasha. Better take. He's holding right there.
Weak.
Train, one shot dead.
Kill that shit. No, there's 2. Kill me.
Okay, we're coming.
One's dark. Train stairs. Kyler. Train stairs weak.
On docks, tank.
Kyler gonna be broken weak and one in hill.
Yeah, it's not showing you.
And that sounds a lot better, Chaz. I don't know about you, mate, but I'm a happy bunny listening to the New York Subliners comms after, what we heard yesterday.
I mean, look, I'm not tilted this time after hearing the comms. It's certainly an improvement, but at the same time, like, it can be tough, especially in a game fast-paced like this, but those comms were very reactive. I think some of the best, listen-ins we've had, it's when the teams are communicating well in advance about what the game plan was going to be, and New York just right now sort of fighting off the back foot, but into this hill we go. Neptune looking for the kills then. Just finesse all over the place. aBeZy is taking it to him, and LAG again get the wipe on the hill. Still with that 60-point lead, and this is back to where we were in that first set of rotations. New York spawning on the left side of the map. This time the Subliners need to be much better about holding this next hill.
Straight front secure. Here comes the glide. Hook, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Here comes the... All right, fine. He's not going to get the glide bomb just yet, but so far the streaks are all good for Hook. 20 and 15 for him on a 6. The comms may be working out a little bit now if they're in YSL, but they have a bit of a mountain to climb. And here comes the pressure. aBeZy leading the charge. And look at him, up and about. The man has a newfound sense of purpose here. Will Hook be able to find these streaks? We will find out. As the pressure now mounting. NYSL with a slow hold here. LAG chance. They're really taking their sweet time getting to this point.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you remember last time, they applied the absolute, like, as much pressure as possible to break through. This time, I mean, 30 seconds had gone by before anyone tried to get near the point. The good news is you actually secure the glide, so you do have the kill streaks, but, oh, never mind. They spawned in the back. So there you go. That's how you get scrapped. That's how you break that hill.
Never mind.
You lose a couple gunfights, spawn in the back, and then break it immediately.
There it is. Still about up close and personal. HyDra cleans him out. Very different look from the first set we saw, where this was all LAG, and now the York Subliners holding them back. Check your shots out of HyDra. Not able to clean it up truly, but don't worry about that. On the other side of the map, you've got NYSL set up for next, but they did not account for the sneaky gunless, as Big P shrunk himself right down to a much more manageable size. He snuck through. See if that play works out in just a moment. But train yards up. Here comes the glide from Hook. Investment should be able to at least get Neptune off the point. But we will see. It doesn't actually land much chance.
He had no idea who to go for as well, but you see what Gunless does, right? Goes to that back right, gets the squad spawns on point. Hook able to find at least one kill in LAG. Well, there's the break. You might not get the kill with the glide, but at least off the back of the play that Gunless was making, able to put those spawns, maintain that lead, and I mean, frankly, in that moment, maybe just run away with the game.
This is a good play here from LAG. Here comes the hold from Gunless. That's 3 in a row. He's going to peek up in a moment. A little bit of help there from Slasher to get the kills. He's managed to get a few more. That is tremendous. Asim on the front. Peekaboo. Up he comes. Finds the kills. Clock still ticking. Can't win it here for LAG, but you're going to get closer than you think. Good stuff again, as they have turned these frowns upside down. LAG were looking a bit shaky to start the season off, but 2 days in, everything's looking up chance. Clay can't get a kill to save his life at this point. And my word, we're almost done. Back over towards P5, smack bang in the middle of the map. Let's see if LAG can do it here.
This is the setup, by the way. This is what they were able to set up just a few moments ago, where Asim, well, gets that top back tower. He gets chopped down, so it's not as perfect. New York have dealt with that. That could have been a dire situation just to end the game on this hill, but now New York still have more fight in them. No one collecting any sort of time. You're waiting for that next set of gunfights to come through. Hook able to strike. He finds 2, he finds 3 in the point, looking for the next, or maybe just letting his teammates collect that time. LAG have ran away with this game.
That's the nuke right there, baby. Calls in the strafing run and a skrrr across the map right there. Kills all over the place. LAG open the series up with a big old win, and they've got to feel good about that one. NYSL, it was a little slow to begin things, and Charles, I don't think it got a whole lot better throughout the game. We saw a couple of decent holds, a few nice hills, but ultimately, beautiful stuff out of LAG.
I mean, it really was a game almost won from what, like the first 3 hills. I think it was a dominant P1 where you had maybe a 35-point or gap going into the rotation. LAG win that rotation to P2 and then just bully out New York in the next hill as well. So you're 3 hills in, you got an 80-point lead, and they still win that rotation to P4. That is just a clinical effort there out of Guerrillas. And again, a big issue for them was the trades that they're getting for their own teammates. Well, how about the non-traded kills? Who 24 times he was able to take somebody down, and no one from New York was there to respond. Had an absolute blinder of a game, but honestly, just across the board, everybody for the Guerrillas put in some work.
Yeah, nice stuff. All around, 30 and 19 for Hook, those final numbers. Wonderful stuff out of them. Highlights now from that opening hard point. There really was LAG from start to finish, mate. They set the pace early on. Again, this was the opening hard point, and when we got in a second, there was almost a 60-point-ish lead, and right now, I mean, that scoreline, it stays about that far apart almost the entire way through. LAG finally finding the success they have so sought after since we saw them at Kickoff Classic, where they frankly looked a little lost.
Well, okay, I know. We have been a little bit harsh. Maybe I've been really harsh. Like, they have had a couple map wins. They've gone to game 5s. Like, not everything has been bad, but certainly this is one of the teams that you look at and it's like, okay, there's definitely room for improvement in these specific categories. But to talk about the positives, I mean, Guerrillas, I don't know if you remember the setup they had yesterday on the P5 hill, but they could actually put people in the spawn trap, put them in the blender, and they nearly were able to replicate the same thing towards the end. But despite the fact that New York fought back, again, it's just straight across the board, everybody for the Guerrillas showing up in game number 1. That's the best way to start the series.
It really is, man. Kills were real good across the board. Now we go to a search and destroy. We're staying on Berlin again. Double dose of Berlin, double dose Tuscan. We'll see how far we can get into this series. But for New York Subliners, again, comms sounded better. I mean, at times, you know, Berlin can be a cruel mistress, and same thing with Tuscan. You brought this up. The two maps are quite similar in terms of, you know, big old rotations, long routes you have to take to get to those next hard points. LAG just looked a lot better equipped to handle that one. We'll see if that comes back to bite them later on in Tuscan, if NYSL can push it that far. But now we go to Berlin, Search and Destroy. We've got a little bit of data on both these teams playing this map, but who's really bringing the goods today? Any predictions, Chance? How do you think the NYSL camp is feeling right now?
I imagine the NYSL camp is feeling great going into the Berlin. Again, this is a map that favors the offensive team by a little bit, like roughly 60-40. Obviously, we've got to wait for more maps to get played to know for sure. But in spite of it just being slightly advantageous for offense, LAG are won, what, 15% of their rounds on defense. Again, some of the strats they have had defensively on Berlin have been bad enough that, again, said it earlier, it looks like they're not even trying to win the round. So I think this will be a very good look of how quickly this team is willing to make adjustments. I'm expecting that to be the case. And also, I mean, either Asim or Hook, they've basically taken turns dropping donuts in S&D, but Hook's smiling now. He's looking to make up for his performance on this map just yesterday. But of course, on the flip side, if the SMGs for LAG have been struggling in search, in my mind, this is the opportunity for Neptune and HyDra to pop off like they can and try to establish themselves as one of the top SMG duos in the league, but it is not going to be easy.
For sure, on paper, Neptune and HyDra, when there was murmurings of that being the roster at the start of the year, we were all terrified. Like, okay, they're going to be disgusting. Neptune's going to level up real quick. HyDra's already a force to be reckoned with. This should be, by all rights, one of the best teams in the league. We have yet to see them really find that chemistry. Again, it's a slow start for the New York Subliners, but we will see. We now get ourselves into Berlin. If it's an opportunity for them to really put the stamp on who the meanest submachine gun duo in this matchup is, this is the map to try. For LAG though, mate, I mean, it's been a rough ride. This has been the wonderful comeback tour for them, just a day after a difficult performance. See if they can't find the metal, find the resolve. Go 2-0 up in this series.
And just to be a bit more particular on sort of the woes for LAG on this map, well, again, defense has been more of the problem, but Gunless also a player that has not really had a ton of success with the sniper. Will be the girls on the attack first, though, and hey, boom, first blood, get them both. Slasher taking 2 players down, and honestly, that should be the setup just for a free Planet B, and funnily enough, the Guerrillas, in spite of like, what, 11th overall in terms of round win percentage, the first bloods, they are 3rd overall. So they've been great at finding the opening kills. It's converting the rounds they've struggled with. But I gotta say, this round's looking very sweet for them. Should be an easy dub.
Well, we'll see. And again, 2-2 split on defense now. When it comes to defending the bomb, HyDra's last man up. He's got a sniper in hand. Okay.
Boom.
Okay. A incredible opener from Slasher to start the round with that 2-piece. I wonder if we get a replay of that one. That was fast, man. He caught both those players out. I think he was sort of P5 position. Absolutely beamed him. Gunless there with the last onto HyDra. But a wonderful opener here from LAG and Berlin.
And again, 3rd overall in first blood percentage, but they're not winning rounds. So it should be very easy to identify of like, hey, we're getting the opening kills. What do we need to do after that? What are the adjustments we need to make in the setup? A lot of what LAG has been doing on defense is Gunless has been playing by himself over towards B, but already I see Asim going that direction. I see Gunless now watching crosses, so I think LAG already starting to make some moves, but it looks like this bomb over towards A, and Hook right now by himself.
Yeah, he saw a lot of players as well. He's like, yo, it's full. The whole room is full of people. Nades are in. Slash is going to find the first there from the other side. That crossover towards the bomb. You'll always find an AR player there throughout the entire year. HyDra with a quick bomb grab. It's tucked away. He should be safe. Oh, he's not. Slasher strikes again. It's 2 this round from the same position. Crim has got to clear him out from that spot before you can even think about grabbing the bomb. And he's already made the move. The adaptation is here. Bomb's been grabbed. The arrows, they know, man. They are all over it. Crim, 1v3. See ya. I think that streaks for Slasher.
Perfect round. Slasher just, again, snaps his fingers, says, fine, I'll do it myself. I'll get it done. 2 for 2 on first bloods, getting all the kills. Hype from Asim as well. Trying to get that chatter going, but I think, honestly, one of the most important things in my mind is just making adjustments on defense, having a different setup. Again, if the issue is giving up the bomb plants, having a bit more pressure over towards B, I mean, we're only 2 rounds in, but it certainly looks by appearances that LAG have made some necessary adjustments. Obviously, still a long way to go, but Slasher 6-0, 2 for 2 on first bloods, has 1 kill streak, looking for the next.
Here we can get it. Freaky door. But I got some WD-40 for that one. Nades are out. You can hear the explosions across map. A-bomb site, bit of action. Here it comes. A scene with the first blood. Slash is still waiting for a pick. He's going to get crits. There he is. Hello, full streaks. Oh, sees Neptune as well. Litigo strikes again. This is a precarious position indeed to be in for the New York Subliners. 2v4.
I think Clayster is the only player with an opportunity to get Subliners a win in this round. And he doesn't even see the guy on bomb. So you're going to let that bomb plank going to go down. You don't even have steps clear. Now maybe more pressure is on Neptune. He gets caught. Clay for the 1v4. Oh. There's one. There's two. So he's got plenty of time. But now you have to go clear out all the clutch spots. You got to clear out back steps. And you got to go fast.
To try and do it. 30 seconds now. Slash is going to throw shoulders. Might be able to throw something else in a moment. But Clay's got to go. One more check. Big damage. Can't get out the window in time. There it is. 1v1, 20 seconds. It's not over yet for Clay, but Gunless is surely going to stay as far away as possible. Clay thinks he's close. He's doing his due diligence, checking it, but that is going to be that. Gunless now moving in a position to check the bomb, and a very admirable attempt from Clayster, but Gunless was just so far away, and Berlin is a big old map. It's a technical ace in the kills department, but not enough time to get the bomb. Clayster. NT. Nice try. But the round still goes to LAG.
I mean, hey, making the best of a bad situation, right? You turn a 1v4 into potential streaks for your team. Obviously, New York is going to be dealing with both the streaks that Slasher has. They're also dealing with the fact that they seemingly are incapable of getting a first blood at the moment. I mean, Guerrillas just truly picking them apart, and you just need some sort of adjustment. Again, it'll be New York back on the attack. If I see LAG, by the way, just double stack B, I'm going to be so happy, and they're doing it. Steve has now joined his friend Gunless. You love to see it.
They're doing it. How long, though, will that elation for chance last, as here comes the slow approach from Crim towards the back. Teams tucked away inside bomb. If they get in there, they're in trouble. They're winding up for it. Crim. Woo! Close. The outside there. Asim definitely heard that one. He knows that they know something. Here comes Neptune. Second nade out. Will it catch Gunless? Good throw. Answer is no.
It does back him down. I was going to say maybe an opportunity to cross, but Neptune doesn't wrap the bomb that direction. New York have to have some idea that there could be someone on site. Neptune, maybe the pressure's on you, or maybe a little indecisive. This gunfight, Asim is by himself. If he can win it, LAG are good for the round. If not, huge problem.
Oh, there it is, the check. Asim wins it. Big tags. He's damaged. Crim might be there to finish him off, but Asim's going to play this real slow. His teammates on the other side of the board, though, has, again, made this one a numbers advantage for NYSL. There's Asim, pokes out for a moment. Crim, no nade left. He's got to get there and do it himself. Here comes Clay with the pistol. Asim does manage to catch HyDra. Oh my God! Gunner snipes Clay! Asim cuts him down as well! LAG with a teamwork out of nowhere! I thought he was dead to rights. Look at those boys. They are hyped out their chairs. And NYSL, that was their round. Stolen. Absolutely robbed by LAG.
Play, make it for the kid. He needs to win that one-on-one in sight. Delivers, gets the bomb down, stays alive. He gets two more, hopping out the back window to take down HyDra. Fantastic individual plays coming out of Asim, and honestly, what seemed like a round that the Subliners were able to put together for a win, but instead, now they are down 4-0. This is a problem, and now Neptune, by the way, by himself over towards B. Similar situation to Asim. He's going to get the call out from Crim once they make the moves, but he has to win these gunfights.
Yeah, this is Asim versus Neptune on bomb once again. Asim's got a good record, and now it's even better. The kill, the plant, NYSL nowhere to be found. Neptune, I'm not sure what he was doing on that bomb site, whether he was licking the walls or picking his nose, but he's dead now, and that bomb's planted. This is not a good look for NYSL.
At the same time, though, they at least took care of the sniper. So it's a good pick to get on Gunless. Still, though, 3 versus 3. And also, keep in mind, for Slasher, he has the score streaks that he can just call in the glide bomb. So I take that back. There's a 0% chance you ever win this round. Especially if Asim is shooting like that. Good God.
Oh,
what
man.
a round and what a game.
Oh, man.
From the Los Angeles Guerrillas, man. 5 in a row.
Oh, man. Yesterday, they didn't look like much. Today, LAG are some kind of beast. And this is getting very frustrating for NYSL. If I have to quote Hook, I'm feeling good. That is the only way you can sum up LAG's performance. It's all serious now, but LAG gotta be feeling good.
And this is actually kind of wild because from the Subliners camp, I don't know how, like, what your view of how good they've looked is, but like they've only lost to Seattle. Well, obviously, it looked fantastic, but this just might be a dagger as they can't find a kill, can't get a first blood, can't stop a seam, or maybe Clay can, but 2 versus 3, and you still got to deal with the streaks of Slasher. I mean, New York, they've just been getting picked apart.
Yeah, this is real tough. It's not over yet. The streaks are going to make this very tough. The Clay on the slow approach. Bit of go-on-go action there. Slasher, you'll come out on top. A little bit of help, but oh no, this is it. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. It's Hook on the other side of the wall, and that is the round. And it is an absolute catastrophe from the New York Subliners. LAG have picked them apart in every single round. An unbelievable 6-0. Not a single kill from Neptune in that, and a brutal display from LAG. I am speechless.
I mean, look, we've had quite a few Game 5s today. I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself, but at the very least, when it comes to Berlin S&D, the Guerrillas have absolutely made some necessary adjustments, especially towards their defensive setups, and that's as good as it gets. I mean, if you were the 3rd overall, like, first blood percentage in Search and Destroy, and now you're actually converting those rounds, that's as big of a turnaround as you're going to need. More donuts this year, I mean, potentially already, and we're at day 2, stage 1, than we had all of last year. Bro. Some players have just been struggling as Neptune and HyDra, who I think a lot of New York fans were hoping would be able to deal with Hook and Asim, who have been struggling in Search. Instead, that is 1-12 combined.
It's a tough one. Again, I think there's a meme going around right now. Someone on Twitter is putting players' faces in a little like donut box. Well, there's another one to add to it. It's been a busy day for whoever that person is. But GG's all round for LAG. They're looking magnificent here. The Search and Destroy, it was all theirs. And at times, it just felt like NYSL could not do a single thing right, no matter what they tried. Clay and Crim, obviously the ones really finding the kills here. This round from Clay was a great one. Again, time was not on his side. Beautiful stuff from Gunners, just being as far away from that bomb as possible. Last minute check towards the stairs is all he needed. But it was tough, man. I mean, this is heartbreak, really, for NYSL fans. Asim was the boogeyman, by the way, like all game long against Neptune on that B-bomb site. Straight up Baba Yaga vibes. Like no one was getting in there and killing him. That round, I would love to see that round from Gunner's POV as well, man. He saved the day with the snipes. It was a cacophony of chaos from LAG. You could not get a word in.
I mean, just an absurd performance, like top to bottom, right? I mean, if one of the closest rounds you actually have in the game is Clay almost clutching a 1v4, that's not good. No, it's not good in the slightest. I mean, a brutal map 2, a very solid map 1 as well, 250 to 158. As far as Vanguard goes, that is a very strong win in hardpoint. So Guerrillas full speed ahead, but obviously 3 maps to win. This series is not over yet. You gotta make sure you don't let anything get away from you.
Yeah, and it's far to it. You know, we've still got a little bit to go. We've got ourselves a Tuscan control after this one, and I mean, I got nothing.
You were saying?
I got nothing. Let's just go to a break. Control when we come back. You don't want to miss it. Could be a 3-0. You caught me. go. We're back into the matches, friends, here in the Call of Duty League Day 2. And already, LAG winning hearts. Or than this guy on screen, though, Røkkr, has just been a wonder to watch. He's feeling great right now, 76% non-traded kills chance. It's the Røkkr of old. It's the Røkkr that people wanted. It is the nuke, and he is back, and he is looking fantastic.
He never entirely left, right? World champ 2 years ago. Last year, yes, he had a very strange year. He got benched. There's some weird fuzziness going on. But when he was actually playing, he was still a menace on the map, like especially in S&D. He was one of the top guys when it comes to first blood percentage. I mean, when he's on the map, he is indestructible at times, it feels like, and he is so far delivered today as well. Full speed ahead, plenty of first bloods. S&D's been fantastic, nearly untradeable. Speaking of which, Slasher, first of all, nice. Second of all, 1.38, like you couldn't ask for anything more. Delivering in the S&D on point in the hard point. They just got to carry into the control, take care of business, and if they get a 3-0 here, talk about a confidence boost. Everybody can be smiling and happy on this squad. It'd be a sight to see.
It will be a sight to see. I mean, not going to be easy, but we will see. With Orze, we already make it for NYSL. Again, A and B first. I'm seeing Tuscan today. This is a nice surprise. And I see him. He meets Clayster. And Røkkr. Hi, Clayster as well. There you go. Everyone's shaking hands. Everyone's cleaned up. And so is that first segment at A.
And Røkkr's thinking about it. He's waiting for his teammates, hit him from the same side, making sure just to stop the clock and maybe wait for some kills. A very stagnant round so far. Who goes for the challenge? I mean, Neptune was waiting for that for a year. He does get caught out, and I mean, it's got to be said, this is a decent amount of time off the clock. New York has basically made no progress on the map. This is solid stuff from Guerrillas once again.
Yeah, doing all right. Clay with a nice 2-piece set before being brought down. Again, just trying to keep that space for NYSL right now. Neptune's up next. Keeping the capture going. One angle covered, but no. Gunless is on the flank. Nice shots. Neptune's going to bring him down in the end, and that's good enough for now. Whoa, LAG on the defense. And tenacious defense it is as they keep flying forward. Clay. Oh, man, that was almost a one hell of a win. But with that, map presence really goes towards LAG. They've still got defense covered there over towards A. NYSL starting to think about other plans.
I mean, look, I think we've only seen like 2 rounds of Tuscan control where the team on offense doesn't capture A at all. So it's rare to be put in the blender. And maybe there's the opening that they need. And keep in mind, Neptune actually working his way over to top church. So he can basically lock down the middle of the map and make New York's life a little bit easier. This is where you need to set up and just start slaying if you are on the Subliners. You need to start getting some kills. They have a 1-life lead. They need to start to run it up.
Slowly but surely. Time's on this side now. Live still even. HyDra trying to clean out the back. Crosses the street alive. That's good. Making a bit of noise. Waiting for his teammates to show up. His teammates are getting absolutely dropped around him, though. Look out for a seam now on the flank. Trying to hit those players in spawn. The dead silence. HyDra still wins the fight against who? 1v1 up front now. Buying space. Buying time. Man's got deep pockets right now. He's going to buy another kill. Here we go. 14 to 14 in the live count. However, you still have to worry about a seam. He's still in from behind. Crim? Something's tingling. Will a seam finally be caught? And I think Crim's in perfect position to do it. Oh no, he will not be caught. Oh my god, he's still on a rampage.
That's a little bit lucky as well, because Crim definitely knew what was going on. He knew the flank was coming through. New York doing a very good job of just keeping track of all 4 players, but at the same time, you lost your life lead. Granted, it's close. That's not the best start. You got 1 body on point, but the coverage is there. I mean, that is what? A solo challenge from Net. Clayster just forced to fly in after that to hope he can find a kill. Nothing's there. And you just need a good coordinated team push. Subliners right now struggling to set something up.
Yeah, it's hard to get in towards that B zone. Again, you've got players from LAG all over the place. Oh, Crim. Good job on the trades. Not enough HP to keep going, though. Slasher, right place, right time. Easy kill. HyDra from behind. No. Røkkr reads it. The defense holds. Less than 20 seconds to go. 4 lives remaining. Which will come first? The clock or the grave? Yeah, we'll go with that. Looks to be
the... needs to be the clock.
Yeah, it's the clock, isn't it? I mean, look, he's speedrunning.
I mean, you just don't want to throw away lives. I mean, they kind of threw away an extra 2 towards the end, but even from that round, it was a slow start, and they just kind of looked disconnected. I mean, how many times do we see Neptune just sort of like sprinting into a gunfight, just getting caught, even when he was like in a decent spot up top church, just gets caught in a power position. And I think 3 and 8, he's certainly struggling, but I just want to see more teamwork out of the Subliners. Again, just a little bit tough for these guys to set anything up right now.
It's the ceiling is there, but they're not quite climbing yet. Here we go, though. Another round for NYSL now on defense this time. We'll see if they can hold it together. LAG in towards A they go. It's mostly Crim here alone at this point in time. Mid-maps, the fight's continuing, and it seems we're going to start this one off with a nice kill with that automaton. And Crim is tucked as far in that back corner as he can be. The rest of the squad's here. Absolutely eviscerates Hook. Slashes up next, and again, so far, defense looking all right. They are going to be able to drain that A segment, so all that hard work from LAG, gone.
Keep in mind, though, one player's gotten past. Clayster's going to fall. Yeah, Clayster's trying to make that read. He's a little bit late. And now this is where things get confusing. This is where, like, your comms have to be on point. Once you get players in your back spawn in New York, they got to be quick to stop this B push.
Yeah, LAG now in a very good position to start dealing some damage at B and in the life count. Let's go for a quick listen in with the Los Angeles Guerrillas.
In the back, in the back. Go right now, guys.
Go bring
Yeah, I just mid on me somewhere.
Try to pick up middle. Try to pick up middle here.
I'm pointing on me.
Top fire. Yeah, I knew it. One bullet top fire. Up to HyDra. Top fire. One bullet gonna go up middle.
Little weak. I'm done. He's pushing tree. On tree heady.
Tree heady.
You guys I'm trying to get out mid for you guys. I'm trying to get out mid for you guys.
You gotta be out of round.
Hey, give me a second. I'm coming well to mid.
I'm waiting.
I don't see anything.
I don't see him. He's gonna be out of round peeking in 2.
I don't see anything. He jumped over me, you. I don't see anything top church. I'm flanking their field. Yo, wait for Kyle. He's flanking.
Go waiting.
He held it. Yeah, they're all playing field on A point. There's like no one B.
Yeah, I'm just on the cross.
They literally
Close to me, 1 bullet.
Maybe their side A.
Absolute close to you. Close to you
in there, got heady.
Close to you. 20.
They want to nade their side field. Close to you and got heady. I'm gonna go get on B. I'm gonna go get on B and stop it.
All right, chance New York are absolutely smacking them. An absolute slaughter now. 20 lives, or 19 to the 12 of LAG. And LAG, 7.5 on the clock. Enough time to defuse a bomb. Is it enough time to win a round?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of hope. Not a lot of bit of hope, I gotta say. I mean, they just got bullied in this round. Maybe an opening just to stop the clock and keep things alive, but this is such a long way to go, and I think New York knows it, actually. They're gearing up maybe for one clean break, but they can play it like Surge. It doesn't matter about the point. What matters for New York right now is the kills.
And they're going to try to find them. 5 separate them right now. Ah, 8 gone. Minute and 6 on the clock to work with. Here come the kills, though. LAG, 8 lives left. Wraps all around the map. HyDra's going to find himself a couple. Mid-map's all secure for now. They do not know that the entirety of the LAG players are flooding through A. It's all on Clay. He's trying to keep those players at bay. HyDra's got mid-map on lock as well. 40 seconds to play with. 5 lives remaining. Clay still just gunning folks as they run into him.
In LAG right now, they are just spending so much time even just looking for Neptune. They don't have an opening on the map anywhere. All their bases are covered. Or HyDra, is who they found towards the middle of the map. That's where they're making the move.
Oh.
And for Clay, he's got 2 players underneath. He should get traded out. At least he's able to take down 1. And now HyDra, man, to help out his boy. Maybe get some kills over towards field. Can't find either. But right now, it's a 4 versus 11 New York. Almost assuredly going to win this round.
I love that reposition from HyDra there. Just that little heady by the plant pot. He puts himself in such a premium spot to be able to take on those players. But there's no way. There's no way they get through now. LAG are just trying to manage the damage. Damage control is the play right now, and it has not worked out for them. 3 lives remaining. NYSL have slayed their little heart cell. Fantastic defensive round. We tie things up 1-1. And for those of you keeping track of the kills at home, good luck.
I haven't been doing it yet. I'll step it up maybe this next round. But
that was a speedy
either way, very quick one. Very solid round from NYSL, though, right? You get the spawn trap going for a while, and then as soon as it looks like Guerrillas are able to get set up on A, they don't throw away their lives. They don't take stupid gunfights. They just regroup and be like, hey, we still have, or they have basically no time on the clock. If we slow the pace down, we'll still be good to go. So Subliners playing a very solid round just to bounce back, but to the attack they go. HyDra piercing through the middle of the map, finds 1, and now he's causing problems.
Yeah, he's causing problems. Oh, god damn, he finds another one. Slaying. A segment gone. 2 players capping it. HyDra still in church. Oh my god, he's still going. Still finding these kills inside church. It is his playground right now. He's having a wonderful time. There's a couple more. HyDra's still going. Second segment at A. Oh, he finds a 5th inside church alone. There's got to be more. Dude, don't leave it. This is hollowed ground. This is all you, HyDra. You are slaying it inside. Go back inside. It's safe in there. Sanctuary. I'm telling you, he's left church. He's dead now. Told you, he's dead now. Should have stayed in church. I mean, okay, maybe it's not that safe now, but HyDra, what a roll that was.
I mean, hey, 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. That is plenty of time. You got, well, now a 6-life lead, and you lost a little bit of map control, but either way, HyDra's certainly making the big play. That is just a lot of Guerrillas players going, yep, HyDra's in church. Still HyDra in church. Yep. 3 more times. But since that moment, there was a 6-life lead that is now a 0-life lead as Hook and Gunless and everyone from the Guerrillas have run the map. And look at the coverage. All 4 players spread out past the 50-yard line all across the map. And that life lead, that only took 30 seconds for it to disappear. Guerrillas with a very strong bounce back.
We were too busy making jokes as Same's on a 5. Okay. Looking to find a few more here. Tucked away. Here in mid-map. Heavy B hit now. Still got Clay trying to look through top broken and find something. Hook behind that desk, about to put in the work. Neptune, he's going to be the first out. aBeZy takes care of Clay in mid, and here comes the peek, and Hook won. HyDra with the trade. Forward they go. aBeZy now the reinforcements coming through. Cuts down HyDra before his feet even touch the ground. And it's 15 lives now for LAG to the 13 remaining of NYSL. Chance, but they have over a minute to play with. Still anyone's game.
Oh, God. Beams though from Crim. And you got bodies on point as well. You have so many players around. And look at the awareness to worry about the flank. The comms are there. They're keeping track of players. Still, though, number 2 is going to hop off the point. It's because the streak is coming in. But still, look at the spread from York. You got to worry about the flank, though, one more time. Number 3 is turning. Subliners are covering everything. Perfection right now around this B site.
It's going to be a big hit now coming out of spawn from LAG. 3 players through the back. Crim, timing's good. He saw a forehead and he's dead already. 3 down now. HyDra's the last one up. It was a big hit. Hook finishes the story. All 4 of them are gone. They're back on spawn, and there is just under 50 seconds. There's 9 lives for NYSL. There's 8 lives for NYSL. Oh, we've got 3 more. Oh my God, LAG. What a defensive push this is. Forward they go. New York Subliners had it in the palm of their hand, and they let this one slip. aBeZy's got himself a glide bomb still. There was an opportunity to get on point for a second there. It's not quite over yet, but last lives chance.
I'd be 4v5 right now. Maybe a 4v4 if Crim can win this one, or maybe get Neptune for the trade. Basically, no respawns remaining. You're running out of time. Hey, boom, there's your 4v4. 15 seconds. If they can stop the clock, this is huge. They need 1 tick of progression. They win the next gunfight. Now a 4 versus 3. Trades are coming through. New York are there. LAG in their spawn. These are the final gunfights.
Pressure's on. It's a 1v3. 10 seconds to play it. Clay, if you can find a kill, sweet. If you can get on the point, you've got to do something fast though, man, because the time's ticking out. Can he get the kill? 1. Time. Pressure. Certainly got to NYSL towards the end there. That first hit from LAG with a final set of lives. It was close, but no cigar. LAG. It was a thin line, but they held it.
And now I'm going to be honest, though, that is a very tough round for the Subliners to lose in a heartbreaking fashion like that. Again, 6-life lead right off the opening break. HyDra's popping off, and even later in the round, they get to the portion where they have 4 players everywhere around B. They get one of the kill streaks burned. They read the flank twice, keeping track of players. I mean, that was like Subliners at their best, and then it just collapsed. And that is not an opening break the Subliners want to see. I mean, this is going to be the 8-point gone. Guerrillas, very strong start to open things up on this round.
Insane opener, and again, this is match point for LAG. I see him still keeping the kills flowing. Crim backs up. No one able to make the flank. A's gone. 2:20 on the clock. And a lot of lives to play with. There's the first death for LAG in this round. Oh my God. The same. He's having a whale of a time. 23 and 17. Guns, Neptune. Who's next? Does anyone dare test him right now? He is frying. There are 2 players in church. There's 1 player in church. aBeZy! It's still going! Oh my God, aBeZy! What is this? He was king of the donuts yesterday, and now he's king of all! Get on B. It's your point, boys. aBeZy has just opened up the league. Wow!
Number 9, drop aBeZy, they said. Get rid of this guy. He can't clutch, they said. 10. He can kill everything in the moment. 10 spree for him. Turning things around. And he's smiling because he knows it. He is God on the map. He cannot be killed. And honestly, New York, look at the minimap. They're ignoring him. They don't want to deal with him at all. They have left him behind. And at this point, maybe just go stand on B because you got a 10-life lead. Asim, please go capture the point.
I can do whatever he wants right now, man. But again, 20-11. Adds another to the pile. 30. Crim fighting brilliant kills. Crim can't get the third. Teamwork is there though, but guess who it is? 12 for Asim now. Has to get his teammates up into the fight though. Finally dies. Finally dies. But it's 16 lives to LAG to 8. 1 minute on the clock. New York Subliners. Prove to us what makes this roster so special. Net with the big tags. Big kill. Top rope finds a second. Good work on the defense. They do manage to clear all those players out. So the defense holds. 45 on the clock still.
You have what? I mean, Asim, the only guy that's pushed up in the slightest. 4-life lead right now for the Guerrillas. So if they can push the pace, they can absolutely just slay. The problem is they're going to be having to deal with the flanks as well. Number 2, Neptune, he's still roaming. You fly to the point. Asim leading the charge. He gets taken down, and the trades aren't in. Crim finds 2. Crim finds 3. The savior for the Subliners in this round. And I'll be honest, Asim, he's going to be the most confused person in the world if they don't find a way to put this together in this 7 versus 4.
10 seconds. Last lives now for NYSL. Oh my God, Hook flies through. Asim trying to make his way forward. Neptune's got to get a shot in. They do manage to get him off point. Is that going to be enough? No, 2.5 now. They've stopped the clock. Kills keep coming through. 1 member of NYSL left. Oh my God. Clay stays alive. They can't get on the point in time. New York stay alive in control. Oh, even Clay had no idea. Oh my God. They have another shot at this.
Yeah, I want to see that back, by the way, if that's possible for the highlights at the end. I could have sworn a body was in the point. He might have been off by just a split second, but I mean, that's as close as it could be for Subliners to somehow get that round of control. The clock apparently not their friend, but whatever just happened in those final few seconds, well, we got to go again for the round 5. It'll be Subliners on the attack. It'll be Clay only, well, him and Crim able to take down 2 apiece. But the flank's already in, and of course, it's a team. There's number 1. Number 2 is 3. 35 and 21. And this is only the start of round 5.
Yeah, he's doing great. His teammates are there to back him up. LAG managed to secure defense this round after that ridiculous performance. Neptune trying to stay alive. Heavy stuns from Slasher, man. He got smoked there. Now you got yourselves on the A zone. Gunless is the lone defender now. Close spawns there because, again, HyDra's trying to push up. HyDra, though. HyDra from behind. HyDra 2. Nice spree out of HyDra. 2 more defenders in position. But the damage was done by Gunless. It's all on a Crim trying to break A alone.
He's just trying to stay alive, maybe find a couple kills. Of course, the team is picking up 2 pieces. I mean, him and HyDra have basically going toe-to-toe. He's used to shredding, so he's stopping the gunfights, and finally he gets taken down, but Guerrillas constantly there with the pressure. Slasher wins a nice one-on-one, and while this has been going on, HyDra's actually trying to solo cap over towards B, so he's dragging 2 players from the Guerrillas just to deal with him.
Damn.
He does get taken care of. And Slasher at least takes one of the graves, so finally A's opened up just a little bit, but there's only 35 seconds of the clock, and there's been almost no progression made by the Subliners. This has been a bloodbath of a round.
Asim does manage to find at least 1 through mid. Whoa, that body went flying. First segment gone. I've count relatively even, you know? A little bit of a difference. That's going to change real soon. Clay is absolutely twisted. He almost locked on HyDra there and blew him away. Second segment gone. Subliners stack up. Hook's on the flank. So is Neptune as he goes forward as well. Now this could be huge. Points secured, 14 lives for Subliners, 15 for LAG. It is still anyone's game.
And for what is a 40 bomb right now for Asim, HyDra may be able to follow up. He's at 37. Neptune playing inside a radio. He's actually in between quite a few players for the Guerrillas, and his teams are picking up kills. There's the third one. This is the moment. Get on the point. This is one of the only times you can stack it. Him and HyDra are here. Stack it quickly.
Stack it quickly. Get as many bodies on there as you can. Fast progress. The first gone. Here come 2 spawners now from LAG up. Asim, though, guess who on the flank finds 1. Nep cuts him down, though. You still have presence. Slasher can't get off spawn. Hook loses the battle on the flank. Nep now, forward he goes, trying to find kills all over the place, but again, Clay holding it down. 5 in a row now, keeping the New York Subliners in this. It is 11 lives to the 9 of LAG.
Playing for kills. Now 11 versus 8. Clay's still on a 5. If he can get streaks, honestly, that might be the thing that seals the deal. Pushing over towards Blatt. There's the bait for the kills. You can't get either. The setup is there. And now it's Crim, the lone man on the point. He can find one. Asim's trying to make a play. The Subliners do have 2 players over towards B, and they have been fantastic at keeping track of these flanks.
Oh, Crim was doing so good. HyDra now, though. The young phenom slides in. It just completely destroys Hook. His teammates are there to back him up. Here comes Nep on the flank. He sprung to life. The teamwork flowing. And now you've got LAG 3 lives remaining. There is 30 seconds remaining, and they are playing TDM right now. 2 of them are left. You've got yourselves gunless now. Last player alive as the New York Subliners, when all hope was lost and Asim was absolutely spanking the squad, they keep it together. Gunless, it's a heroic attempt, but we are going to another hard point. Holy
I mean, that has to be one of the most chaotic, crazy, tough to keep track of control games ever in Call of Duty. It feels like, especially so in this game, it's so tough to keep track of. I gotta see the end of that round 4, by the way, because if you don't remember the situation, it turned into like a 5 versus 1. There was only 1 life left for the Guerrillas, or for New York, excuse me. Had 1 player left alive, and then just no one was able to get on point, or maybe just a split second too late. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the hell just happened, and maybe the Subliners are too, but they will take it. They got that final round. They converted on offense, and as crazy of a map that Asim has, HyDra right there with them. A 40 bomb achieved for Paco as well.
We just got to see the 12 spree from Asim. That's what made it so amazing. Highlights, here we go. Get the popcorn out. This map was insane. I think it was the round 3 win. Clay was the last player left alive. It was a 1v3. He gets 1 kill, and then it must have been a half a foot away. That player just could not get on point in time, because if they do stop the clock there and start the cap, Clay's lost. It's done. Like, NYSL, it's chalk then. Oh no, it was 4th round. It was the 4th to round 5, I think. Anyway, it was that moment. Absolutely absurdly close. That's what makes Control so exciting as a game mode. Manage your kills, manage the objective, the perfect hybrid of 2. And that was it. They couldn't get close enough. No one was there. It would have been a fight on point anyway, but man, that was insane. That is one of the most exciting Control games we may ever see. And it's only day, I mean, it's day 2. It's bound to be better than that, but my God. We have a 10 spree. Well, it was the full was 12. We have the 10 kills here from Asim. Bottom church. I mean, Chance, there's not a lot to break down here aside from a man possessed, just truly smoking players. Oh my God.
I mean, after you get a kill like that,
oh my God,
you just know. You go for the ego child, because what cracks me up, by the way, is after this next little sequence, New York, again, we've seen him the entire game. This is what like veterans like Crim and Clay bring to the table. They're hyper aware. They know Asim's in the back, and they said, screw it. We don't want to deal with him. He has killed too many of us. Let's just move on. Leave him in our spawn. We'll go about our day and just kill someone else. And Subliners won this round. Asim goes on to 12. He is frying. He is calling in glide bombs, and Subliners still win this round. Asim has to be one of the most confused people in the world in that moment, but either way, you can see what kind of like force when he is at his best that he can bring to the table. I mean, some next level stuff in spite of the loss.
Yeah, I mean, that's flow state achieved. He was barely in his body at that moment. He was in the game. That was incredible stuff. Very, very exciting to watch. But again, plays like that happens in Vanguard. It happens in Control. That's not the objective. Those kills are great, but Subliners play the aBeZy. They win the round and eventually win the map. There we go. So that is Tuscan Control. Finally finished. Now, Tuscan Hardpoint. If we have to go to Game 5, Bocage, Search and Destroy. Mate, how are you doing?
I mean, I'm doing great. It's much easier to commentate, I'd say, than play in those moments. Because again, even just the amount of mental resolve or cognition levels, whatever the case may be, just to keep track of these players constantly. Because that's something New York, again, was doing round after round, just completely on point with it. And it seemed like, especially in the second time they had an attack on offense, that they hit their flow state. They started to put together the type of plays that you expect from a team that is designed like this, where HyDra is the one popping off and making big solo plays, where Crim and Clay, again, bringing that leadership role to the table and just making sure the comms are on point. So we saw one reverse sweep, or almost a reverse sweep, I should say, earlier on. Actually, I take that back.
Yeah, we saw.
OpTic got reverse swept.
Yeah.
Seattle nearly got reverse swept.
Yeah.
And here's maybe try number 3.
Whoa. Tuscan Hardpoint up next. Bocage, S&D, map 5. And again, looking across the board, But more than anything, I mean, this is a really good sign for New York Subliners. Getting 6-0'd, absolutely dinged, and I mean dinged on Berlin Search to rebound and have that kind of control game. They've come to life. That is a really impressive rebound. Fantastic mental fortitude, strong resilience. Can they do it again, though? Keep that pace going. How much did it take out of them? And how much more has LAG got? Because, look, you lose a tough game like that, it seems putting up stats like this. What happens now in the hard point? Let's find out.
I mean, those stats, by the way, 100% inflated by that control, right? Like, he's been playing well, played incredibly well in the first 2 maps. Obviously, LAG was fairly dominant, but yeah, that control absolutely just running the numbers up. And we'll see if he continue it. It's the same map for him. HyDra going to be staring straight down the middle of the map for good reason. 3-2 kills. I think this is a P1 where, again, almost every hard point map, there is a clear advantageous side for the opening break on hard point. And right now, New York Subliners taking full advantage of that fact.
They got 2. He did get 2. Clay now trying to get 2 of his own. Uh-oh. Yep, caught in the window. Happens a lot in Vanguard. It really does. If only we could phase through those, but here we go. Clean kills now from LAG. They just keep coming. They just keep going. The kill feed's a little delayed. It stays around, but those are kills. Crim finding 2 more of his own. Nep now getting out of spawn. Into the point we go, though. It all comes down to Slasher. He's not got long to live, surely. There we go. Scrap time. Going to NYSL. Rotation goes to HyDra.
Yeah, players spawning back there as well, right? Just get that one guy out and make sure the squad spawns on top of you. So that's a very interesting P1. Again, the break was nice from the Guerrillas because Subliners could have ran the score up, but the fact that New York turned this into rotation, this is a big moment in the game. aBeZy going hunting. 13 HP, does not care. He is full speed ahead, but Crim able to take down 2. Clay is there as well. The clean 4 down. Subliners holding strong.
Crim just saw the whole team spawn in front of him, the entire squad.
Yes, he did.
The entire squad, they're all there. But that's really important information to pass out. Done this, nice nade from up top. Slash in now, forward he goes. aBeZy is just so much confidence right now. Like, and I think if anything, he has to be careful because he's going to start playing like a man possessed. He's going to start playing like he cannot be killed. He can definitely be killed. He does have to slow things down a little. Yes, he could be bitten bad by that.
You see HyDra going to collect some time. He's actually getting chowed at old. aBeZy is going to drop him. So aBeZy with that little play, again, just sort of buys his team 10 seconds or takes him away from New York. And on the rotation, Slasher wins a massive one-on-one. But Clayster's still in the back, and I don't know if they know it yet, but aBeZy is there to find him. Now the pressure from roof side, and aBeZy is ready for it. Hyper aware, double positive, and you talk about necessary gunfights for Guerrillas to make on this rotation. HyDra, the next one up, can't make anything happen. LA holds strong.
Yep, we're going to try that jump up once again. Hook's still up there. Top of his little tower, he gets another kill. Hook's still alive here. Still fighting him. Can't be brought down. 3 now in a row from this position alone. Play's playing it slow. The vet prevails. Here comes the next push now. There hasn't been too much time grabbed here. HyDra is seemingly invincible, flies right on through the front lines, gets the kills. That's going to be the break. 20 seconds to be had here, but someone's got to get in the point for NYSL. Rotation's already down. Over to Church. You got to be feeling good now for LAG, who have that row done. See what happens next.
Yeah, this might be one of the slowest rotations of all time from New York Subliners. I think they were expecting the spawns to still come in the back for the Guerrillas, and instead it is going to be a slow approach. But there you go. We actually saw Bance do this earlier. It's a slow approach on this site, but if you push up through field side, you get the squad spawns right on top, so you can be quick to actually get inside the hill. So the slow rotation at first turns into being played well, turns into the kills just falling the way of LAG because aBeZy off spawn is on a 5 because of course he is.
Of course. Why wouldn't he be on a 5? Slasher is finding a couple more as well. Point now being soaked up.
Bro, can Subliners get a trade?
Nah, no, they can't seem to right now. aBeZy's there, holding them down. Field side of the map, not safe. Nep the nade up top. Field side of the map, not safe. Still, as aBeZy finds kill number 6. Streaks certainly achieved. Glide bomb now, he only needs 1 more. Oh my god, no way. Why can't they kill him? Chance, what's happening?
It's strange. New York genuinely can't get it. I don't know how many times we've seen the kill feed just light up, just white on the left side. It is still a close game in spite of just like the monumental slang performance from the Guerrillas. And over towards P5, New York maybe trying to turn things around, but again, it comes down to the slang, and its team is here. He has not really lost any one-on-one gunfights. Here's the first against HyDra. Finally, HyDra there to slow him down. But this is just a bloodbath around P5. I think already 2 nade kills have come through. We might see a couple more.
There's a couple more kills, and HyDra's still going. That's 3. Oh my god, do it. Do it, Paco. Send them to their graves as he flies into the point. Shots are on. He's finding damage everywhere. Clay's got downstairs covered now, and NYSL finally have a moment to breathe here in P5. Again, you have to think back to NYSL. Currently, the Kings in Vanguard are being outslayed and still winning hard points. They play it so well. Already rotations theirs. Crim's going to be first in, best dressed with the opportunity to get the time. LAG might get the scrap here. That's great. But if NYSL can hold this for a mo, that's a guide bomb. And that baby's been patched. Crim, oh no, it's for you, Clay. You don't have to sign for it, mate. It's already been left on your doorstep. Bang. Oh my word. It's all flipped on its head. Crim, you were first in, last to die on the point. LAG with the time.
Yeah, and New York was expecting that pressure to come in from the right side of the map for quite some time. So that flank coming through, and on top of the glide bomb, I would say gives you the opening. HyDra just comes back, takes down 2, and that's a 4-man wipe. So New York responded to that incredibly well. Maybe one player through the middle of the map gets dealt with. New York had finally found some sort of footing. Again, they've been getting massively outslayed, and they have turned that into a lead. And if a player like Neptune could get things going, or maybe if Crim could step it up just a little bit, Subliners might be able to start to run away with this game. If the kills start going their way, it can get out of control. There's a couple more, and they still have those right side spawns. 30-point gap right now. Subliners, they might be able to run it up.
They're doing great. And again, you got to imagine, once the kills start going their way, how bad could this get for LAG? Hook, though, 3 in a row. Wow, baby!
Oh, my sweet.
Soaring across the Tuscan skyline. Straight on these players to spawn. There's a couple of nades for him, though. That's going to sting a little. I see him on the cross. Good shots. HyDra, though, man, he's hard to kill. Gunless there with a pinch. Now, you've got column control for LAG. Crim flies into it. Hook's on a 5. One more, and he gets himself that straight front.
I don't understand what kind of call. This just feels absurd to me. Of just like very few trades coming through. When LAG swarm on that hill, they just start annihilating. You think it's a good gunfight for one guy. Someone else wins it.
It's crazy.
Flanks on flanks, shooting people in the back. Like an absurd game that we have so far. But even with 15 seconds left, 2 players from New York thinking about going towards this hill. They get caught out in a lead exchange once again. Guerrillas taking things over, but on that rotation, all 4 players for New York are now in the back. They need a good hold. That's all they need.
Yeah,
just one.
One decent hold. I'm not even sure if LAG was aware that that hard point was actually coming up. I mean, they were so focused on dealing with all the action on second. Here we go, though. Clay slipping, sliding, finding those kills, and this beautiful scenic shot as that strafing run crosses itself over by the backside of 3. It's not going to find anyone there. 3rd point's up. Time's now going the way of NYSL. It's a 10-point lead, and it's climbing. And Neptune, HyDra, woo, finds himself 2 on the back end. Gotta watch out for those close spawners, though. That's going to be Neptune's problem just a moment. And a problem he doesn't have the answer for, because it is a seam. Holy hell, what did a seam? How did a seam get that kill on HyDra? Dude, what is this map? This is insane.
And also, by the way, you had Crim just hop out of the hill to go like try to lock down the back spawns instead of just trying to soak a little bit of time. And maybe this ends up, no, you got number 4 spawning roof and then 2 players on Guerrillas spawning at roof right behind them. It's just an absurd game. Tough to keep track of. And through all the chaos, again, New York, they took over the lead. I suppose they had a decent hold on the last hill. As now we go into church as both teams just, I don't know, slay. Why not?
They're just slapping each other. Constant slappage. Here comes Slasher trying to get his hands involved, looking for some cheeks to apply them to. 20-second lead now for NYSL. It's a weird hardpoint game, but it is working out right now for New York. And Seam is just styling on players in all of these individual fights. Whether he's playing little parkour, jumping over the top of things, or whatever he's doing, sliding underneath, the man is a menace. He's an absolute monster on this map. And NYSL, they cannot get the break just yet. That lead may change hands soon, as this continues to be one of the most dramatic and ludicrous series we've seen today. And that's saying something.
Well, New York, though, they are going to chalk up a decent bit of that like scrap time. So once again, Elite Exchange Guerrillas will have the lead going into P5, but Clayster, you see, he's pushed out one side. New York have basically trapped LA Guerrillas over towards this section of the map. So they got decent coverage. And the question is, how much time can they actually lock down on P5? It's not easy, but if you're good, you can make it substantial. But now you've given up plat side. And so now you're back to that sort of 50-50 around the hill. Asim's going for the flanks, a one-on-one gunfight inside the actual point. Once again, pandemonium in and around the hill.
Hey, Gunners may get the cut-off kills here. He does. Clay's still alive on the stairs. No, a nade gets him. And we are over the 200-point mark for both teams. NYSL, this is to force the game 5. For LAG, this is for the series. Gunless, how many more kills can you get on point? Hold this one down. HyDra drops. We're running out of players for NYSL here. No. Even Stevens. Lead change. No. As here comes Asim. Now you're going to see LAG take control for a moment. The battle will continue, but you still have to think about rotations towards the center of the map. Slashers in, Neptune's done. That could be the dagger. We will see, though, as the rotation's there, but HyDra, oh my word, he gets 2! That's 3 kills in a row for him. Clay can't get Gunless, and man, a live chance. We're still going. One more point. This could be the last one.
The hold for time for Guerrillas. You need a strong hold here on P1, as obvious as it could be. Gunless on the 2 spree for the moment. He's getting pelted by nades. And he's only got one teammate here for the help. In New York, you got the pinch as well. Crim can take down one. That's enough to set up his teammates. Asim gets traded. Finally, the trades are coming through. And Slasher gets the 2-piece for the opening towards the hill. And Guerrillas, it is their turn. Lead exchange. They have it right now. 14 seconds away. The game is theirs.
No one can really get much time out of this one. 10 seconds now for the win. This is it for LAG. One decent push is all you need. NYSL, get in there and get off the point. 5 now to go. Can anyone stop it? No! They've all gone! They've been wiped out! It is a perfect 4, and oh man, we came so close to the game 5, and that is heartbreak for the New York Subliners. LAG, they have come to play today, and my God, Asim with one hell of a series. That 3-1 scoreline, I think it may have shaved years off of all our lives, but that was one hell of a show.
I mean, that map alone, I mean, I have to imagine the players feel roughly the same way. Just absurd, seemingly exhausting. What a wild game. Maybe it's just been a long day for us, Miles. I'm not sure, but either way, Asim got the claps, Guerrillas on board. And just to think about the scope of the full series that they just had. Again, they came into it worst in the league when it comes to actually trading out each other's kills. Well, in that Tuscan, it seemed like there was nothing to trade. They were just eviscerating them. 2 pieces on 2 pieces. The slang was there. The S&D as clean as it could be on Berlin. Guerrillas, I mean, have to be just over the moon with that win.
That was a really nice turnaround for them. That was wonderful. What a turnaround. NYSL, still a bit of work to be done, but what a series. Desk, how you guys do? You guys all right?
I mean, that was crazy. Asim went absolutely nuts. Okay, the simple fact that matchup was literally HyDra versus Asim at a point in time, and both of them were popping off going crazy. I believe that they both actually had a 40 bomb in control as well. It was just stupid.
Dude, that was one of the craziest controls I've ever seen in my life. I cannot believe that LAG didn't walk away with that win. Asim was literally on like a 15 spree at one point. But anyways, LAG, they have an incredible series. They put it together. The respawn looked good yesterday, and today they even got better since then. I think it was the small adjustment of having, in Search and Destroy, having Asim play inside of that B bomb site. It got him some confidence because he wasn't starting off with a donut, and you could see once he became confident, the guy was a demon on the map, like hitting every route. He couldn't lose a gunfight. He could do no wrong.
Right, and taking a look at LAG, I mean, let's be completely honest. When we saw them at the Kickoff Classic, I mean, since then, they've been pretty much struggling trying to find their identity. But aLLeY, I mean, they're looking so much better now with this big victory against the Subliners.
I mean, it definitely looks like a complete turnaround. I said that Asim was hot and cold for me. Well, he came out hot this entire series. The amount of sprees this man went on was just a total turnaround. And it was definitely the confidence, like Nameless said, and the fact that he was just running at them. Like, he wasn't thinking, he was just sprinting straight into head fire, and he was winning every gunfight. And I mean, when you have a man like that getting 2-3 people up every single life, obviously LAG needed to capitalize on that. They struggled in the control, but they cleaned out the hard point to get the 3-1 win over New York Subliners.
Yeah, I'm gonna hear it from both of you guys. The casters. Start with you, Chance, man. Show me that big brain of yours right now. I mean, NYSL, looking at the stats right now, this team has so much promise, man, but they just can't seem to get it together. What do you want to see more from this team?
I mean, it's got to come down to the slaying power, right? I don't know how many maps they've had where all 4 players are actually like popping off, but this is just another example of they are getting massively outslayed and still somehow keeping the games close. But if your main AR is double negative, that's not a good sign. I mean, Neptune 20 and 29, he had a couple slow maps in this series. I think it literally does come down to slang. I think New York right now, especially in hardpoint, have like a 0.91 overall KD, number 12 in the league. Like, it's sort of nice that they can keep the maps close, like they have a good understanding of the game, but they just have to, on an individual level, pick things up.
And Miles, take a look at LAG, man. The potential is there. We see it. I know you see it as well, man. This team is looking good, man.
I see it. The thing is, like, on paper, and you see this roster come through, and I know the management made a really big decision to build around Hook, and there's been so much discussion around this one. Like, this team has tremendous potential, like huge potential. The biggest issue we all had coming into this one, we were like, oh my god, you put Slasher and Gunners in the same team, like they're gonna fight each other, they're gonna be arguing and stuff. Like, I had a conversation with Slasher about that, and he was like, honestly, man, we are all really good friends. We just want to win. Kyler is nothing but like positive vibes, and when a team gets going, it is literally impossible not to feel great on the map. Like, in and out of game, I think that team has now got themselves going. Are they going to struggle against more difficult opponents? Maybe, but I still feel like the potential is there. The ceiling is high. Chance, we talked about this in one of the breaks earlier. We're at a situation right now where, like, we might have 5 or 6 teams, maybe 7 now, who are legit good enough to actually win a major this season. That's crazy.
I mean, Paris went to a Game 5 against Atlanta FaZe, so it might not be 5 or 6 or 7. It could very well be almost all 12.
It could.
We're going far now. It has gone up every single year. This is no exception. I'm not making any more predictions. I'm done.
All right, now let me hear from you guys on the desk. Nameless, looking at that match overall, it looked like NYSL was going to take it the distance as well, but they couldn't. LAG looked too good, and you actually said in the green room, Nameless looked at Ali now. You said, you guys know this team is going to be filthy, right?
Yeah, so I mean, like, I thought this team was going to be pretty solid when the season started, and then obviously Kickoff Classic doesn't go too well for them. But, you know, I'm sitting there watching them play. I'm seeing everybody start to hit their stride. And I look across the names on this team, like Hook, Slasher, Gunless, Asim. I'm like, wait a second, this team is going to be nasty. Why is anybody doubting them? Like, they're going to improve. They have such good players, and the way that this game plays, I mean, Gunless with the Automaton, he's going to be dirty flex player. Slasher, he looks comfortable on the map, and especially as the in-game leader, you could see the progression they made in Search and Destroy from yesterday to today. They lost both Search and Destroys, and they came out today, played the same map that they lost, and won 6-0. Like, the adjustments are there. That's very impressive to see, especially if you're an LAG fan.
Right, and Ali, we saw a video this morning about how SMG players are taking over and who to watch out for, right? But HyDra just seems to be on like another level right now.
He started off a little bit slow in the series, I felt like, and then started picking it up when NYSL started winning in that control. But for me, New York, they just need to get more practice and they need to get more on pace with each other. Like Chance said, they're keeping it incredibly close, even though they're getting outslayed. So maybe once they tweak a little bit, they'll be good to go. But LAG hasn't convinced me yet. Still. They have not convinced me yet. I still think they're a middle of the pack team. They'll beat everybody below them, but I don't think they'll beat teams yet like Atlanta FaZe and Seattle Surge, but they can surprise. They can surprise like they did today.
They have the potential. Look at the names on that team. Let's go ahead and take a look at the stats. And I'm Nameless, man. I mean, feel free. Take it.
Yeah, one thing that we should note with New York Subliners is they haven't got the most practice. I talked to Clay a little bit. He had COVID after the last event, and he's been trying to recover. So they didn't get too much practice. So I think we give them a couple more weeks to see where they really end up because the potential of this team is huge. But you could see right here, Asim, after having tough performances in their first couple of games, this guy turned up to a whole new level today. And then Gunless, he's been Mr. Consistent for this squad, keeping the engagements really high as well. If you go look at the stats with an AR, I mean, that's very impressive. So I'm excited for the future of LAG.
Right. Miles, Chance has been phenomenal. You guys have casted to him. Every series today has been phenomenal, by the way. It's been incredible. Both of you guys, it's been fun, but we actually have our Game Fuel post-match interview, and let's go ahead and throw them on the screen. You guys know it's going to be the one and only. Yo, it's C, man. It's good to see you again. My first ever Call of Duty event was actually with you when you were with FC Black, and it's good to see you ripping people apart still. What were you feeling when you were just going on your spree? You had like an 11th spree, and you looked unstoppable, dude.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just had a rhythm today. Like, I just came in today with kind of a mindset where, like, that loss yesterday was unacceptable. Out of me personally, I feel like a lot of the mistakes that we were making was on me. So coming into today, I showed up really early, made sure I was prepared fully, and I just came in and did what I had to do.
Love that out of you, team. And now you got to tell me, what is it like being on a roster of this caliber with Hoop, the up and coming that everybody's been building these rosters around? You got a chip on Gunless and Slasher. I mean, what does that mean for you as a player?
Honestly, it's been a little bit of time just developing with this brand new roster, but yeah. I mean, I've been loving it. Like the type of insight Austin's been giving me is just amazing. The type of teammate Kyler is with the team culture we're building is just absolutely amazing. And me and Pierce are from the same hometown, you know, so the chemistry's already there with me and him.
Asim, I want to talk to you a little bit about Search and Destroy, because it seems like you made an adjustment where you're sort of playing alone by that beam bomb site on Berlin, and that's when you really started to fry. People come to you, you win those gunfights. Did that give you that confidence going forward to, like, yo, I'm still that guy, I can continue to go off?
Yeah, I will say that 6-0 on S&D definitely helped with the control, just that kind of confidence boost and that momentum. But yeah, going into today, I made sure that our S&D, like, I was making sure I was getting the bomb downs, and I felt like yesterday I was getting picked a lot, so I was making sure that I wasn't throwing my life away today, and it really worked out.
Yeah.
You fried, man.
No, definitely. Hold our hands and walk us, you know, behind the scenes just for a second, and I want you to be honest with us. Now, you guys got a really big victory today, right? And these weren't just nobodies that you got it against. You personally, what do you feel like the Los Angeles Guerrillas really have to work on to really reach that next level? Because the chemistry, we see it slowly building, man, and it's becoming something beautiful.
I think the way we approach practice and our strategy is top tier. I mean, we're all veteran players, we're very experienced. So I think when it comes down to it, I just think our main objective right now as a team to win championships is just following the game plan, because we already have a plan like in place. So just making sure that we just follow it and making sure that, like, you know, we're just sticking to our game plan and not choking or giving away our S&Ds like we did yesterday, we should be fine.
All right, yeah, put on the 2 cam. Look at me straight in the face right now. How did it feel to go against your former team and pop off like that? You were filthy. It was kind of like you were saying, like, this is who you guys dropped, man. How did it honestly feel?
I mean, honestly, when it comes to like my past teams, you know, I do get that little extra fire.
Okay.
I mean, like you see it on the Twitter. Last year I played Røkkr when they dropped me, and I had one of the most highest hardpoint KDs ever playing them. So I just came in with that fire today. I was like, boys, we're not losing to my old team. They dropped me, like, let's go, you know. So it's all fun and games at the end of the day. I have love for them. You know, we just parted ways, but you know, next time don't drop me.
Facts. All right, thank you so much for the interview, man. Continue with the success, and hope to see you in another interview soon with another big win, all right? You have a good night.
You too. Later, guys.
No problem. Today has just been disgusting with amazing matches all day long. We've had round 11s, we had map 5s multiple times, but to kick things off today, aBeZy, it was Atlanta FaZe versus Paris Legion, and they set the tone.
And you know what? Paris really showed up today after having a hot loss, man, pushing Atlanta FaZe, the top team, to everybody, to the coaches, to the players. They are the team to beat. You know, everybody's looking to be the FaZe killers, and to see Paris in everybody's bottom 4 to push them to the limit, man, that was an absolute treat to watch. So many game 5s today, so many exciting plays, but Atlanta FaZe did end up closing it out. I mean, aBeZy with this ace, man, that really turned the tides.
Yeah, this was a great series. You know, obviously FaZe, they get tested a little bit. It's their first match where they get that W. But Search and Destroy looked great. Obviously, Tupac and the boys, they went back into research into the lab, fixed their Search and Destroy. It looks absolutely incredible. It gets to a game 5, they get the W there. And that was the one thing that set FaZe apart in the last few years, is they were an amazing respawn team, but when they were a bit wonky in hardpoint or control at times, they would dominate Search and Destroy. They could always fall back to, you know, good old faithful, and that's what happened today. They get pushed to that game 5, still can't beat them. Right. So good.
I don't think it's time to panic yet when it comes to the Atlanta FaZe, because last year they dominated it, right? But, you know, if games start to go on this way, we might start ramping up that discussion more. But I think Simp and the boys are going to be fine. They're going to be fine. But let's also talk about OpTic Texas versus the London Royal Ravens, nameless. This game was really not what we expected.
No, absolutely. I got to show some love to the London Royal Ravens here. Everybody was counting them out. They win yesterday, and they come in today. They play OpTic Texas, who is a fan favorite, and they come out and they win it. And Gizmo especially, this guy, with that in that flex role has been absolutely just dominant, dude. This guy's picking up streaks. He's going off. He's making it easier on the rest of the guys. And then also Trey Zero as an in-game leader. You saw in the interview with Gizmo what he said. Trey is calming us down and teaching us how to beat some of these top teams. And it's working out wonderfully. In that Game 5 Search and Destroy, for them to be able to clutch up in the very end to win that round, that's extremely impressive versus the likes of Scump, Shotzzy, world champions on the other end of that match.
Yeah, and it was a reverse sweep as well. Now, aLLeY, during that interview, Gizmo also, he put out a hot take, maybe a cold take with the way that they're playing right now. He said the EU boys are here to stay. You guys got to put some respect on our names.
And he's not wrong. I mean, Toronto Ultra is also almost a full EU, is a full EU roster. So when you look at it, London now taking down OpTic Texas, now moving up everybody's power rankings, they're easily looking about top 6 coming out of this weekend. And Zero said it, man. When he was coming in, playing, he had to sit out last year, but every time he's played on a team, by the end of the year, they were top 4. And London clearly already on that upward path towards that.
Right, and the funny thing is, we talked about it before the game, the Royal Ravens were 0-5 against the Empire and also 0-6 against Huntsman, and with a victory like that, that was definitely big. But also, let's talk about the game field marquee match of the day, nameless. Seattle Surge looking good against Toronto, man.
Dude, they set a goal and they just accomplished it. These guys made a roster, a brand new team. I mean, accuracy, name was getting dragged through the mud last year. He comes out and in Game 5, it wasn't Sib, it wasn't Pred, it was accuracy who turned up for the win. The rest of these guys, they had a fantastic series, but for your leader and your captain to do what he does best and turn into the Iceman is huge for the future of this team. They're gelling in and out of game. You love what you're seeing from the Seattle Surge. They lost to Ultra, they come back, they get put in a tough spot as well. Like the play that Ultra made in that round 11 was beautiful, running right up the middle of the map. They dodge the glide bomb, then they get trapped, they get out of it. Like it was stellar plays. He defuses the bomb, gets a W.
Yes, now let's go ahead and take a look at the standings because the last 2 days have been just amazing. I'm loving what we're doing here in the CDL. And this is just day 2, we have one more day, but also London Royal Ravens 2-0 on top, along with Seattle Surge, also 2-0 undefeated. Other than that, going down the line, aLLeY, is this page the standing? what you would have guessed the other day.
Hey, bro, we got Ultra 0-1, we got OpTic 0-1, we got Subliners 0-1. I mean, it's only opening weekend, but wow, this is not the lineup I expected heading into day 3.
Vanguard's lit, man. We have no idea who's going to win the first major. It could be anybody, but it's been incredible thus far. And I know every single year people say, like, oh, this is the most competitive year of Call of Duty. Well, feels like this is going to be topping all those.
Most definitely, and here goes the points. Royal Ravens racking up along with the Surge as well. But let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. This is where all the action is going to take place, and the heat is going to go down. First matchup of the day, the Florida Mutineers are going to face off against Paris Legion. I want to see what they're going to bring along tomorrow. After that, I love this team. The LA Thieves taking on Atlanta FaZe. That's going to be a banger, but if you thought that match was going to be good, the game field marquee matchup of the day will end up with OpTic Texas going off against the Minnesota Røkkr. Can't wait to see Attach, man, but here on the desk, Nameless, aLLeY, I mean, you guys just pick it up.
It was a long day.
Any last words? It's been a
I'm about to go home and pass out and get ready for some Game 5s tomorrow. It's going to be a good one.
I need a beer and some pizza.
I'm about to hit the sheets.
I'm about to hit the sheets. All right, ladies and gentlemen, day 2 has been phenomenal. This has been everything that we just didn't expect when it came to Vanguard. The competition is high, the surprises are great, but most of all, the matchups are even better than ever. Map 5s to round 11s, these teams are fighting for victory and they're going all out. From vets to newcomers, you don't know what to expect. But here in the CDL, that's what we're all about. Exciting gameplay. I love you guys, and I hope you have a great one. But don't forget, we'll see you all tomorrow. You have a good night.